might not recognize in the hand, and Chris is just gonna, he needs to figure out how fast he has to go. Because against a fast events deck, you can't just sit back. Have you seen Alex's hand?
It looks loaded.
Only agendas.
Uh-oh.
He likes only agendas, mind you, but he needs to come with a Moon Pool. Because Moon Pool is the card that you take a lot of agendas and you fix that. Double install onto the table. This actually could be a Moon Pool here. You can score it at 3-2. You want to score a king making, but I think you need another trick for that. So let's see if he has that single advance. Res a Moon Pool, so now he can put 2 tokens on. I think a Tomorrow's Headline is probably the best tempo score here.
Beal or Tomorrow's Headline looks likely here.
Moon Pool has a lot of text. As long as a card hasn't entered archives, you can reveal cards from hand. So we're revealing a Post-Truth and the one of Tomorrow's Headline. So this might just be a Beal.
Looks like a Beal.
But now Chris's information, the agendas are now currently more in R&D, and he definitely needs a card on the table to start charging the twinning, because the deck is on 12 agendas. That doesn't feel like, it's more than it usually is, but it doesn't feel like goofy high. It's still pretty high.
It's pretty high for modern Netrunner, and importantly, with the loss of Bologna, you only have one kind of defensive agenda in the form of Tomorrow's Headline.
Yeah, and we didn't really see, I think we might have seen some degree mill yesterday. Not too much NBN. Now with a couple more advancements off the table. Oh, we can't see that. I'm pretty sure it's a superconducting hub.
Looks like a hub.
Yeah, he's drawing
Neutral.
2. So that's 1 point. Alex just redrew into his hand. So he has additional hand size that matters for YDL, that matters for Piranhas. And he still is holding 2 Beals, if I'm not mistaken,
2
and
Beals
another
and a hub.
superconducting hub.
Yeah.
Trading back to Chris again. I don't think we're. Do you think you're going to change the call in Azmari? I don't think we're going to change the Azmari call all game.
I have played against a lot of Azmari as of late in my hometown. I have never seen them once go off of event. They may as well be locked all game.
It's honestly sometimes the worst thing to do is to change, because obviously they're holding all their events and they don't want to play it, and then you just say program, and then they just play all their events. Like, it is what it is. Sometimes it's right to change. Certain matchups where you call program against Arissana, you feel clever. That's cool.
This is an informed decision on some level, though. I mean, it's as I said, open deck list. The Hoshiko is running 23 events, so fairly safe bet.
Yeah.
You need to play them.
Chris looks like he was considering their Banhar is going to be marked with that purple chip. That's really easy to read. Thanks, Chris. And it looks like he's considering a Raindrops cut stone into that ice again. Is there a consideration? Do you play around the one of Eula?
On HQ, you're safe.
You're safe now,
Eula.
Not the Banhar. So let's see if it's a Piranhas. Bad publicity can go pretty far. Just a wraparound.
Just a wraparound. Not bad.
Getting 2 credits, just rezzing that into the wrap.
Wraparound is just a gear check in this, outside of the Banhar interaction, obviously. No AI breakers or no, quote-unquote dishonest breakers to be found in this Hoshiko list.
Now, rezzing there gives you some information, right? Oftentimes, you don't want to res into a single axis with raindrops if you have to res the ice, because you're giving cards to Chris. And obviously, Chris needs those cards to dig through the deck to find the breakers, of which there's 2 of each breaker, mind you. We're looking at that very normal 1 turbine, 2 fixed strength breakers echelons. So we're just going back and just cycling this, mind you, multiple events per turn. But this means if Alex rezzed, he thinks that Axis is more worthy than a card draw, which means that he probably has things in hand. And once we see, he definitely has agendas in hand.
Yeah, with the raw amount of agendas, this, I think Chris maybe could sniff this out as a tell here.
Now that card, very colorful with that chop on the far right of Chris's hand, he just drew into is the Cleaver. So he probably won't install that last click, but he'll drop that early on the following turn and then be able to run HQ multiple times.
That was a copy of Mystic Miami that just came out?
Mystic, yeah. Okay. That's a catch-end Mystic, mind you. Another Snare Bears. They do fantastic art. Hoshiko, finally, do we touch a card?
Does not appear so.
I guess we must have touched a card. So we're flipping with Hoshiko.
Maybe we ran archives at some point. Perhaps we missed something, but...
Drawing up red level clearance, mind you. Super powerful modal card. Allows you to clicklessly install non-agendas. So that's like generally how you get your moon pool down. Or you play it to get the click back after you play the sudden commandment. And then you go from there. We'll see. Unsmiling Serievna, if Alex now knows HQ is technically assailable, so he's going to strap down that Unsmiling Princess. Put that on front of HQ. So while the wraparound will get you through the innermost, you still have to worry and at least rely on Banhar. The deck... Sentries has a 1 Jua. Man, I like Jua.
I love that
so
card.
Fun.
It's
such
so
an
sick.
Annoying card. Because generally, a lot of times your game plan is like check early with Banhar, and then suddenly the rest of your turn you can't install cards anymore. Then it returns something to hand. Well, not if you Banhar through it. There's the Echelon. That does deal with Sarevna for a lot of money. Now with the Cleaver, though, you're at 2 strength. So all the sentries, I think Jua might be 3 strength. It is 3 strength.
Yes.
Thank you, Kato. You are going to have to still boost once if you do find that, but we're definitely going HQ here. We see in hand an Ice Carver and Ashen. Ashen Epilogue. A very important card for recursion. Oh, Chris, so nice.
You love to see it.
Yeah, it's so cool. I want to start doing that. So 2 strength on the echelon, mind you. The strength goes up for each installed Icebreaker program. Chris thinking what he needs to do here.
Something I noticed all day yesterday was the sheer importance of beating the breakpoint of Echelon.
Yeah.
And a lot of this ice is gonna, well, not a lot of it per se, but some of the ice here really matches up quite well against Echelon, specifically those piranhas I keep coming back to. That is a 6 strength ice, and it is not easy for this Hoshiko list to get to a natural 6 strength on this Echelon.
I think it's actually worse than you think, because piranhas is a code gate. So now if we have
is a code gate.
But that's the entire idea.
Bad.
Because if Alex does like Buzzsaw, he's playing around Buzzsaw Turbine, and then the idea is that Alex wants to get piranhas into Rhyme, it's a 7 strength code gate. That's rubbish. And we'll see if Chris actually wants to hold on to that Ice Carver. Because in a lot of matchups, you install either the Ice Carver or you install the Turbine. Not often do you need to do both. You generally need to do both for like Hydra. But here we're running.
Here's the Sarevna res.
Sarevna, 2 strength. Alex has a question. He can pay out Chris 2 credits on the spot. And that means 2 of these subroutines will resolve. Otherwise, there's still going to be Banhard subroutines, so not a huge change. We're losing an Ice Carver. It looks like we're taking 3 net damage, losing the Ashen Epilogue, the last card in hand. Second copy.
Not too bad. I think the Ice Carver is by a mile the most important card at this stage in the game.
Yeah, it might be worth getting down. And now this axis here, I think we're looking at 3 agendas, but it is a hand size of 7. Take that precision design.
That D12 is going to come in handy.
Good you pack that. Beal
one of 'em.
off the top. 2 points for Chris. First points on the table, mind you. Alex is at 1 point. That superconducting hub is back in on the frame. Thanks, Alex. And now that's going to get some Mystic Miami tokens. You definitely want to be playing events. Obviously, Chris has no hand, but you want to play 1 event a turn with Mystic, which lines up really poorly, let's be honest, into Azmari, but you need to start charging that turning wheel if you can.
Alex getting a little strapped on money. He's got plenty of agendas in hand so he's ready to score once he starts getting. And there's a moon pool on schedule, but we're a little broke to do it now.
It's a bit expensive.
Holding sudden commandment and a red level, so the combo. There appears to be some combo shenanigans that could happen very, very shortly. 5 credits. I gotta think you can't score from 5 credits here.
There you go, Subliminal. It's going to get you that clickless credit. Now you can't moon pool if you Subliminal. Alex definitely knows that, but that's the sort of thing that gets you on JNet Casual because the card has entered.
Yes.
You're like, oh, wait, let me Subliminal first, of course. It's a clickless credit. And then your whole turn collapses inwards. Wait, is he doing it? Oh, no, he's doing it.
Well,
you can't
hang
moon
on.
pool.
You can't
wait,
moon
you can't
pool
moon pool, can you? Wait, what's the text on moon pool? Kato, help us. Oh, no. Alex, you can't do this.
I don't know about this one, Chief.
No, you can do
we're
it.
Thinking of
We're thinking of
Regenesis.
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 Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. Alex knows what he's doing. This is sick. So we'll see what's advanced out. Just a Beal from hand. Now, very importantly, those moon pools are going to be tucked under the Azmari. They're out of game.
Yes.
And that means that as the game progresses, Alex has less and less tricks to fast events out. He's on 3 points. So his road out here, if he can fast events, and it's possible, but the last moon pool, if he can fast events out of Kingmaking, he's then on 6 points as long as he gets that Kingmaking connect. And then he wants to close the game out with just a post-truth dividend.
Yes.
Now, there's only 2 4-2s, only 2 Kingmakings, so that's the hardest to score. But with 2 of these out, 2 of the Jinteki moon pools, it's a bit tricky to score out. He actually might have to do like Sudden Commandment into Subliminal or Sudden Commandment into red level to get clicks. So it's a bit more complicated and a bit more expensive. I love this deck, right? 2 hedge funds, 3 planograms, but 3 your digital lives, and you're just saying, don't worry, by the mid game I'll have like a click for 6 button and a click for 7 button because the hand size just gets bigger and bigger.
The YDL scales a little bit better than the hedge fund if the deck is firing. And if the YDL's not going to scale, then things are already going wrong.
We don't have to ice the remote server, so why not? Chris, loaded Mystic Miami. If you do not feed that Hungry Axolotl, she'll start taking cards randomly out of hand. So Chris needs to figure out, generally, I think he only has like 1 or 2 cards in hand. He got another one off Hoshiko, but he did empty his hand, charging the Sarevna marked by Banhar. So Chris is laughing, pointing there to the Mystic Miami, saying, oh, I have some problems here this turn. Do you ever find yourself in a sunk cost fallacy with Mystic, where you keep it around and every turn lose cards, you're like, I'll draw a sure gamble, don't worry.
Yeah, you're weighing the cards in your hand. How bad do I really need these?
Yeah, it's 4 credits on it. Like, you kind of want them, right? Chris, going for a judge call here. This might be card text related. Again, call your judges.
Yes.
That's what there. You see Jeff kind of shuffling in off screen. Shout out to the OP team and to the judges at this event, taking the time to help people play as accessible Netrunner as they can, as cleanly as they can.
Judges are your friends. Please call them.
So good.
If it could be the silliest question. I've asked the silliest question to judges, but that's what they're there for.
Yeah. Chris getting his response. Again, the tables aren't mic'd. We're like only not that far away from the table. So today's definitely quieter than yesterday. We have to be a bit careful that we don't pop off too loud. I think we're doing okay right now.
We can just use our NPR voices.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have that up in Canada, I suppose.
Oh, we have the internet. Yeah. No, but yeah, NPR sec. That wasn't meant to be a chide. Benhar on this, again, only 3 cards in hand. If you do find the Eula, you can just break enough subroutines for not be lethal.
Yeah, the cleaver on board does protect you from the accidental Eula face check.
Yeah.
And we know that there's a few agendas in deck because they were put there from the moon pools that have been firing.
If you look at the hand, 2 Steelskins, if I'm not mistaken, he's definitely trying to find a way to get those cards out of hand with Benhar. Top of the deck was a red level clearance. So if there's a sudden, I think you saw Sudden Commandment in hand, that means that there is going to be a combo line as long as Alex has the money to pay for it. I do think Sudden Commandment is a bit pricey, especially because you have to hit that threat 3 text generally to do a cool thing, which is like you're now 4 credits just to start considering, and then you have to pay a click back off the red level. It gets a bit much, but one YDL, you're back in the game.
Alex is absolutely has to be itching for your digital life here.
Now Chris thinking again. We're just probably going to play that out. We actually probably going to play 2 this turn. That is another Azmari credits. I haven't been tracking how much Azmari has fired. I think it's probably 4 to 6 credits at this point.
It's been firing quite frequently.
Going to draw there, get the full Anarch Diesel, and we'll see again. Here you'd love to get like an Econ event. Price is technically an Econ event. Let's rip 4 off the deck. You can install one of these, paying 3 less.
Maw could be very, very useful in this position.
Yeah, Maw's great.
You're not able to install it. Not enough credits.
No.
Need 3 credits to install that one off the price. Didn't find it.
Either a Fermenter or Cast. Cast come in for free, not too bad. You know for sure there's no Mavirus. Oh, there's 2 Mavirus in the deck, excuse me. The upgrades are written on the list a bit higher than I thought they'd be. But Daily Cast coming down, getting you that 8 credits for free. Not too bad at all. Chris, I don't believe oh no, we did touch a card, so Hoshiko's going to continue to supply that card draw.
Hand on Alex's side appears to be double red level, and I believe that's a Sudden Commandment on the far left.
I think you might be right. Click to draw again. We do have 7 hand size. Jua showing up. Again, that ice wasn't rezzed either because of Banhar or otherwise because of financial issues. Mind you, it is pretty expensive to res those angry fish. It's 5 credits for Piranhas.
That sounds right.
It's the Valen Chow equivalent. We're just going to click up to 4, holding 3 cards in hand. I think Chris knows. One of those is red level clearance. We're going to have a Daily Cast coming in, gaining 2. We're going to lose 1 of them for a card draw. And we're going to continue calling the event.
Curious where this Banhar is going to go. I have to think R&D, simply because 2 moon pools have fired.
Yeah. Yo, you shout out in chat. Eric Hyden, surreal tuning into a stream on my own channel. Thanks to Andre and Kato for taking the helm today. Eric, mind you, has put so much effort to get the stream together with all the equipment and all the setup and all the testing. He's not here today. He couldn't make it. He might be here later. So we're holding down the fort in Eric's honor. As obviously day 2 is going to be an absolutely sick day. So shout out to Eric and to all the people who are making the stream possible.
Moss sitting in hand on Chris's side at the moment, which is not generally where you want it in these Reg Hosh lists. You generally want to install it off of the price.
Yeah.
3 cost Maw, I'm in. Sold.
Yeah, this is actually a hard deck to Maw, right? Like, if you're playing against assets, there's always a Maw server, but Alex is just not going to make a good server.
Yep.
And all he needs to do is ice up these 2 servers, HQ and R&D, and get it to a point where Chris can't run it too easily. Mind you, if you want to go HQ, like, Sadyevna is good into Banhar. No matter what, this is going to be a 4-credit run or take cards out of the hand. And Chris does have Steelskins in hands. Like, he can't just lose cards from hand on this run if he wants to. And if he Maws a red level clearance, that's 1 less combo line that Alex has access to.
Exactly. Maw going to be tough to trigger, but as you said, but
impactful.
In a combo deck, having any method at all to break up those combo lines is going to be absolutely critical.
Now that very pretty fox in the snow, that's the rightmost card in Chris's hand, another Cat-Chen. That is Trickster Taka, a card you definitely want to get down if you want to make those strategic runs every once in a while. It is just going to be a lot of credits over time.
Taka's going to be great in this matchup, I think. Notably, no Paladin Poemu in Chris's list.
No, she hasn't shown up.
No,
we're chopping.
I don't believe it's in there at all.
For real. Look at that.
2 Miami,
yeah, you're right.
1 Taka.
Interesting.
That's it. Send it.
Cool. So that means the only ways that we're going to get charges onto the twinning is Miss Bones and then these 2 companions on the table. So we have a couple cards in hand here. One of them is the Taka. I'm not sure what else is here valuable. I think there's 2 Steelskins, maybe just 1 in there. Alex struggling to get a sleeve off the table. We're going to get 3 net damage here. There's a Taka. She goes. Shakes his hand from Chris.
Ooh.
And then we do hit a Steelskin draw too.
Nice.
If you hit the Steelskin first, you draw unknown cards, and then you can lose cards of more or less value. It's always a bit hard to tell.
Yeah.
But we're going to get an Axis here. This is just an Axis with twinning. We can start getting multi-Axis. It looks like Chris is going for a single. We know 1 red level in hand. Finding, mind you, a trashable operation is pretty rare, but
credit perfect.
Chris getting a good nod in there, understanding that was a prime target and one of Alex's ways out of the game. Chris surveying his board state, looking down on his breakers. The buzzsaw is going to matter at some point, but the code gates in this deck are not easily buzzsaw. Just 2 copies of Piranhas coming in at a minimum 6 strength. Taking 2 credits. Hosh is going to eat one of them, but you still have daily cast coming in, so you're still going to be somewhat liquid. And we'll see what Alex gets here off the top. Unknown card, keeping it close to his chest. Taking some time. I love this. Oh,
looks like post-truth.
He might just score it. But if he can, R&D is kind of soft here, but he doesn't have an economic play. This is not the sort of deck where you can just red level clearance for value. Like, you need to keep them for combo turns.
Purely a combo piece. And I think I like scoring the post-truth here. I think the card draw, Alex clearly valuing that quite a bit. The fact that that agenda replaces itself. And 4 points is a really important number for this this king-making deck to be on.
Yep.
King-making could be lethal.
He can get that if he lines it up. Mind you, he did do the optional draw. There's a may draw on the 2-1, the post-truth dividend, that says when you score this, you may draw a card. He did draw into a rhyme. You do like to have a rhyme. Get on the outermost, so Banhar is not doing that much work. And then you actually have to pay 3 credits every axis. And if you look at Chris's money, without a fermenter down, without the Taka, like 3 credits for a run, 4 credits to run HQ is not. It is definitely something. Moshing to start.
Love that altar at moshing.
Oh, Lou's having so much fun. I'm pretty sure canonically at the wild side.
Not so much the current meta game.
No. But he has his friends there. We're going to trash the steel skin as well on top of a buzzsaw and another cleaver. So that's going to be 5 card draw, 3 credits coming in. You lose cards, but you gain the cards you want. So we'll see if the buzzsaw, how quickly Chris needs to get a second one down. We look at the hand there. Good economy. Again, Maw is still in their second buzzsaw as well.
There's a lot of money in Chris's hand at the moment, especially with the Mystic Miami sitting at 3.
Oh, click for, what is it, 7?
Pretty
sure
good.
Gamble. That's going to be 2 Azmari credits. Already came off the moshing, mind you. Chris taking the money, planning this again. Whether he wants to weave in and out of Hoshiko. Alex's score there on the king making, or sorry, on the post-truth dividend just seemed like a thing that he had that option and on Elch. That still means he drew last click technically into HQ. Alex on 4 points again, just to Chris's 2. I was talking to Alex too, and he said one of the cool things about this deck is like at some point there's just not a lot of agendas. This is an 18-point agenda deck, mind you, because it's playing a 44-card minimum.
Sure.
So, because there's no 3-pointers, you just need to get a lot of accesses. And then if you just add agendas into your score, it's obviously tricky. I'm not saying anything particularly smart, but it's hard when there's not those big 3-pointers that can be huge swings.
And money matters a lot less now that Bologna has exited the game for the time being. So Chris can, while we say Chris has a lot of money in hand, which is true, he doesn't necessarily need to, put all of that on the table right now.
Maw coming down. We're chopping there again. This could just be net damage. Each card is worth a credit. That's the question. If you look at the hand too, he has a legwork. That's a really cool inclusion into these like good stuff Hosh decks. Because that deck, barring DJ Steve, which this deck is not on DJ at all, DJ Fenris, that is the HQ pressure in this deck, barring Maw, which is just inherently ongoing pressure.
It looks like that we're running HQ. I saw Chris taking 3 credits. Looks like he's thinking about breaking it with Echelon this time around. So cards in his hand, much more valuable than they were a few turns ago.
Yeah, it's about whether you need that buzzsaw. It's about whether you need that legwork. And I'd argue you may not need that legwork just on this board state. You do see the whole hand, but you can always get that effect with twinning. And it looks like that's the effect we're going to get with twinning. We're going to see at least 2 cards here. So exactly 1 card Alex is going to keep. I don't think this run actually converts. I think we're looking at 2 red level clearance and a rhyme. Chris, I think deciding whether he wants to see another with the twinning, but more importantly here, we're guaranteed to get a Maw. And if Maw hits a red level clearance, Alex does lose an out. Second card.
That's the access. Here's the
RLC.
Maw trigger.
Interrupt here. If you flip the Maw card, you lose the game. Chris knows how this works. We're going to lose the ice. So Alex is going to keep 2 red level clearances. Again, combo lines are alive and well. Chris giving that the nod. Alex feeling pretty lucky about that. You love the rhyme, but it is what it is. You'll take your combo out.
Absolutely.
Hoshiko still touching cards this turn, and we draw into a super conducting hub, a 1-pointer in Alex's hand. Now, Alex probably can res 1 ice on R&D. If he has to res a piranhas, giving bad publicity to Chris actually is, drawing in another agenda, post-truth. But a bad publicity can go pretty far. There's an unsmiling Tsarievna. Doesn't have a lot of money. Now, the more you draw them, that's where the legwork is more interesting for Chris. Legwork into 20. You can sweep 4 cards, 5 cards.
Yeah, and with this Maw on the board, I think Alex is considering just, triple draw.
Last click draw, finding a commandment. Mandate subtype. Do you think we're going to get more mandates?
Hope so.
And then we're not going to be able to play them together?
Yeah. The text has to matter.
That's
sometime.
what it does. Banner on HQ, drawing off the top. I think we got another Maw, if I'm not mistaken. 6 cards in hand with Chris. He can just send it 1 credit to Access HQ if you really want to put your mind to it. And that legwork or that twinning can do a lot of damage. When you see the corporation just draw, usually they didn't draw economy, which means they're more likely to be drawing agendas or combo pieces, the sort of things that you definitely want to disrupt with Maw once per turn. Chris is thinking this through.
The legwork has to be tempting here after the triple draw.
Yeah. You do know 2 of the cards in hand. Like sometimes that's like the problem. You're like, I'm going to find red level clearances again. But you see he's holding it. He's dividing his hand into the 2 piles. Understanding whether or not he's going to put down the buzzsaw. There's a chance that he can feel like he can beat piranhas with hand size. That's always an option. But when they get down a hub, it's a bit harder. It looks like we might take a turn off here, or we're going to get the cast down to keep it, and then we're going to make a run. Looks like casts credit legwork.
There's the legwork.
2 credits for Alex. He definitely wants that money right now. Going to get that a bit cheaper. We're going to see a lot of cards potentially here. So we might just take the damage. Again, there's no snares. There's no damage traps here. The 1 card in hand that's kind of interesting for Chris is a buzzsaw, but it does not line up at all well with the ice. The 2 code gates Alex is playing.
And Chris knows that. He pitched the previous buzzsaw to moshing, I believe.
Yep, Mystic's out. We're going to do another damage. That's the final buzzsaw. Mind you, this deck has labor rights. There's still some recursion cards if you need to get to that Ashen and a Fermenter. So I think we kept the Maw, if I'm not mistaken.
That sounds right, yes. So a single copy of Maw in hand for Chris.
Wrap around for 1. And now we're going to access 3 cards with that old school legwork. Mind you, that's the Honor and Profit original printing art from FFG time. And 220 counters. We're getting 5. Chris can get only 2 points, though, on this run, which sounds really funny, but Maw will still fire almost guaranteed. It is guaranteed. Red level, okay. Interrupt with Maw.
Here's Maw.
Do we have a 6? Oh, it's 6. Perfect. If it's a 7, it gets awkward. So that card's going to go. We got to see that. I think that looked like a Mandate. What was that?
It was either the Mandate or the Post-Truth.
Yeah, we saw people on it. Second. You see, this is what happens. But he's still going to touch most of these cards. There's the Mandate. So I think
can't trash.
Can't trash. 2 trash costs. Chris recoiling. So he still gets to see 2 cards here. Or sorry, yeah, he's seeing everything. Super Conducting Hub. You're going to take that Mystic Miami. He's going to get the counter. Chris attuned to that easy to miss Companion Clause. And the last card in hand. Yeah, that 1 pointer left. So now Spin Doctors. I don't think we've removed any.
No, I don't think we've seen a single Spin Doctor.
Checking Archives. That's a run on Archives. Finding the 1 pointer that left through Maw. So we're now tied up 4-4. This deck doesn't have 3 pointers, so both players still need to do a bit of work unless Alex can set up that Mandate into red level clearance into combo, into scoring out. I think, can you do it? How does the combo work? Like, I think you need a moon pool to get a 4-2. It's like not intuitive to me how it works. Because you do Mandate.
The red level gives you the click back, and then if you pay for the threat cost, you get a 4. Because I think you cannot install an agenda off of red level.
So you red level to gain click.
You have to red level to gain click.
So you need 2 red levels.
I think you need exactly 2 red levels.
Yes.
To fast advance.
And that's really important. Again, Spin Doctors are going to be nice. The good thing Chris here also has to consider is he needs to run every single turn, because that's another card. Superconducting Hub, or excuse me, a Subliminal Messaging is another really important card that you can weave into that combo in the space of the red level clearance.
It makes it a lot easier, I think, to fire the combo off.
Yeah, it's a bit cheaper. You can, if you're not installing with red level clearance, like you can use it to gain 2 credits, gain and click. So you actually technically like build your own. But yeah, it's easier to play. So Alex, finding one of the only 2 hedge funds in the deck. A lot of these players have been playing for a really long time. Mind you, Alex has taken a couple of month breaks, but I'm finding him all the time jamming games on JNet, and clearly he's been grinding for this event. He said he'd been playing this deck online a heck of a lot over the last couple months.
We saw the Endless Eula come down over R&D as well.
Very cool. Chris getting his economy up off the daily cast. Mystic Miami now at 3 counters, so we're going to get that event played for Alex. Azmari, not the most interesting identity if you ask me, but if you just want consistency, there's nothing more consistency than 2 credits every other turn. Chris looking at the bin here. I don't know if this is a matchup that he needs to Ashen. Like, he's Ashening not for tech pieces, he's Ashening just to get economy back into an environment.
I have to think this game won't go long enough to the point where Ashen will become a thing that you get too invested in.
It's like entirely dependent on how good Alex draws, right?
Right.
Like, we haven't seen Planogram, so there's a bunch of draw 3s still if he needs it.
And Spin Doctors.
Yeah, and still the Spin Doctors. Labor Rights. Losing a Labor Rights, losing a Pinhole. Pinhole's totally useless in the matchup, and losing a Moshing. So we're going to shuffle 3 cards back into to the deck. So Ashen's a start. Legwork, a great start. And we'll see if it's just an economy option here or whether it's a pressure play. It looks like it might just be, like, price is kind of hard. We're going to go for the Steelskin Scarring just so we can lean a bit heavier on Banhar if we need to. Still a bit risky because you could always, like, you know, draw with the Steelskin on first routine, draw into Ashen, lose the Ashen. That's kind of rare, but Labor Rights now removed from game.
Also, I love seeing labor rights get fired before the deck is empty.
Oh, yeah.
Having to actually take some risk in running that one out.
Yeah, these Hoshiko decks are not as good as entirely filling the bin with cards. Like Chris has to interact every turn. That's kind of the problem. If you don't force Hoshiko to interact, Hoshiko can just mill through the deck, play 3 copies of the price. We've only played 1 moshing, 1 price. Those are the cards that are real accelerants, if you ask me.
Yeah, agreed. The Hoshiko list is probably the closest thing to a max list that you can get in current year.
I do love me a Lagu if I can play it. Chris now drawing up. Mystic is at 3. We want to find that event. If Mystic eats a card from hand, it's okay. Alex technically forgot the trigger on 2 credits on the playing of the Ashen, but that's fine. Chris is like, you can take it.
Yeah, no new information gained.
I'm not sure if Azmari mandatory or if it's optional.
I think the calling Azmari is a may, but taking the credits is a must.
Because if you don't call with Azmari, it's the last one. Now, this might actually, Kata pulled it up. This might be different text because NSG does text slightly differently,
right.
But probably, yeah. Okay, we found a raindrops. So we're sending it. Again, Banhar might not have been called this turn. He didn't mark it.
Doesn't look like it.
Which you can choose to call nothing.
Speaking of May triggers.
Yeah.
So credit perfect to get into HQ, it appears.
Yep, we're in for 4. Chris is deciding whether he wants to take the damage. Manji Sarievna's ability is only when res, so we're paying 4. We're getting access here. Now, accessing on 4, again, we saw the sudden commandment. That has a trash cost, and Chris couldn't trash it once. Now, the Maw here is the most valuable thing. You are going to see 2 cards, I believe. We use the twinning charge. So hedge fund's the start. From the hedge fund, we're going to randomize. Get your mapping out publicly. 1-2 seems to be that most card. It is a red level. Alex losing a valuable card. Oh, actually, checking archives. I think that was only a single axis.
I thought he pulled a counter off of twinning, so
Me
we
too.
may have made a small mistake there.
Or maybe he missed the counter off the Mystic. So running archives, another sudden commandment drawn. The question is, can you tempo a sudden commandment? Because in theory, you have a hedge fund in hand, so it is a click to draw 2, but you lose 2. Moonpool. Wait a second. That is the last card in the deck. Now, Alex needs to ice up HQ a bit better. Taking a card out of his hand actually increases the probability that you're going to lose a valuable card. I like that hedge fund as padding. I'm not sure how Alex can spend 14 credits on this turn, but that 3rd ice is definitely going to be a good start.
It's another Sarevna, right?
I didn't see it. Yeah,
I think that's what it was. I know the Eula went on R&D, and if I'm an Alex's student, I'm kicking myself over that one.
Chris hasn't run R&D, I think, the whole damn... No, he ran R&D once or twice. Yeah, maybe just once.
I think the Banhar and HQ just instantaneously smells like... I think Chris smells blood in the water.
So pressure on HQ. Mark, that's where Banhar is going to go. Not Mark, sorry. Not Mark, but Mark. Miss Bones in hand, too.
Yeah, Bones not doing much in this matchup, unfortunately.
Nothing in this matchup. And that's a cool thing. Like, Alex's deck is tech to beat the decks that he thought were going to beat here.
Extremely.
The Ice Suite is good. We're not playing assets. Pinholes are useless.
This style of no remote corp is just a nightmare for Hoshiko.
There is no clot in the field, too.
Correct, yeah.
There's no clot. Like, the Shaper decks are not even playing clot. So we'll see if Chris makes a run here. Mystic Miami, she's hungry once again. Very interesting to know if Chris is... how much pressure Mystic is putting on Chris's game plan. The deck is, again, running a lot of events, 23 events, so it's not that hard to find something, but you definitely have to consider that when you start your turn, of course. Alex, looking relatively focused. I wouldn't say he looks unconfident. Chris definitely understands he needs to put some pressure on here. He has a price in hand. The problem with the price is if it hits the Ashen, and the labor rates, like you're out of recursion for the rest of the game.
Right. The price finally hit.
Let's see if the price is paid. 2 credits for the event call. Twinning on Mystic. Strike Fund, he could hit Ashen. Moshing.
Whiff.
No, Turbine.
Turbine, okay.
Now that Turbine doesn't matter for too much of the ice.
No. The rhyme also continues to throw off breakpoints if we ever see one of those hit the board. But yeah, the only real ice that it's going to do much against is Piranhas, but it still needs help. Now
the question is the last labor rights. If it's in the bin, that's the only labor rights, so that means we're not going to have an Ashen for the rest of the game. That's a Sarievna, Alex. You can choose to pay. If that's the case, 2 of the subroutines will resolve. The problem is they're Banhar subroutines. So you want to pay 2 credits to do net damage, it's going to be net damage no matter what.
Yeah.
Well, Chris could break.
Looks like he's taking it.
Strike Fund, gain 2. Mind you, we did hit one off the price. That does trigger off the top of the deck. Daily Cast going out 2. That's the champ deck printing full arts, if I'm not mistaken. And Miss Bones hitting the bin as well, trashing herself. Break for 1, break for 3. We're going to see 2 cards here. It's more the Maw than the Axis is. The moon pool can't be trashed. It needs to be not mod. Red level clearance. 4 cards in hand. Again, the hedge fund. Whether you need the padding here, 5 is not a legal roll. Come back with 3.
Let's see what it is.
Oh, it's the pool.
It's the pool.
Alex definitely didn't want to lose that, but I think all the cards in hand were combo cards. It was like 2 commandments, a RLC, and a moon pool. Like something bad's going to happen.
The options for Maw were bad and worse, and there's the agenda too.
You can score this.
I think you have
I
to
think
be
you
able to
do score this. Let's see a sudden commandment get played.
Commandment.
First time I think I've seen this on competitive tables. So you can draw 2, play an event. So here you play the red level clearance to gain a click. That means that you still need to play another event after that that gives you click gain, if I'm not mistaken, because we're now still only on 3 clicks.
So you can get an extra click off of the sudden commandment as well.
Oh, you pay
so
3.
You can pay for it and end up click positive.
Okay,
because
we're on
the fast advance.
Now we triple advance. Alex is on game point. The deck has 1 more copy of Post-Truth Dividend at 2-1.
Yes.
Chris knows that. He doesn't need the combo cards in his hand unless, and he has the Post-Truth in hand. He has the Post-Truth in hand. He top-teched it. He drew it off the sudden commandment.
The alarms.
Alex has the win in hand. Chris has to either touch it or disrupt it with Maw. And if he does, Chris is only on 5 points, and then Alex has to fast events out because he has the natural 2-1 that doesn't require support. I don't think he wanted to draw that with the commandment, but you have to just play it cool and continue.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Nothing's broken.
This, mind you, is just round 1. Both of these players definitely want to not take their first loss this early in the top cut, but they will still be in. I know I was talking to Alex, and he was a bit concerned that like playing against 2 Sportsmetal games, the tournament, it could just be over very fast, but this is definitely not very fast. Only 3 minutes left in the round. Only the finals are not timed, but we're going to get a real ending here.
Chris has not put a counter on twinning yet.
There you go. I think
there we go.
Yeah, he's just making sure it's Azmari, right?
2 clicks remaining. I mean, yeah,
gotta
HQ,
send it.
Okay.
Take some damage, pay 4 credits for an Axis, get that Maw again. He can see most of the hand. With Maw, he sees the whole hand.
I think there's 3 cards in hand.
Yes.
So
twinning Maw, like you're probably going to hit every single card.
Weirdly, I think the best case scenario for Alex is
to lose the post-truth?
Yes, if he misses the post-truth and Maws it instead.
But you see, Chris has been just like checking archives. Mavirus.
There's Mav.
Now, it doesn't matter. You don't need to trash it.
You don't need to trash it, but if you don't, you do get to Maw.
And I think you want the Maw here.
I think I roll the dice because the Maw is much more valuable.
Trashing it. Now it's a 50-50.
50-50.
50-50 to keep it.
Okay,
now if he doesn't trash that, he Maws the other card. But if he trashes this, it looks like he loses a win condition, but Alex has the win in his hand.
Yeah.
So even if it hits the Maw, it's another 50-50.
Chris is thinking about this one.
This is such an important decision.
Alex, in the dark, I think you're really thinking hard about trashing.
Alex looks cool here. He doesn't seem pressured. Chewing his finger just a small bit, trying to keep the pressure.
Looking at him. Keep it. It looks like a Maw. Yes.
Oh, we're mawing. This is a 50 for the game. Even is the hit. He hits it. Alex keeping the 1 card in hand that he can still get out, but he's running. Yeah, he straight runs archives.
He found it. Okay.
Exciting Mystic for 1, gets to check the rest of the deck. There's another face down. It was a moon pool. He hit 2 important cards on those last 2 triggers.
Now the timer is on Alex's side here.
1 minute 45 left.
As the player with more points.
Up on 1 point. So now he needs to build a multi-card combo. That Subliminal is not coming back. Those red level clearances are both spent. All he has in hand is a Sudden Commandment. And in terms of the clicking cards in the deck, he has nothing. There's nothing besides getting a Spin Doctor down and working a bit harder. Planogram to draw 3. We have a spin in hand, but we also have a Tomorrow's Headline.
Yes.
That is the game point for either player. Spin Doctor is going to be installed here. The question is, what do you want to do with it? Do you want to force a run? You can read that obviously mid-run, but Alex here has a tricky out. Looks like a bit of a shared laugh between the players. Chris still figuring it out, keeping the pressure on. Turn after turn, HQ.
And Chris should have perfect information as far as what this asset is.
Legwork. He still has the legwork now. He can just send it. Now you can draw 2 with the Spin Doctor to interrupt it, but there's 4 cards in hand. It'll be up to 6. If you hit a 2-pointer, of which there's still King Making, there's still Beal, I think.
There's 1 more Beal. Yes.
They're
all gone. Yeah. So King Making, 1x Post Truth. Or no, those are gone too.
And the headline in hand.
And the headline. Yes, that's it.
Chris drawing up for 1, has a Steel Skin in hand. That does make it easier to swallow the set. We have enough if you need a Banhar, but we did not call Banhar this turn. Running that Spin Doctor, we're going to res it.
Yep, there's Spinny D.
So 2 more cards in hand. We are off camera here, but Alex is going to use it immediately to shuffle, again, the win condition cards. I'm assuming that's going to be like red level clearance. Maybe, I guess we have a commandment in hand, but you do need a commandment for a trick.
I don't think Moonpool is... I don't think it's Moonpool because there's so many agendas that are gone.
Yeah. Another spin. Yeah, you're right. You need agendas for that to do anything. So we did lose a spin early. That's now back to the deck. Alex, 5 cards in hand, if not 6.
We are about to hit time, and that is time.
I do think off camera someone just said time in the round. So Chris gets to finish his turn, and Alex gets to finish the following.
Chris has, I believe, 2 clicks to win this game.
Yep. Even if he can find a 1-pointer, he might take a tie. If it is a tie, Chris, being the higher seed, will get a full win. Mind you, there are no ties in double elimination top cut.
How many cards in Chris's hand? Looks like 4. I'm wondering if you can just run...
Oh, you can see the hand. He drew into a rhyme. I think there's only one agenda in hand.
Okay.
Oh, no, there's a hub, too. It looks like a hub and headline.
Now, how does Chris get through double threat? Are they just going to fire?
Yeah.
He does have a steel skin in hand, so he can tank 1.
Well, it's not Banhard. I think he just lets them fire.
Well, now he has only 3 cards in hand, though.
Oh, you break the net damage.
Oh, you can just break
he's planning it out, mind
Okay.
you. He is going to go linearly, but he's going to break the net damage on 1, and then he can just let the other ones fire. Now, it's risky, because one of the subroutines is you may draw up to 2 cards. That obviously is into an open hand, and you can do that. Alex can run the math to see if drawing unknown cards are better or worse, but this is a legwork. You're going to see 4 cards.
Yeah, this cuts
Alex
both ways.
needs to draw, because he needs to make sure there's not more 2-pointers in the hand.
You need to draw and then knock the top of your deck and hope you do not draw those king makings.
Yeah. Yeah, the king making is the other liability here for sure. Or even just like another 1-pointer. You hit 2 1-pointers.
Really. Yeah, any agenda is lethal here for Chris.
Sarievna, draw 2.
So it's,
Gain
take
2,
a tag and
take
you
a
may
tag.
draw.
That's not a bad publicity token for those watching. That is a tag.
Oh, we're not? Okay.
2 net damage, because you might hit the steel skin, right?
There's the steel skin. So now the net damage sub can fire.
Oh, it's only one more card
He's
here.
going to deny the draw.
He has only 2 cards. Yeah, he's denying the draw. Oh, actually, no.
No. Oh, because the stack is empty.
Yeah, the stack is now empty. So now we're going to break 2 of these so you can deny the draw. Alex, I don't even think if he looked at the cards he drew. What are you going to do about it? You have no more decisions to make. Just kind of take the wheel.
And there is also, depending on what was drawn and how many agendas are in there, there is also the corner case of mawing the agenda away from yourself.
Yes. You do have 1 click to check. Chris has been checking.
Oh, there's a spare
8
click.
cards. Rolling a d12. Come again. That's a 6. Count it out.
1. That's
Oh,
it.
headline. Chris has it. 7
Chris.
points on the last possible turn. What a game.
Incredible.
Alex almost getting there, holding on 6, but Chris just running HQ over and over again. I'd love to see the hand there, but the turn after turn dismantling the combo. He had the 2-1. He had the poster, drawing it off of the commandment. What a start to this tournament.
Sometimes it's not about winning. Sometimes it's about not letting them win.
Yes, and mind you, that legwork was shuffled back in. A very interesting include in this deck as HQ pressure, but that is connecting in a really, really great way. Phenomenal play. Again, both of these players, Chris was the top seed, Alex was the 8th seed, the only NBN we have, a deck that he would not want to play Bologna if he could. I'm hoping to see more of the deck because it's really, really cool. But Chris, going to start the day top seed undefeated, means he'll continue in the upper bracket, but Alex is not done just yet. He will be continuing in the bottom bracket until he takes a 2nd loss. What a good start for round 1.
Couldn't ask for a better game. Legwork has been around for a decade this year, if you can believe that.
I cannot believe that.
2014,
That's
unearned profit.
pretty cool. If you're tuning in, mind you, this is just round 1 of day 2. Here we are in NANPC Boston Battleground Games. An absolutely exciting start to the day, and we're going to have much more. Mind you, this is Eric's stream. This is Eric Hyden's being on Static. We're so stoked to be here. He cannot join us today, but we still have all this set up, so shout-outs in the chat if you want to like the stream. That's absolutely fantastic. My name's Andre from the Metropolitan Grid. Excited to be here. Joined by Cranked. Coming all the way in from Wisconsin. Thanks for making it. Yeah, that's amazing. And we'll be back again. We're going to update you with the standings. You can follow at home if you want to. Go to aesopstables.net. You will be able to see the standings and the ID distributions. Mind you, today behind us, we have our soundproof barrier technology, but there are a bunch of people around the room playing other alternate Netrunner formats today. So fantastic events here at NANPC Boston. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Thanks. Welcome back to NANPC Boston. This is the top cut. It is day 2. We're only 2 rounds in. We're looking at lower bracket. My name is Andre. I'm joined by Izzy. Izzy, how's it going?
Hello, hello. It's going well.
Izzy, mind you, from the community team at Null Signal Games, also a member of QTM. So happy you can join for this round. We're off to quite a great start, mind you. This is Op versus Zahya, a very fun and exciting matchup. Mind you, on the left, that is Eric Keelback, Whiteblade. You might know him, one of the big NANPC organizers. He's just jamming some Zahya games. Good stuff, Criminal. Did you play against either of these players yesterday?
Yeah, I played against Eric, but I played against his Sportsmetal deck, so I haven't seen this side of the matchup.
Okay. So he does love this. He has that sort of deck that I kind of recommend to a lot of newer players. On the right, mind you, all the way coming in from San Francisco, this is Neil. This is Nykeride, who's playing some good stuff Op. Now, we saw a fair bit of Op yesterday. It wasn't as popular as I feel it has been at some tournaments, but this looks like nothing too flashy. We're getting a Rashida there in the remote server. That's popping off, getting 3 cards and 3 credits. But this just looks to be like seamless launch, score out in the remote server as fast as you can. There's none of the new cards. We've seen a lot of like Op technology upgrades with things like Basalt Spire. We've seen some Hollow-Man decks. This feels like an older Op deck. The only big tricks are like Stavka, no Afron even.
No Halfrun. That's really the most notable thing here about it, I think, that you don't have that Halfrun combo. And so you don't have to respect it as the Zahya player. As Criminal, like the Stavka Halfrun combo is really the scariest thing in the mid to early game that you're worried about for face checking.
Yeah, we'll see how Eric respects it, right? Like, if you lose your breakers to Stavka as a Criminal, a lot of those breakers are only one-ofs. They're not coming back. You still have some other options. There's no Amakua, mind you, in this list, but there's still boomerangs, no inside jobs. So if those stuff goes down, it goes down. We're also not on flip switch. So some of those face checks, if Nykeride can set up that 7-strength Stavka, it's going to be a problem. So we'll see if Eric stops or delays getting down his breakers. If that's the case, you can lose them to AZFs as much as Nykeride's only on 1.
I do think it's so interesting that Eric's on a twinning list. I know that in testing, I tried a bunch of different twinning Criminals and found that having it bounce with working prototype just happened far too often for me to want to bring it. So I brought Deep Dive.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on resources. So I think we'll probably still see Awaken Plant if it comes down. But Sandstone Res, those counters are technically not virus counters. Those are strength counters. So Nykeride's doing it a bit different. Inside job on the remote server. We do have 2 inside jobs in the list. So we're going to challenge this. The upgrade looks like it could be a Tucana. Malaperts are often in these things, and Mavirus as a 3-of is a pretty quintessential way to get some tricks at instant speed with Op. How do you like this matchup? Do you like playing good stuff Criminal against Op? It feels it can be a bit difficult if it gets away in the mid-game.
Yeah, it really depends on the start. Crim has the tools to really handle a lot of the unfair things. Like if you're using boomerangs and inside jobs early and those come up first, you have pretty good shots of just shutting down a lot of that corpse aggression. If you can keep the Rashidas down, then you can really have a good shot of keeping their money down long enough for you to get set up and to get those value runs working in your favor and to win off centrals. These op decks, I find, have a tendency to leak 2-pointers a little bit. But if the op is able to push out before the Criminal has enough of those tools to get in, they can just run away with the game before the Criminal can have enough time to set up and actually contest things reliably. Eric, of course, not on Doof.
Whiteblade, mind you, we got into that Sandstone remote server 2 upgrades. One of them was a Regolith. That was trash for 3. The other, that's the Sovereign of Subway's Managarm Skunkworks. In foil even. We had Nykeride on a stream on Metroball Grid a while ago playing against, I think, Sokka in like round 1, round 2, getting a win on stream. I know he talked to me about that just yesterday, how that was one of his favorite early Netrunner moments. He's only been playing for about a year and a half, mind you, so a relatively newer player playing at a high competitive standard. Top of the deck, Chesva coming down, Baya Bands as well, and we're just getting an Oaktown renovation, 2 points first scored for Whiteblade. Nykeride's doesn't seem like he has the sort of board presence you want about 4 turns into the game.
No, this seems like a slower start from the corporation, and especially on 3 credits, losing the Managarm feels like a tight spot. If the remote could be a cheeky Rashida, I might push there, but more likely a Spin Doctor.
Now we'll see here, the economy for the op decks. You have Extract, incredibly powerful and versatile card, but if you can't stick an early Rashida we did get, if you can't stick the Regolith, it feels like there's so much money attached to that. Looks like we have some sort of judge intervention. Whiteblade trying to explain what's going on here. I did think we have a Baya
Could be the
Bands.
bones without credits on it?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe it was installed with Paladin Puemo, which you can't do. It's a connection. But we only used a bit of the Chesva, so I think the bones came down from Chesva and the 1-cost reduction off of the Baya.
Baya Bands plus Chesva is a good interaction.
Yeah. Oh, maybe it was the Class Act draw that was whiffed. I think we're just going to play it as it lies. Again, huge shout out. That's Jeff on camera explaining how it works. We're going to get those 12 credits up. Base 6. Okay, yeah, base 6 is fine. And Nykeride drawing up here. Now with boomerangs, with inside jobs, single ice remote servers are not that easy. While you're expecting 2 pinholes in the list to deal with the Managarm Skunkworks, you're going to need another piece of ice here. Now Whiteblade's going to try and go as long as he can without installing breakers, so he doesn't have to worry about the Stavka, and you can go pretty far here. He has card draw coming in, he has economy with Paladin Puemo, he has those Chesva for trashing things off central servers. There's a lot of things to trash on central servers. We're looking at 7 upgrades, 7 assets. Like, you can just go deeper and deeper.
And Chesva really helps with that. Of course, there is one Azef protocol in this op list. Sometimes they run more. This one's only on the 1, so you don't have to respect as much that risk of losing your one-off breakers from hand as Criminal. But here, we see the Oaktown being pushed, getting that money back up. Oaktown is going to be a card I'm going to miss a lot.
Yeah, I do love Oaktown. Is rezzed when it's installed, or at least face up. It's not rezzed nor unrezzed. And advancement, gives you 2 credits, so it's like clicking for credit. Now with a single ice here, Boomerang's not going to do it, Inside Job's not going to do it, but Nykeride only has 3 credits. So you're not playing around Envelopment, you're not playing around Stavka, you're not playing around Border Control. Hermes is going to come down. We'll see if we hit Central Servers. No time just yet. So if you want to score at that Oaktown, at least the ice will return back to hand. I don't know if Nykeride feels comfortable leaving that for a turn on top of the Managarm Skunkworks.
Nice to be able to get in and trash that Managarm on and off turn. Kind of expensive without a tool to do it already installed on the board, though.
Yeah, this deck only has a single pinhole, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong Criminal deck. That's actually Nykeride, mind you, one of the other Criminal top players in this cut, playing some Ken. So we're looking at 2 pinhole in the Zahya deck. So that's probably the way that you want to deal with the Managarm, so you don't have to pay the additional tax, let alone you can double dip into those Chesva credits as long as you pinhole a central server. And we didn't mention that. That is a Zahya altar. That's the foil one. That was one really hard to get from Worlds 2022 in Toronto. And that Zahya ability hasn't fired for a couple turns. We've only got a couple central axes. Scoring out, Nykeride up on 2 points as well, trading Oaktown renovations across the table, getting those credits coming in, 6 credits. Now, Hermes is a mandatory, so that ice is going back to hand. Nykeride's going to be forced to discard a card here, probably holding 6 cards in hand after the mandatory draw, or 7 even after the bounce. What do you think here is Whiteblade? Twinning coming down would be quite nice. You want to build that multi-axis. It works obviously for pressure with Hermes to keep the board state down, but also Zahya. That's where your money is. This is not the sort of like jailbreak sort of multi-axis Zahya. This is more like a control good stuff Criminal in some ways.
Yeah, we've got money ticking in with cast. We're down on 2 cards in hand. It seems likely that the next thing that we need really is the tools that we're looking for.
Ooh, Wake. Losing the only other card in hand. A meat damage one comes down. Now every HQ run, we drew a boomerang. That is going to be kept. We're bottoming. Did you see the other card?
I didn't. Losing Bones there seems entirely reasonable. I expect about 12 credits on installables is about the most you can expect to spend in this matchup.
2 Dawkins Pass. I think it might have been Dawkins Pass. So now there's a fair bit of HQ pressure. So now there's 2 servers. If Whiteblade can crack into HQ, which the Kurapiro does eventually get through that cheap, you are going to farm it. I do think there's a bounce off of that down to 4 counters. The deck is on 3 virus, so sometimes those strengths just shoot back up. Technically, they have virus counters. The way the Nykeride does it is a bit more intuitive to watch. That will count the strength, not the number of counters on the ice itself. Is that Spin Doctor Shuffle? Yep. Challenging. Spin Doctor's going to put some stuff back into the deck. That was on the table for a while now. And we'll see. Nykeride here has enough money to get another ice on their remote server, but now it's so hard with R&D wide open. Can you push in the remote server? Can you install Advance? Maybe with Seamless, you can bluff a bit, put 2 cards in the remote server. But if you run R&D, if you get into HQ, get those Wake and Plant charges, Hermes can entirely control the game from this point forward.
Yeah, it's tough. I don't know how hard you prioritize icing R&D until there's a point where the Criminal's getting those Wake counters. Those singles, like, yeah, it's a click for a credit and an access, but it's still not the best value you can get for a click. And I think that Eric really biases towards value plays, trying to get into like not making runs just for singles.
Yeah.
Unless there's a strong reason to need to hit an agenda right then and there for Hermes. So I think R&D could stay open a little bit longer. And having a remote to push into, I think, is the highest priority here.
Install in front, install on top of the Managarm Skunkworks. We saw a bit of Neil's hand there. I believe he was holding it above the law, and it looked like another agenda, probably, I think, a full art Project Atlas. So on the table, and again, clicking for credit. Scoring out's a bit expensive. No Tucanas, no Malapert so far. None of these like tempo positive snowballing upgrades, which you definitely want to be scoring on top of. And then we get Boomerang installed on top of the Sandstone. We're going to HQ. Dawkins Pass coming down. We're going to get 2 cards, 2 credits, and then the ability to swing centrals if you want. Boomerang going to get through down to 3 strength. There are agendas in hand. We do know that, I'm pretty sure. And you're going to see half the hand. And we're not rolling dice. We're just grabbing stuff. There's the above the law. 4 points up to Whiteblade. What are you bouncing? The ice or what's in the remote server?
Oh, I think you bounce the card in it, and Eric chooses that. You're not getting that other access on HQ here to do it, but you're not probably running that this turn, so you may as well stop whatever's happening there.
Zahya getting 2 credits. Paladin Puemo getting a credit. Shuffling that Boomerang back in. That's an interesting play. You are going to do it, of course you are, but you just have to remember with Class Act, that information, that ordering. Sometimes you do want to disrupt it, sometimes you don't, so I do think an extra Zdoklin's Pass is back in the mix. Not a huge deal. Drawing up another Paladin Puemo. He's playing 2 different altards. Getting that to the bottom with Class Act, if I'm not mistaken, and Nykeride is now returned to a board state that doesn't look incredibly different from the turn before. Looking at the hand there, R&D open. HQ eventually is going to be broken for a credit once the mutual favor or the Kurapir comes down. We're on a single mutual favor, single breaker. We didn't mention there's an SDS drone deployment as a one of. The Chesva is a nice thing to get down early, so if you find one, you can trash that instead of actually trashing a breaker, which those do not come back. And we'll see now if Whiteblade respects a Stavka on R&D. That's the worst case scenario by a mile, isn't it?
Although here you only lose the Chesva. Not bad yet until we put a breaker down. Not having the Tucana is so rough on Nykride's side. Like, it's so much harder to push as the Ob with an early Hermes if you don't have that pushing you forward to get a little bit more ice back on the board clicklessly.
And it's not even like you don't have the Tucana. It means you also don't have the Mavirus. Like, there's so many ways to get those Tucanas. It's like 5 cards you're drawing into. I think we have a mutual favor in hand, so we might just scout out the ice on R&D first. It will be res then, so Hermes has less to do, but it forces, again, only 6 credits, and most of this ice is res for at least half the money Nykeride has. I think the cheapest, we're usually on a tithe or an ice wall. Just checking the list, it would be 1 tithe the cheapest. And Winchester.
On R&D, that's not where you want it, but when you only have it, it goes where it needs to be.
It goes where it has to go. This deck does have a Thimble Rig for some movement. There's still 2 relatively big traces. Trace 4 for a program. You can use these, the Chesva credits, you might as well. And Trace 3 for hardware. Both of those are actually quite valuable. Zahya doesn't have Link. So you're going to be paying. We're going to boost into the first one. Nykeride can't really afford to boost the second. So still a pretty good financial swing, as much as that card does hold up against Carmen, even if it doesn't have the end of the run. We're seeing 2 here. Top of the deck, that's a seamless launch into a Stavka. Going to get 2 credits back here. So now already not too easy to run unless you say, okay, I don't need my hardware, but you definitely want to keep that Waken Plant, the Docklins, the Hermes. They're all very, very powerful cards.
Winchester on R&D notably weak to Boomerang.
Yeah, very weak.
In the Slim Criminal deck, these Boomerangs are going to come back, 2 of them in the 20-odd cards remaining.
Paladin Puemo trekking along, getting down that daily cast. This deck has 2 Twinnings. Not incredibly necessary while you have that wake pressure, but you would get one down if you can. And just look at that board state. Compare the 2 board states. Some end the run gear check eyes that are slowly ticking down. You do have the Mana Garm, and there's a chance your Nykeride top decking the seamless launch can make an aggressive play. An Atlas of the counter is something, but with only 2 credits, you actually can't do too much. Passing it over here.
Question from chat about Sneak Door. There is no Sneak Door in Eric's list. There are the 3 breakers, 2 Chesva, and that's it for programs.
Extract. We're getting rid of that Winchester. Going to go for 3 coster. So we're looking at Sandstones for barriers. In terms of the code gates, what's the choice? We're probably on Magnet. No copies of Enigma, but so Magnet's going to be the 3 cost code gate if you want to get that. Otherwise, a full play set of the Sandstones. That thing doesn't hold up for the whole game.
Do you grab them a virus and use it to tutor a 2-coster? No, we're getting the Magnet.
Yeah, it comes in res, which is great. Mind you, Op's ability is only fired once so far, and that's usually kind of the defining thing. The more Op fires, the more Op is winning. The less Op fires, usually, that's not a good sign, but Magnet's coming down. Going to require breaker. Will be a bit cheaper. The code gate breaker, mind you, is Shibboleth. That always feels like whenever I play this sort of list is like the downside of this list. It's like, you never like to play Shibboleth. We're on threat 4 already, so you're breaking Magnet for like 3 credits. It's not great.
I always find the influence for Unity in Crim. I
want to try if I can.
I'm on Cat's Cradle in mine for this time. I do not like Shibboleth.
Install into the Managram server. So one of those looks like an upgrade. Up on a healthy 9 credits, which is exactly what Nykeride needed there. Daily cast ticking down, Paladin ticking up, Chesva getting another coffee cup full. And mutual favor. The breaker call here is probably the Kurapira, considering Shibboleth is really expensive and you can send it HQ and build up the Awaken Plant tokens. There it is. A really cool Fractor. gets power counters when you fully break things, and that Sandstone's now going to be free to break with the Chesva. You can do that turn and turn again, getting Docklands, credits and accesses, Hermes Disruption, charging the Waking Plant.
This might be the best matchup for Kurapira's performance. Once you get those sandstones down, you're able to farm them, and then things like envelopment, which really the big barriers that this op is going to depend on to rush behind, become completely meaningless.
Yeah, border control is too easy to farm, so coming down on strength, we're just going to purge them of virus. Now you can do this on approach, you have to, because on encounter it loses one, and then you don't have a window because they break first, so it will still be 5 strength. Both players trading a laugh as we're looking at the deck list. I think Nykeride wanted to check, wait, is there Amaku or some other reason why I want to keep these alive? But we're just going to purge for some value.
Are we checking our own list to see what 2-costers we have?
I think you're right. Trying to see what we can get here. What do we have? I guess a 2-coster, we have Whoredom. Sorry, not Whoredom. Thimblerig. And we have Descent. So the run was already made. That's like the awkward thing, is if you want to get the ice on the table, you have to do it before the run's initiated, because you can't put ice in front of a runner. So it's just a Thimblerig. Again, all this ice is just cheap enough gear check. Thimblerig is broken for 1. So now we're at 5 strength. So you have to pay a bit more. You're still going to get 2 credits back with Zahya and the Dawkins Pass. The remote server did get a bit better.
There's still one more agenda in HQ, isn't there?
I don't know. There might be. It might be in the remote server, but one of those is the Mavirus. And if this is an agenda, this is a pretty rough hit. 3 cards. We're going to see 2 of them. Yes, Atlas. Whiteblade up on 6 points, returning that to hand. Now, that gets shuffled back in and now is an option to access, because we still have an additional accent with Dawkins Pass.
That's the game.
Whiteblade finding 8. Nykeride not having a great start, getting that regolith for economy down, struggling to get up ice to feel meaningful in the matchup, but Whiteblade just getting that start, keeping that Zahya pressure up. Unfortunately for Neil, that is going to be it for the top cut, but a player who traveled really far, hasn't been playing Netrunner for that long, needs to be very proud about the standings. This was quite a tough field. So really well played.
And it seemed like with the tools that he had, I don't know how much you could have done differently there. That was what the Zahya deck is trying to do in every way.
Yes, just pressure everything, force those reses. None of the face checks are worse for you than for the corporation spending the credits. And if anybody knows that matchup or knows that playstyle, it is definitely Whiteblade. Again, a huge shout out to Whiteblade, NANPC organizer, who's been running or starting all these NANPC stuff across the entirety of North America. It's been a fantastic year so far of organized grassroots tournament play. So stoked to be here, but congrats to both players. That's going to be round 2. Again, we have about 22 minutes left in the round, so it's going to be a bit of a gap before we come back. We're going to be losing 2 players this round if I understand the bracket. I never confidently understand the bracket. That sounds right?
Yeah. Because 4 players got knocked to the lower bracket after the first round, and then they all played, so 2 of them are now out.
All right, so we'll be left with 6 players. Again, this top cut will be going across all today. We're here at Battleground Games in Norton, Massachusetts. It's been a really fun weekend, and it's just coming to that, that top now 6 players left. So a fair bit more Netrunner to watch. My name's Andre from the Metropolitan Grid. I'm joined by Izzy. Izzy, thanks so much for joining. Can you talk about your time yesterday? Because you played at the event.
Yeah, the event yesterday was great. I was playing Neurospike Azmari, which I think is pretty good into the meta right now, and went 3-1 with that. And a Deep Dive Sable, which went 1-3, which Criminal, I think, is still the weakest faction, but I think is now viable to play. I had a very good time playing both decks. Very good games. Lost to Whiteblade, lost to Ysengrin, lost to a bunch of other very good players, and had a great time doing it.
Yeah, no, the vibe's been fantastic. There's some really competitive players here, but everyone, again, is so nice. Just so happy people are coming out. Just to talk really quickly, again, we were playing big agenda NBN. Bologna was being the big ban target of the last, week ago. We only saw 4 NBN decks. If you look at tournaments from 2 weeks ago, it's mostly NBN decks. How's it felt, that deck without Bologna? Because that deck definitely wanted to play Bologna.
Bologna's good. Degree Mill's good too, it turns out. When your entire thing is, I'm going to stick a re-education behind 2 pieces of ice, and you have runners who are like, I'm going to install 2 breakers or just a couple of cards all game, making them shuffle those away to steal a 3-pointer makes it a whole lot easier to re-educate them.
Yeah, slows the game down. It's a hard thing when you have the early important cards go back into your deck. So excited to see more NBN today again. We did see Alex on the stream. Round 1 was an absolute treat. Mind you, if you're watching on YouTube, you want to check out round 1, you don't have to watch live. You can go back into the VOD, which is fantastic. So if you're just joining us right now, you can drop back. We have a whole game. We'll be back up here, mind you, in about 25 minutes. We have a lot more Netrunner today. Again, my name's Andre. Shout out to Izzy. Do you want to have any shout outs? You probably are going to be back doing some commentary later today.
I'll be back later.
Fantastic.
Listen to the QTM podcast, podcast.queeringthemessage.net.
Awesome.
I hope.
Yeah, I think that's right. Otherwise, don't go anywhere. You're watching NANPC Boston. This is day 2 on Neon Static. Give the video a like. This has been absolutely Herculean effort from everyone getting this stream up. So we'll be back in 20 minutes. Welcome back. This is NANPC Boston Day 2 Top Cut. We are 3 rounds in, just about to begin the 3rd round. My name is Andre from the Metropolitan Grid. I'm joined by CTZ. CTZ, how's it going?
Hello, gang. Wonderful day, wonderful times, great players. Let's get ready for it.
Super stoked that you can join us for this. You played yesterday. We're having some fantastic games today. Mind you, we're 3 rounds in, so 2 players have left the bottom of the top 8 bracket. We just saw Neil or Nykeride leave, unfortunately. Zahya just finding the points. And I believe Erica also had to drop out the bracket. Unfortunately, a game loss off of a misreported deck list, which that just hurts.
It's such a tough situation, but everyone handled it well. Wonderful Netrunner community and players. No biggie, all good. We're heading on.
For sure. And now we got 2 players again. This is another lower bracket game, so whoever loses this game is going to be leaving the bracket. And we're seeing an archetype that actually is incredibly performant. The top 3 players in a row playing very similar decks. This is Sportsmetal. We haven't seen Sportsmetal in a while. It's a bit of a surprise pick.
Back.
Yeah, it's such a throwback deck. This is what I know. I was talking to Whiteblade. He's calling it the sort of like Blame Changer 2.0. This is just scoring out as fast as you can. Have you played against Sports yesterday? Did you run into this thing?
No, I was going against a lot of Jinteki for the majority of yesterday.
No
It was
way.
really interesting. Yeah. But it was great games all around. I was playing lap. Wonderful stuff. Very similar to Ari. So familiar with the Shaper cards that I usually make fun of in jest, of course. So yeah.
So Sportsmetal, mind you, one of the old Rain and Reverie FFG identities. It says gain 2 cards or 2 credits whenever an agenda is scored or stolen. So we're looking at a whopping 12 agendas. A lot of these are 1-pointers, and Rongy's decks have so many different ways to fast advance things out. Biotic Labor, Audacity, Bass, even red level clearance on top of that. Some of these lists are actually not even on 15 influence. We're on 13 influence. Blame Changer was 14. We're down to 13. Every iteration is getting closer just to that HB neutral archetypal perfect deck.
I think a great comment I heard earlier about that is HB just has so many powerful cards that the idea of leaving a few influence off the table, that's just more powerful purple cards.
Seems totally fine. Alex, too, it's like we saw this Arissana deck on stream. It's such a cool deck because it's an Onacom deck. There you go.
And we're up in it. We got 2 remotes. R&D covered, Onacom, the gasoline machine. Trick shot. Woo-hoo-hoo.
Sending it in.
Continuing on.
Ice here, I do think we have in hand. Arissana's ability allows you to clicklessly install during runs. I do think we have an Ika in hand. In terms of the ice, you're expecting a Blade of Gatekeeper Drafter. That's it. There's only 3 different ice. And no matter what, you're going to get that trick shot value. You're going to get extra credits and extra click compression to trash those remotes. Get down those Basses, Rashidas, Marylands, whatever you need to contest early. Wage Workers, another expensive trash.
Yeah, super powerful. You're already getting +2 clicks, obviously with the Anakin draw. That's a free one, and then a free remote, which excellent.
That is a Drafter OP alt art. Ika coming down, not the cheapest to deal with it on the install because you have to host it for 2, and I think it's another 3 credits. I don't internalize the Ika break cost too well, but
yeah,
Drafter here, you can let some of the subroutines fire. There's nothing in archives. The HQ install does matter.
Absolutely.
So we'll see how many of these you're going to break. I do think you break 1 for 2, though, with Ika, so you can break as much as you can afford to.
Yes.
Double access here on Trick Shot, a new card. Ico off the top.
Ooh.
Alex has the credits on the Trick Shot.
$2. The bonus bucks coming into play.
Ranji deciding there. 2 cards or 2 credits. Definitely could use some more money here. We're going to see 1 more card after this. Stealing an early Ico was a fantastic start. That is definitely not Project Vacheron.
Oh, very criminal vibes, going fast, doing the thing. Draw,
Second access,
and
Mega
another
Pre.
agenda. Wow, even with the draw too. Holy
Starting up
cannoli.
on 4 points. Ian definitely in a hard spot here.
Dios mio.
Now we're running a remote server. Now we can't really trash anything, so best case is maybe an agenda.
Yeah.
Ian deciding whether he wants to get 2 cards or 2 credits here. Important. We see that hand. I think we see on Audacity in hand. If there's a Spin Doctor on the table, it's a bit of a safer play.
Had to guess, there might be a Hyperloop on the table.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Or the hub. It's a Rashido. No credits to trash.
Chilling.
Now, very importantly, Alex's deck doesn't have any SMCs, but we have Simul Chips, we have Muses, and it does have a single copy of Claw. This is actually, Claw wasn't very popular yesterday, which is a big reason the Sportsmetal decks are going so fast against Hoshiko and just getting to points.
Just going.
Now, if anybody can recover from this board state or this 4-point turn 1 swing, it is Rongydoge. Definitely.
He's going to visit the tank a little bit, take some time after all that excitement, and that is the right move to do.
Red level clearance. None of those cards rezzed.
No,
Rashida was not rezzed and fired.
No.
That is definitely a bit of a tell. Mana Garm, I believe, is installed on top of the Rashida. Greasing the palm, going to install. Taking that back. Now, mind you, Rongy had a very rough defeat just in the last game, knocking him to lower brackets. Falsely taking the last click away on when time was called. We're just going to go for Audacity.
Going in and out right now.
Scoring just
Plot
to
ain't stopping
Vitruvius.
that. 3-2 on the table.
I'd imagine maybe a Spin Doctor drawing 2 into an uniced HQ is a risky line that you have to take.
Yep.
I was saying Ian had to take a bit of a walk outside, take a bit of a breath, because it was definitely a bad beat that he was under control of. So let's see if he can calm his mind down. Being behind 4 points, he does seem focused. Alex now on 1 credit. The Onyx board state. He's considering the trick shots.
Trick shot right there.
It's a free pressure on R&D. This could be over in 2 turns.
This could be rough. I think we're going to send it. Oh, okay.
Clicking for credit.
Still on the table.
Mind you, deep dive when you're on 4 points.
Yep. Just in case Ikoa comes up. Yeah.
4 credits. You can use 3 of those, I believe, to break the drafter.
It's already there.
And we get 2 back. We see 2 cards. This could be it. A Blade of Barrier off the top. We're already on threat. That's a Tranquility home grid?
Stay, yeah.
That's the West Coast special?
Yes.
Seattle Skyline,
Seattle
if I'm not mistaken. We're touching a card. This card's been on the table.
Hyperloop there it was, yeah.
3 credits for Ranji.
Okay.
Probably going for the card draw. We're now up on 5 points. What can Ranji do to get out of this?
He's got to dig, and the fact that he has an Audacity down, I think he really needs to try and take advantage of Tranquility Grid for again, increase in flexibility, because his ID is not going to be firing presumably very much, or at least not as much as it would have been. So yeah, I think he's got to dig.
This is frightening. He knows the list Alex is playing is on 3 deep dives, and with only 1 ice, we know a Blade of is coming up. A single deep dive, if you find any of the 2-pointers in the list, we were looking at a full set of Vitruviuses, 1 Luminal Transubstantiation, of course, 1 more Ikoa. That's it. Now, Alex doesn't have a lot of card draw. We look at the hand. Economy is also super gated. This does have Creative Commission, but Sure Gamble is definitely a bit more expensive to get down.
Totally. I think Ranji really, if he can get a Luminal here, that would really crack things open.
Audacity Luminal turn 1 is so goofy in Sportsmetal. You got to turn back a hand back. So Ranji firing Rashida, 3 cards, 3 credits. We see a bit of the hand, greasing the palm. We know a Blade of is there.
I think.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Card, from the right.
2 points. Can Alex threaten Clot? Now, Maviruses, we're looking at 2 copies. That's the one way you can interact with Clot in instant speed. We're starting with a Wage Worker, just rezzing it, so this is going to be a triple install turn.
3-card Monty, let's get it going.
And now with HQ wide open, Ranji knows that there are 3 targets in the deck that are single axis wins for Alex. Now, the multi-axis in the deck is only Deep Dive and 3 copies of Trick Shot. We've seen 2 so far. Manigarm, doing some heavy lifting. Alex can always double-click through it. 5 credits are far away. That is the upgrade.
Those credits aren't coming anytime soon, we think.
Another upgrade, so Tranquility we're expecting.
Oh, Clown Car right there.
We're going to grease some palms. A Blade of on HQ is probably the call.
110%.
So Alex now trying to figure out where the pressure is. That hand is a bit awkward. You can get down Nuka and start drawing, but clicking for credits might be the start.
Probably going to have to do that.
This is not a
peek. Interesting. Okay. All right.
Yeah, it could be in there. I think there might be 1 point in there.
I suspect it's in the remote.
A virus.
Yeah, it's gone. Okay, probably going back now if he was interested in that already. HQ that being.
Now, no Arissana installs. This is not a coupon deck. Like, this actually can make money running that easily. So now we're looking at a 50-50, evens or odds. Rolling the spin down. Maryland
campaign stays.
Ranji playing it cool. Alex is not progressing the board state. Checking their remote server.
Checking the remote.
Now, you know there's the Manigarm, so forcing the res is all that's going to happen here.
A little bit of information.
Now, in theory, it might have not been a Manigarm when you're stacking the upgrades and you see him a virus, it's more likely, but second Rashida now, Ranji's going to get some HQ pressure his way. Love to draw a piece
of
ice.
We're on that magic number 7. We got options with that. 4, lots of decisions. Take a bit of a pause.
Alex hasn't checked archives after the Audacity, right?
Correct. I believe there's 2 in there, if I remember correctly. Okay, grid, huge.
So the first install in the remote server is 2 cards or 2 credits. Ranji would love that flexibility. Now, this deck can play pretty low in credits. Biotic is the most expensive play the deck has access to. That'd be 7 credits for most agendas.
I suspect he'll be drawing cards here. Just the fact that he's on 7, that's safe in getting the cards as more options, which is definitely what he needs right now. And especially with, increasing the palm, most definitely taking cards.
So just drawing 1 card, mind you, greasing the palm gives you an install and 2 credits as long as you can afford it. The tag clause is definitely not going to matter. We're going to see that triple install. Wage Workers fires here and just icing HQ.
There we go. Oh, no, that's right. Slow down, buddy. All good.
1, 2, 3, 4. Did he draw once? That was the Wage Workers 4? Yeah, that was 3 installs? Did we get a mandatory draw or something? Or sorry, a click to draw? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Greasing the palm. Oh, but that doesn't matter. It's still an install, right? Oh, it's
no, it's not.
Not
an
an
install.
Right.
Yeah, it's at the start. Yep.
Sure gamble to gain 4. I think we're just clicking for credits here.
Our
Alex
econ.
taking a turn off. So we're expecting Maryland in the far remote server, but Rongy did draw a lot there. So we'll see what he has. No res, so sometimes that Maryland money is actually better spent as misinformation. Do you worry about the Bass? Just Mega Pretty, mind you, with 3-2, Rongy up on 4 points. There's one in the other player's score area and any score area, drawing 2 cards.
5-4, close one.
Alex, we see in hand, he's been holding it since the opening hand. He does have a Slap Vandal, not the most common card in Arissana lists.
Definitely not. Yeah.
So if you want to poke HQ here, the Blade of will get something back onto the table, maybe Fire Tranquility, but you are going through for 1 credit and 1 install. If it is a Gatekeeper, you can break the end the run subroutine. We'll see how it goes, but...
I'll take 2, passing it back.
Right, Wage Workers off the
Yeah.
triple advance feels good. Mind you, not a nice server, just saying you're not going to double click through the Mana
you won't.
Garb.
You just worked so hard for that sure gamble. On checking it right away.
Keeping it honest.
Flexibility. All right.
Double click, so that's 7 cards trashables. Maryland on top of it, Rongy, great install there, forcing the interaction. Whether the Mana Garb goes down, Alex is keeping his money up. Probably wants to just focus now on getting a deep dive off. So
yeah, I would have maybe trashed the Mana Garb there just since you're there, but totally understood that, again, he worked real hard for those credits, and it would be a tough decision.
So CB transitions to get the Nuka down, but he's running HQ with the Slap Vandal in hand. We're expecting an ablative. That could be what's on R&D. I think that's more likely. So maybe I think we see a drafter there. Rongy looking at his hand. Ian is figuring out whether he wants to res that again.
Yeah,
the
you
Ika can
install
move.
from HQ, which would make a lot of sense. Yada, yada, yada.
We're paying 3. There's
There's the
another.
drafter.
So here you could Slap Vandal one of the subroutines. You can also move the Ika around to cost 2 credits and then 3 more to break.
I think you got to move and break here.
Yeah, you can't fire this last click.
Yeah.
You just install an
Evaluating here,
agenda.
but I 110%. I think you gotta move, break, take it. Pretty sure he understands that.
Now we see the hand. A lot of breakers, a bit of card draw. No actual pressure cards. Again, it's only the deep dives, but Muse from hand. So
Muse from
I think
hand.
we have a second Ika. I think it's listed on multiple Ikas. Oh, no, it's only on one.
Just one.
So if you get an Echelon down, mind you, you do break for 2 credits because you hit, oh no, actually even more. Viserum. On approach, bypass for 2 credits. There is a Mavirus we saw already that was trashed, so you're looking only at 1 more.
Right.
Now, there technically is a window here if there's a Mavirus on the table.
Totally.
That Ian could purge.
What happened, I think. Yep. Only 2.
We're getting
Lay
access.
him out.
This could be game. Alex doesn't have the clicks
My
to deal
word.
with. Oh,
And a
that's it. Getting to
Vitruvius.
7.
Wow.
Rongy.
Oh, wow.
Alex is staying in there.
Brutal,
Ian
brutal,
unhappy
brutal.
with that. Rashida trying to look what he's going to get. It's more points. That might be the only agenda in HQ, but there's definitely 2 pointers there. Trying to figure out if he can get out of this, but definitely such a rough start into that trick
that
shot.
That start was a death sentence, I'm afraid. Just pure gas. And especially with the Ikawa, that just gives you, like, psychologically, it just alleviates so much. Okay, I can just need to get a couple more, no problem. And I got the complicated click to steal out of the way.
Yeah, there was an Ikawa, I think, in hand, so that actually could not have been stolen. So he's trying to figure out his way out of here. And I think next turn there's a chance, if he had the right cards, he can consider audacing out of the...
RLC to maybe do something then,
yes.
Yeah, exactly.
You try to get like the 3 clicks with Wage Workers Audacity. Like, there's a chance that Rongy actually could have scored out there. He might have been on game point.
Yep. 110%. Yeah, that is a really, really tough one. Fast and furious on both sides. Wow, wow, wow.
It looks like Alex is going to continue on. We might see that cool Azmari deck again. Both of these players were in the lower brackets. Ian, definitely a favorite. Fantastic performance, competitive last year. Top 16 player, winning the American Continentals. In-person Cascadia, picking up that Seattle skyline. But unfortunately, the end of the run for Ian. Now,
Tough stuff.
Excited to see again more of Alex's side. Our day is going to continue forward. This is just round 3 of the top cut. We have a lunch break coming up. I believe it's going to be about a 40-minute lunch break for these top competitors. Mind you, we have a bunch of people going on playing other side events behind us. They're having a fantastic day, but these players are going to need a break. So if you're watching, we're going to be throwing to music and we're going to be hanging out for a bit. In the meantime, CTZ, can you talk about your day yesterday? How was it?
Oh, it was amazing. So as much as I ended up in the middle of the field, it really came down to my last 2 rounds. And Lat was incredible. I still love that deck. If I had a tournament next weekend, I would pretty much play it card for card. I'll be posting the list pretty soon. Powerful run events, and then otherwise a little bit of that Coalescence Aesop's package, and then your standard Shaper stuff.
Cool.
And then with Ob, I had a few interesting choices. My best, which actually won me a timed win game against Jonas, which was the best game on the day for me. 3 Gatekeeper. The other spice, Zato City Grid, in which I used to resolve a draw 3, shuffle 3, and it was an incredible, incredible game. Otherwise, just very close back and forth, which was kind of what I was generally expecting. But I think runners are super duper empowered in this meta across the board. And so I just like choices and agency to pretend I'm feeling real good in the neighborhood. You know what I mean? And so,
I think like time was getting called, and basically half the room was standing around the table. There was like multiple applause rounds, and people like popping off.
I
It was super
had
exciting.
4 agendas ahead. It was just a crazy stuff. It worked perfectly, and loved it. Great time. I love traveling for Netrunner. Do it.
Yeah.
Go to OTG. Go to SF. Go to Nationals. Go to everything you can. It's the best time of year. Do it.
Fantastic. We have some fantastic organized play, whether it's an NANPC or, of course, NSG organized play. There's a lot of stuff this year to get involved in. Whether you're a grinder or whether you just want to play games and meet some nice people, there's a lot of opportunities. We're going to be throwing to a break. I think there's a chance we'll be coming back in a bit. Maybe we're going to see if we can do an interview with some of the players to talk about some of their experiences. If we can do that, we'll be excited to do that. If not, we'll be back in 40 minutes. CTZ, thanks so much for joining me.
Of course. Thank you so much for having me, y'all.
You're watching NANPC Boston. We'll be back for round 4 or some interviews in a bit. Welcome back. Day 2, we're here for a little interview. My name's Andre from the Metroball Grid. I'm very graciously joined by one of the strongest North American players, let alone global player, Rongydoge, or Ian, American Continental Champion last year in Cascadia, one of the other biggest in-person events of Netrunner. How's it going? We just saw that on stream. Top Cut, you're now unfortunately eliminated, but some fierce games we've seen from you across the days.
Oh yeah, I mean, tilted out of my mind.
Oh no.
That's fine. Yeah, Netrunner's good. Netrunner's hard.
Definitely is hard for sure. That opening start with like stealing 4 points on turn 1. Sportsmetal is a deck that can't come back. What are you thinking when that happens? Like, what are your ways out? You just, like, can you stop the central axis? Do you ice HQ? What's the game plan when you're playing from behind?
You can't stop central axis against that Arissana because they have a million tricks to get through your ice. Like Ablative is the best one that you have, and I don't think I had one early. Maybe I did have one like middle. But the idea is, of the sports deck, is they're getting accesses, but that pushes your game plan forward, and you can bleed points, but to push your game plan forward. The problem is, bleeding 4 points turn 1 is very hard.
Yes.
To like not bleed the rest of the points.
Yeah. Any of these awkward situations, do you draw? Are you getting credits with open HQ? Like, you have to start taking risks for sure. It definitely has to happen. At the end game, you're pulling out on the table. There is a puzzle which you actually can go from 4 to 7 by fast advancing with wage workers. I think you're just missing a biotic labor because there was an Ico in hand, wasn't there?
Yeah. So the Ico was on the board. I had a Rashida on the board, and my hand was Audacity, blank card, Hyperloop, Vitruvius, Icoa.
Okay.
And so the only card that kills me is the Vitruvius, which was the 1 in 5, and that sucked. But if, for instance, the Hyperloop is hit, I'm making money and drawing. And if the Ico is hit, it can't be stolen because it's click 4. And then I read the Rashida. I get 3 more cards. That draws me into RLC, which gets me 2 more cards clicklessly. But all I need is Antibiotic or RLC plus Bass, and that lets me go up to 4 clicks, install Triple Advance, get a Jeeves click, and Audacity the Icoa from hand. Which would, which was like the only out at that point of the game.
Yeah, but it's closer than it looked. Like, you had it set up, which is fantastic. Hey, that's a funny thing, because you said Jeeves Click, which is actually kind of the idea of this deck. This deck is nearly card for card of a very important deck from a couple of years ago. It's a Blame Changer deck. It's a bit of a meme that's attached to it, and it was the sort of Sportsmetal back in the day Project Vacheron. And I was surprised to hear this is card for card that deck, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the same deck. There are Icoas instead of Vacherons, and you get to play Ablative, which is the reason why the deck isn't dead, because you're not playing like GFI or Vacheron. But yeah, it's just, Corp feels pretty dystopic. There's like nothing that feels good on that side. But at the same time, on the runner side, like there's so much just value Hosh, where it just pushes itself forward, and you cut multi-axis because you're in control of the game the whole time. And sports is a deck where the runner can never really be truly in control of the game, because as they're pushing their game plan forward, it, as a byproduct, pushes yours, and then you're able to score out faster than they can like single you to death. And so that's why we gravitated towards it. There was the Veruca Sports with Amani that's very good, and probably is better than the Operation Sports, but just not nearly as fun to play. The problem with that one is it goes to time a lot, because you're going to bleed like 3 or 4 points, and then you're going to put the runner in hell with like Amani and Warrides. But the game the game drags. The game, and the runner can tank because it's like a complicated board state, and you don't know how you pay the Warride traces. And then you're going to be down like 3-2 on time, and what can you do? So it was like not a choice that we really considered for this event, we considered it, but like the sports. If it was untimed, I'd be bringing the Amani Sports, but because it's not untimed, I'll be bringing the Operation Sports.
Was it obvious to end up card for card to some old deck that was really prove it, or was it like an accident that you ended up to something that was so similar?
Eric posted an original sports in Snare Bears, and it had a bunch of bad slots. So then we just changed the slots, and then we looked at it, and it was the old list. But like we iterated a little bit. I put a subliminal in there, and I took it out. And there was we tried MCA, we tried. There's 13 influence in this deck, by the way.
Yeah.
We tried. There's like a few things that we tried, and then we just kind of settled here, and then I don't think we realized it was card for card the same list until we like saw this, and we were like, oh yeah, it is exactly the same list.
So if you haven't been playing in a while, you still have it sleeved up, you're basically good to go and play at a high tournament level. So that's absolutely fantastic. You mentioned about a lot of the Hoshiko decks. So you're on Good Stuff Hoshiko. The one thing I've really enjoyed that you are playing, and I haven't checked yet if other Snare Bears are, is Snare. And Snare looks incredible. There's a lot of matchups where it gets you some weird outs. Or not, I'm saying Snare. I meant to say Stargate. Excuse me.
Okay,
Yeah,
I got really mad
sense.
in my head. I was like, what? Like, no, stop.
So Stargate, right? Like we used to see Stargate again at that same era was pretty powerful. It's a powerful into sports. Is that card showing up for other reasons, or is it actually your way to deal with what other sports metal you might have expected to see?
I think it's a way to deal with sports. It's a way to deal with Barf Thule.
Yeah.
I really don't like the twinning or enjoy playing the twinning. I don't like playing multi-axis in that list at all because it's just you have enough forward momentum that you can just keep control of the game the whole time. And the Stargate is a concession because there are decks that are not about value or scoring that you need to deal with, and I'd rather not play it. I'd rather be playing the third Fermenter, or I'd rather be playing another Raindrops, but it's a concession that, you know, going into this field expecting like orthogonal corpse and expecting a bunch of sports because a bunch of Bears brought it, it was like, okay, we should be on one Stargate.
It's an exciting card. I'm a big fan of Stargate. It's always fun to watch because there's so much information for both sides. It's easy to watch on stream too, which is really cool. Thanks so much for joining us for questions. Again, we see some fantastic games from you across the 2 days. Do you have any shout-outs, whether for yourself, for Snare Bears, whatever it may be?
Oh yeah, I mean, shout out Bears, shout out Lentil Boss for coming out here. Shout out NANPC, Not Again for organizing. Eric and Jeff for running the event. Like, it feels good. It's like a 40-person regional, right? That's a sign of really good health. That's like 2018, 2019 levels of like, okay, we're back for regionals, and then we can build on that. And like, it feels like COVID, online play is online play, but like coming out of that.
I know what you mean.
And being able to be in person and travel for events and getting 40 people for regionals is great. And it's really exciting.
Yeah, the energy in this room, all the people who traveled again, long distances just to get. It's cool that you said regionals. For the older players, bring back regionals is kind of a bit of a meme, but it's been an absolute treat. So once again, Ian, well played, fantastic finish. Thanks so much for joining us. This is NANPC Boston Day 2. We're just about to hit a lunch break, and we'll be back in about 30 minutes for more Top Cut. Thanks for watching. We'll be back. Welcome back to NANPC Boston. This is day 2. We are at halfway through, just about, in the top cut. My name is Andre from the Metropolitan Grid. I'm joined by Henry. Henry, how's it going?
It's going well. I am now out of games and I can relax, but we've got a lot of really fun decks left, and I'm excited to join Andre here on stream and talk about him.
We're going to have a wild matchup. So, Henry, you played yesterday. You made the top cut. You're now 5th spot, 6th spot?
6th spot on seed.
Seed.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You had a fantastic run again. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So now we're technically into the lower finals. So we have 2 players who are playing. Again, they both taken 1 game loss already today. So whoever loses this game will be leaving the bottom of the bracket. Whoever wins this game will be playing against AnalyzeChris, who took his first loss just last round. And then that winner will go on to the finals. Currently, Santa is undefeated on that Thule deck. Hasn't lost a game in the whole weekend.
Right.
So there's definitely a high target painted. There's a lot of work to be done, but here we have on the table, again, 2 Canadians. Both of the Canadians coming in from Vancouver. That's a long meta. Yeah, a long way for sure. On the left, again, Whiteblade, NANPC organizer, you might know as Eric, playing Zahya. I think he's probably the best well-known Zahya player of all time.
It's definitely a pet deck.
Yeah. I think he was talking about just showing up this tournament to play the deck that he wants to play, and that's definitely Zahya. And speaking about cool decks, Alex on the other side, playing the only NBN to make the top cut, mind you. NBN recently targeted by the Bologna ban. This is a deck that would not play Bologna if it could. Have you seen this deck before, have you?
I have seen this deck. I have lost to this deck on JNet. I'm sure Alex has been grinding a lot, but it does the king-making, superconducting hub,
yes,
add a lot of cards to your hand, add a lot of agendas to your score area, fast advance, which I think is honestly a great meta call for the current meta, where the 2 Anarch decks, which would have been on Clot and were enabled by Knob Curie, not legal anymore. So really only Shaper is your threat there with Clot, and otherwise you can kind of just score out in the opponent's face.
Yeah, there's very little Clot in the top cut. I think it actually might only be Alex on his Arissana
side. Your deck.
Yeah, exactly. So you're going to actually be reading a lot of cards. Luckily, we have Kato, who's running the stream, so we'll pop those up on the chart. First to start, Azmari, if you don't know, 44 card minimum, so we're only at 18 agenda points. It's going to name a type of a card, so it's probably just going to stay on event. That's what that is. Is that actually from his deck? He pulled out his own cards?
Yes.
I think so. So Trick Shot, the first event of turn is 2 credits, and we're going to see if Zahya is going to be aggressive, or Whiteblade is just going to sit back, have the Hermes down, and say, I'm going to let you res your ice, and when you score out, I'm going to start wrecking havoc.
I think that's a great call.
This deck has weird ice in it, and some of the ice is hard to deal with. This ice was actually very specifically picked to deal with the breaker suite you're expecting from Hoshiko. So we're seeing a lot of high-strength code gates, a lot of subroutines. Things like Unsmiling Saryevna, Jua are very annoying. Carmen is the breaker. That's not that bad. Jua's pretty annoying. It's only one of.
I want to say another tech against your own deck. Jua is nightmare for Arissana, which is really popular. Once you see that res, then, normal tech that your Eco you'd pull from hand, your Fizarum, no can do.
Kurapir coming down as a Fractor. In terms of the barriers in this list, we're looking at 1 copy of Endless Eula, 1 copy of Wraparound. Only one of those actually requires a real breaker. But we'll see here. The question is, if Whiteblade, is he going to just, again, set up, get that multi-axis? I think the only non-interactive based multi-axis is going to be twinning, and how quickly Alex Boyd's going to be scoring out. His big trick is scoring a king making fast advance.
Yeah, I think Eric also has a Wake Implant in his deck.
He does, and 2 Docklets.
2 Docklets, okay. Yeah.
So he has the pressure. We'll see how quickly it goes off. Subliminal messaging, that actually might be returning to hand, and Alex does like that. It's a really nice combination with the clickless gain from the very important commandment, sudden commandment, the mandate subtype card. Because the idea with this deck is, Alex is actually happy sitting back for a couple turns and accruing agendas in hand. Because the idea is with red level clearance or with sudden commandment into red level clearance, you can clicklessly install while drawing a moon pool. And then with the moon pool, you can reveal the other agendas in your hand that you trash, and you start scoring very, very quickly.
Yeah, and the subliminal getting your click back, I don't know how to do the math in my head, but there's some interaction with the sudden commandment, and you play the subliminal. I believe you get 1, maybe 2 clicks back if you pay the 3 at threat 3.
Yeah, threat 3 is the big turning point on here, and you see both players are just posturing, and I think Whiteblade's going to be in a very good spot once he's fully set up, and it's up to Alex to make this break without making his board stay too weak. And you're going to see he's never going to make a remote server. That's actually really important. Well, the deck doesn't have that much ice. He can keep it all for central servers, and he can just stack those ice installs. He does have economy in the deck. It's mostly 2 hedge funds, but then things like Planogram and your digital life will get quite nice once we hit that 7 hand size if you score out a superconducting.
Yeah, exactly. It does look like you kind of barely see over the top of Alex's hand. Looks like we've got a lot of agendas in hand, so we might see some action soon.
If he cannot draw into a Spin Doctor, if he cannot draw into a Trick, spending red level clearance, mind you, that is sometimes kept. It's a bit cherished as one of those combo enablers. Drawing into another agenda and a wraparound. His hand is all agendas beside 1 piece of ice, it looks like.
Yeah, this could be devastating. Or he'll find the king making, manage to score it, and then all of a sudden he's on 3 points, 4 points.
I think we're like Moonpool waiting room right now.
Yep.
So we'll see if he's gaining. So he drew 2, gained the click back, flipping those tokens back down on a healthy, again, 16 credits. But I don't know if there's been any games today in which he's gone out and built a remote server. Single wraparound's not looking very good against Kurapira, but install advance. We're just going for the 2-1. Yes, just a bit off screen.
Card.
I believe that's going to be the post-truth dividend. There you go. So 1 point for Alex. He may draw a card. If he doesn't draw a card, it's a bit telling. Now, he's on 6 cards anyway, so maybe he will discard his 2 worst, but if he draws another agenda there, his only agendas. Hermes now, he's going to have to discard 3 cards.
And at this point, you're potentially discarding an agenda or keeping a hand of 5 agendas. Neither of those are very good.
Endless Yulo is returned to hand. He has a predicted planogram, superconducting hub. Again, these agendas in archives. Whiteblade might just check. It turns off the subliminal if you want to make a run. But if that gets bounced, R&D can be wide open. HQ can get a bit softer here. Whiteblade has a chance to make a play. Bravado, we're going into ice. You have to. So see if it's R&D, force a res. The no too bad of a face check here. Piranhas is going to take a net damage potentially. Would love to see that card res. Mind you, bad publicity. Just a Jua. Broken, unfortunately. I think it's 3 credits.
This is Eric's click 1, I think.
Yeah.
So that a little annoying for the rest of the turn, but
so he can play cards. He just can't install cards. But very importantly, at 3 strength, you have to boost with Carmen. Oh, Project Beal off the top. You have to return a card to hand. Alex can easily lose 3 points. So Whiteblade figuring out what he wants to return to hand. Mind you, these players they're very familiar with one each other. They're friends. They're from the meta. They came in together. So they've played this matchup, I think, probably.
Yeah, you have to assume they practiced.
Alex now deciding. Seems quite focused. Another Bravado, or is that the Bravado that just went into bin? Because a lot of times, again, against Azmari, you want to play multiple events in a turn.
I wonder Eric may have thrown out a Bravado. It looks like another one under there.
So we're going back. That was your digital life. Gaining the credits there. Now we can't install cards. You can just click for credits. You can drop for sure. We've seen no class act so far.
Now, if Alex finds a Moonpool, it's game on.
Yeah, you can use those agendas in the archives. That's a good thing about Moonpool. It is a recovery tool. So we'll see if Alex wants to draw up again. Spin Doctor, Moonpool are both ways out. Just getting more money here. A lot of cards in hand, but I think they're entirely agendas. I think he threw out the Eula.
Looks like
we
a
have
Piranhas
and a Eula in hand. Okay, so there's some
4
ice there.
agendas. Looks like 2 Kingmakings and a Superconducting.
Ice up there. Again, Kingmaking, Superconducting, those are your priorities. Install for 1, install for 2. Alex just hunkering down now. We'll see if now Whiteblade takes a turn off to recover. Maybe get some installs down, but 2 daily casts are finished. Yeah, lots of money. Drawing up Dalcon's Pass. We have an inside job in hand. You can see there barely. Just getting down some stuff. 7 credits of installables. They'll pay yourself back over a couple turns, and Class Act is going to draw 4. So Class Act, you're going to get the filtration here. What's he looking for? Like, his decoder is unfortunately Shibboleth, which, like, do you know what it costs to break Shibboleth into
I don't want to
Piranhas?
think about that.
It's awful. It can't be good. We're not on
Now,
threat 4.
Not yet, exactly.
It's
not
only
yet.
going to get worse. So we're hoping to land on the inside jobs or to lean on the boomerang, stuff like
Eric
that.
probably wishes this was the counter surveillance Zahya of old, where you credit kiting out an Amina and then you're smooth sailing.
You got a choice. You got a chance there breaking that. Now 2-1. Whiteblade, I believe, is figuring out his discard. Oh no, he doesn't discard Class Act. It's up to Alex's turn here. Just click for 3. Again, fast advance waiting room. A hand of entirely agendas.
Now, if I were playing any other deck, I'd be like, I've lost this game.
No,
My hand is
yeah.
all agendas. But a moon, again, 1 moon pool, and I think it's sort of back on.
Wake and plant. Going to take a meat damage on the install. Losing a boomerang.
That
Definitely
boomerang's
good
a little
hit.
annoying.
Yeah, not sure if we got to win some Whiteblade's face, but now that means you are definitely planning to run HQ. A lot of times there's some sequencing there where you want to get that down first before you draw with Class Act. If you judge the value of this hand, and there's the Shibboleth. Still 3 strength for maybe the next couple turns, but going to be expensive than Paladin Puemo. I think he's playing 2 different alt-art Paladin Puemos, 1 cat, 1 core NSG. I think he only owns 1 Puemo for some reason.
My Lu deck has 3 different imps in it.
Yeah, there you go. Install Advance is another post-truth, it looks like, which is going to be just another point, another Hermes. And we're going to be discarding cards. The Mavirus you can discard here for sure. Alex is deciding whether he wants to draw. It's an optional effect on that 2-1.
Like.
No draw is a bit telling. Returning that Iced HQ. So you're going to discard something. It's definitely going to be the Mavirus. Has no value in this matchup. No Fazarum, no Amakua. And back to Whiteblade. Game 2. Just trucking along. Alex, again, still needs a fast advance piece. This is the least aggressive I've ever seen Whiteblade, and like, yeah,
very unlike Whiteblade knocked me out on Thule, and total opposite of this game.
Just touch points.
Slam Wake, slam R&D, see through orbitals. That's one way that Thule deck can lose.
I've heard the quote that the information you gain from the resin ice is almost always worse. It's almost more important than the consequences, and this is a much more measured, which is fantastic. Discarding down. Whiteblade started turn triggers. Might have had a call to a judge over there and figuring out what he wants to do here. The question is whether he's going to get impatient or not, because currently he's in a great spot. We do know, I believe there's a point in archives. That means you can make R&D just a Jua. You can make HQ just a single ice, get a good bounce.
This Zahya deck also does have limited money, so at some point, Whiteblade has to be a little bit careful not to overspend in case Alex can get some chunky ice res and make it a lot more difficult to farm those weight counters.
Yeah, this is not an oppo list, mind you, and of course, this is open deck list. That's very important. Every player knows every card in the deck, and even during the game, they're allowed to look at the deck lists. Docklands pass, Whiteblade's considering almost hitting the table there, installed for 1 with Paladin Puemo.
You have to think Whiteblade thinks there's agendas in HQ at this point and is gearing up to charge.
Again, you want to be counting, dividing by some amount. We're running HQ here, but there's only been 2 agendas so far, and we're on turn 7, turn 8 with a fair bit of draw, so you're expecting HQ to be loaded. This is easily a 4-point swing here. Getting 2 credits. This is an inside job on HQ. Rhyme's going to eat the inside job. We're going to keep going. Not the most important. Nice to beat an inside job. Let's see something big here. Whiteblade reading Rhyme. Yeah, I'd have to too. It does increase the strength of all of their ice, which can be annoying, but most importantly, it does stop Banhar.
And you lose $1 here, so you may have an important breakpoint on this next ice.
Yeah.
Inside job, actually.
Yeah, inside job's going to beat it, but yeah, that's the positioning of the ice at least is very fortunate. That's kind of where you want it. Nice. On something said, I have not res for 4. Alex has a big decision here.
The Rhyme, very relevant here, because now you have to pump the strength of Carmen.
That's true. It's whether he's getting paid. It looks like Whiteblade's getting a payday here. So, or did he just break? Again, with Sarevna, when res, you can pay. It looks like it's not the case. We're accessing here. It's going to be 2 cards. Whiteblade rolling dice, not something he often does when he's accessing. Hitting the biggest 2 points. We're going to have to bounce, and that gets shuffled in. We're going to see another card. Mind you, Zahya's text. It's going to be relevant.
Now, is this a situation where you decline the bounce? Because you're sure
not optional.
It's not optional. I don't know if you could.
If you could, you would. Oh, another 1 pointer. We're on game point 5-2. Nothing to bounce there. That is the last post-true dividend. Alex sitting with a hand full of agendas there. And now you have scouted what is the run on HQ. And with the 2 credits you're getting back, the Awaken plants you're charging, it is definitely a run you can afford to make on the following turn. Drawing up a Chesva is going to hit the table for sure, installing that for free with the Paladin Puemo, and that is just going to make the run even cheaper on the run back if you want to make it already. But passing the turn, Alex drawing up. It's hard to get out of here. He needs to find a Spin Doctor. He needs to find a Moon Pool. We've now hit threat on the mandate. There's a chance there's a mandate play that Alex can get access
needs to draw into it.
Yeah.
Has the money, though.
Does have enough money to do just about any of the combo lines the deck has access to. I think they're thinking it through what the break costs were. Again, Whiteblade. Looking upwards, it seems towards a judge. Trying to plot it out. Did he get his Zahya credits? I think he did.
You know, I didn't see.
Yeah. He's reading Rhyme. Yeah, very, very interesting card. So much of the decision of building this deck for Alex's side was getting the ice in the deck that's the most annoying to the Hoshiko Breaker Suite, which is such a reasonable call. It's the most popular deck. It's a very competitive deck, and you're going to run into it more often than not. So we're looking at sentries with a lot of subroutines. You're looking at things to deal with Banhar, like Rhyme. You're looking at high strength code gates. Like, it's a very well thought out ice suite. He just drew into Commandment. He has a chance to do something cool here. Now, he doesn't have any of the combo cards, but Commandment draws 2 if you want to just hold.
I think I see a Spin Doctor in hand there too, potentially. So we may have a way to claw out a little bit. But the other thing we've seen is I don't believe there are, other than the superconductings, that's all of the other 1-pointers scored on either side. So Whiteblade just needs to touch another agenda here.
No matter what it is besides those hubs. 2 ice on the table. I think Alex might have clicked for a credit or drawn 1. Paladin, Puemo, Daily Cast, all this good stuff. Look at that board state Whiteblade has going. Looks like a Hoshiko deck, but Archives run, that's going to be 6 points. We're just checking Mavirus purges, nothing. We're going to bounce that HQ ice. I have no doubt Whiteblade's going back in this turn.
I'm sort of surprised Alex didn't install a Spin Doctor, knowing that there was the superconducting in.
Yeah, does he have a spin? Yeah, he does. I think he needs to commit to it, but you're right. He could definitely use that filtering. Another read of it. You hear the judges even laughing as Whiteblade does, trying to figure out what this card exactly does.
Rhyme actually has an on encounter that wipes your memory of the encounter.
I'm pretty sure I've seen this one before. I recognize the art. But that is going to be a 3-string Sarevna, which is annoying. That's 5 to break fully. Now, you do have some coffee money. You do lose a credit on the Rhyme itself. But now on game point, Alex has a lot of work to do. Drawing up, we see another Chesva. MU does permit. It does permit. I can count. 5. We got 5 MU. Second chest is going to make that much cheaper again. Paladin Puemo also getting it. We're stacking our coffee as tall as we can in this matchup. Now running HQ is basically credit positive with Zahya. This might easily be the last run of the game. There are still 4 points in hand across 2 2-pointers. Again, this is the lower semifinals. One of these players, this might be the end of their weekend run. Both of these players traveling across the entire continent. We're going to roll die. Touch a card. That's a Piranhas. Going to put it out of the way. One more die roll here.
Too high reroll.
Looking at 4, touching that again. There's 2 agendas in this hand. Commandment, now this trashable. Alex does survive, but losing another win condition, that's 2 credits as a trashable operation. Those are not that common in the format, of course. Gaining 2 Zahya dollars. Looking at the hand, he does have a Spin Doctor there. Knows there's a Piranhas in hand. That's not going to be an easy thing for Eric to get through.
Now, normally, you'd think about, well, Whiteblade is on $6. Maybe I can build a remote here, but too many agenda points have been scored. It's anything you install.
Yeah, we're going to get that Piranhas up on HQ.
Might have missed a
Did he get a Mando
payment there for the ice.
Oh,
as
he
well.
just did credit. That's his turn, right? Yeah, shortcutting. Getting 2 in. Again, Daily Cast is now finished. Paladin Puemo has been getting good money. You're stealing agendas. She does push you forward. That Daily Cast will be trashed. And now here the question is whether Whiteblade runs HQ or whether Whiteblade thinks it's better to run R&D and capitalize on those Waken Plant charges. So you have some options here. Piranhas, you know it's going to be a pretty rough break, as much as Coffee does give you 4 credits to do whatever you want.
You will get the bad pub for subsequent runs.
Yeah, that's not something you want to get to Zahya for sure. This deck is not running ping. You know, you can set up some weird things where you have Sarevna into Piranhas, and then you force the tag subroutine. Generally, the runner doesn't care about that one as much as the other.
Looks like we drew a Bravado and a Baya Bands.
You have a Pinhole in hand if you might not recognize that card at home. Another fantastic catch and Altar.
They're all so good.
They're really great. The whole set. I got those at Worlds 2022 in Toronto. Whiteblade's thinking, I think he's asking the judge something. We're looking off. Maybe we're trying to look at the deck list, trying to figure out what this ice is. I think Piranhas is easily the call.
Can hear laughter coming from the table.
Yeah, it's always really great. Even like the high stakes Netrunner, both players are you know, having fun. And
yeah, especially 2 from the same meta. You hope they're pretty amicable.
I would bet that Whiteblade's reading the text on Piranhas there. I don't know. That's not a very common ice that you see, but
yes,
Boomerang's going to do it again. One of those subroutines. You can let the Corp draw if you really need to. You can take a net damage looking at your hand. And we're going to Bravado in. That's 2 credits for Azmari. It's going to be even more money, mind you. Getting through 3 ice.
Run.
This will be a 7 strength Piranhas. A bad publicity. You do get that for the run, not that you can spend it, so you will have that for the rest of the game. We have bad publicity tokens on the table. If Whiteblade's going to remember to take those.
Now, you may draw a card. That might even be bad, depending on what else is in Alex's hand, although it was not an agenda, so...
It's kind of a read, right? Like, if you draw into an HQ axis, you're obviously saying, like, I'm making the hand less agenda-heavy, so you definitely know there's agendas in there.
Right.
If you had no agendas, you definitely would not draw. Rhyme now. Lose a credit, break for 3, bad publicity there. We get an axis again. There's 2 agendas in there, if we're not mistaken. That's a hub. That's 7 points. Whiteblade taking it, setting up for a siege, and then just a handful of agendas. That was the one in hand. What a cool Azmari deck. Obviously, having a problem here. Look at the top of the deck to see the moon pools. We're waiting for the moon pools. You need that to get out of that.
Another one.
Yeah, they have
it's
to
all
be somewhere.
gas. I have been in this situation where I'm like,
yes.
all I've drawn are the things I don't want to. Such a cool deck, though.
Yeah, really cool deck. Not what we expected to see. It's cool to see the new agendas, things like King Making proving to be popular. There's a 2 in this deck, but when this combo flies, obviously it flies. Alex has had a fantastic run over this weekend. This finishes in top 4 at such a competitive event.
Yes.
Yeah, really well done. Now we're left to 1 Canadian player left with Whiteblade going on with his Zahya and some sports. So now he's going to go off to fight not his meta mate, but his teammate when it comes to Snare Bears, fighting against AnalyzeChris in the lower finals. That should be coming up in just a bit, but we're going to expect some very exciting games coming up. This is NANPC Day 2, Round 4. That was the lower finals, or lower semifinals. We're just about to get into lower finals. Hopefully you've been having a fantastic time. Again, you're watching on Neon Static. Shout out to Eric and all the folks who made this stuff happen. Eric,
they're so great.
Can't be with us today. He has some events. It is a long weekend, but we're here holding down the fort, and we're very excited to do that. So, Henry, thanks so much for joining.
Thank you for having me.
Had an absolutely fantastic run over this weekend. If you're watching, don't go anywhere. We'll be back for the lower finals here at NANPC Boston, here at Battleground Games. We'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back to NANPC Boston Day 2. Before we're getting our lower finals, we're joined by a fantastic Netrunner player traveling in from Vancouver. It's Alex. It's Arissana. How's it going?
Good. It's been a lot of fun coming out here.
Oh, it's been a fantastic day for sure. You need to talk about your deck. Hey, do you want to just get a bit closer to the microphone? You need to just talk right into it. Yeah, it's a
Eat
loud
the mic.
room.
Yeah, there we go.
So you're playing two decks here that are absolute favorites in chat right now.
Yeah,
Like people are
that's
excited
fair.
to see it. We were talking that like we need to see this deck on camera because it's definitely interesting. It's something else. You're the only NBN player. You see what I did in the top 8 cut, and you're playing an Azmari fast advance combo deck. This is a deck that I think you've said if you could play Bologna, you wouldn't. How did you end up here? This thing is pretty cool.
So this was built around 2 a.m. on Monday. After 3 hours of giving up beating Ray Hoshiko with anything else.
Yeah.
So spent the time trying taking Sokka's old Worlds Winning Built to Last list and just going like pure Glacier, didn't work. Picked up the idea of picking Rhyme there. I'm like, oh, Rhyme's actually pretty good. He turns off Bankar. Now you can maybe bring some ice up above turbine value.
Yes, it gets really annoying.
You can get Piranhas in there, and Piranhas rhyme together. It turns off Bankar, and then behind it, the Piranhas costs 8 to break.
Woof.
With Turbine.
With Turbine, exactly. It's like a 7-strength Kogate at that
exactly,
point.
Yeah.
It's a problem.
It's great. So it's partly that. Picked up the idea of bringing in Unsmiling, which is only 2 strength, 3 subs, and 4 the res. So even if they have infinite strength, just the fact that it's 3 subs of a Sentry made it really good value. Picked that up from Abraham's NANPC Vancouver winning list. They had ran one of the Unsmiling. It was great. And then we also were digging through just like every deck that had some alternate win con that didn't care about ice.
You're never building. Did you ever build a remote server all? Like you're not scoring on a remote.
I put Spin Doctor down.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's good. That
Spin Doctor. So okay, the right thing about this deck is Spin Doctor is a 1-turn temporary superconducting hub.
Yeah, that's
pretty
true.
much
you wait for their turn?
every single time. One of the reasons I didn't install it in the game at one point is like, oh, I'm only on like 4 cards in hand afterwards then.
Yeah.
I want to be in 7 cards during my turn to score with the combos.
Cool, yeah.
So you hold it to always do that. Sometimes I'll put down 2 Spin Doctors in 1 turn if I really am missing like 1 piece left to score a King Making.
Yeah.
With Red Level into Moon Pool into King Making into that, and then have enough cards to hopefully have a superconducting hub to score it for 3 points.
Yeah. Because we didn't see the combo, so we're aware that the idea is...
I did yesterday in Swiss score King Making 4 times, including in 1 game twice.
Wow. And that's from hand, right? Like that's a fast
From
advance,
hand,
and then
every
you end up
single
with a superconducting hub. It's 3 points.
Yeah.
Like you can do some wild
Usually,
stuff there.
to do that, you need to have 3 agendas plus the King Making in hand. So almost always, you only have the 2 for the Moon Pool. You fire it, you draw the 3 from King Making, which is text it has.
Yep.
And then you hope you draw it into a 1 pointer to throw in.
And you just add that to your score. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
so
then
usually
you're-
just scoring at post-truth or something like that, because that's what I happen to draw.
If you're watching again, we had a game, the first round, I believe this today against Chris. That was a really fun matchup. It was a very close game down to the wire. So super exciting if you want to run back and watch that. We don't have too much more time. I just want to shout out really quickly also your Azmari, your Arissana deck.
Yep.
That's the sort of deep dive Anacom version. Incredible amounts of aggression. It's not the deck that a lot of people expect against Arissana, and it can hit pretty hard. We, mind you, I steal 4 points from Sports on turn 1, which like that's a start for sure.
Yeah.
Are you looking to publish these? Will we see these online, I reckon?
I might wait till after Continentals and then post them. But if you guys look, I believe the deck lists are in at least
they're on GLC, I think.
GLC
Yeah, I think they're on
somewhere
GLC.
in just a raw Google Doc. But yeah, I'm not going to do a write-up probably until after next weekend if I post them.
Awesome. Excited to see that post. Again, excited to see any iterations of the last couple of weeks. But fantastic. A top 4 placement. You traveled a far way to get here, but an absolute show and fantastic decks. Thanks so much for joining me.
Thanks so much.
And we're going to be back to the lower finals here at Boston NANPC Day 2. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to NANPC Day 2. This is NANPC Boston. We're just about to start the lower finals. I'm joined by Greg Gassier-Sengren. How's it going?
Hey, it's going pretty good. I've had a good time so far. I've been running the event, I guess, for the last 2 days. Played and did okay yesterday.
Yeah, we saw you on stream. It was a bit of an unfortunate game, but we're diving right in. Again, this is the lower finals. These are two of your teammates, if we're not mistaken. We have AnalyzeChris versus Whiteblade. Again, both of these players, it is the lower finals. Whoever loses a game here, or whoever wins a game here, will be going on to the finals, waiting against the undefeated Santa, playing some pretty mean Thule. Can you tell us a bit about these decks? I think you're pretty familiar with what Snarebase has been brewing.
Yeah, so I mean, the big idea was like, okay, well, Hosh is clearly like the best runner deck coming out of the ban list. It lost absolutely nothing. It produces a ton of value, and we can't beat it fairly. Well, what did we do last time there was a really like dominant reg runner deck? Well, we went to Sportsmetal, and so we went back to it and was like, oh, this still works. And so that's kind of what we're seeing. We're seeing Eric do a fantastic first turn of Sportsmetal of red level clearance, and then install a piece of ice, install 2 more cards. And you know, the idea is just, yeah, let's go fast. Let's flip some coins and make some stuff happen.
We had Rongydoge on for an interview, and it's really funny how this deck ended up to be card for card from a competitive deck from about like 2-3 years ago. Now Chris is checking their remote server, finding that I never know the name of this one. Hyperloop?
No.
Hyperloop extension.
Yeah, it is Hyperloop extension. Yes.
So we're going to gain 3 credits, and now Whiteblade decides whenever an agenda's stolen, 2 cards or 2 credits, looking for the card draw there. So the idea with this deck is you have a lot of small agendas. You do have some 2-pointers and some real 3-pointers, and you're just trying to score them out of hand. Managarm not being rezzed here. Chris taking them down for 3 credits. We did start with an opening moshing, so we have a lot of cards, a lot of economy hitting a strike fund, and there's not a lot of ice in the deck. Only 2 separate teams at most, so Banhar is going to go pretty far in this matchup.
Yeah, not really the Managarm does sort of make me think that there's a biotic or some, like, you know, Eric's trying to play aggressively, and I think also recognizing that the economy situation, like, 6 credits is an important number to stay on. He's not quite up enough to just, like, throw away 2 credits for not a ton there. Though it's a play I'd kind of wonder about.
Chris missing the Hosh flip, Whiteblade pointing, I started my turn. It says, I'm just kidding. Gets the money back, gets the flip. Wage Workers means we're going to look at a triple install here.
Yep.
Some of the cards on the table you have to deal with. Like Bash Chiraboga is a bit expensive for sure, but that is one of the cards you can score out on the table. Otherwise, Wage Workers just itself, if you can play 3 operations in a turn, it's doable with this deck as long as you have enough money and enough cards in hand.
Yeah, it's not the most common line, but it is a thing you have to keep in mind, and Wage Workers is, you know, one of the ways the deck tries to go unfair, just taking a lot of clicks, and we're seeing 3 installs into a 4th install here, having a full-on runner turn.
Now only 4 credits, so only one of these ice can be rezzed if at all. We'll see where Chris puts that that obfuscated ice. You don't know where it's going to go, either HQ or the remote server. It looks like taking down the Wage Workers is a plan. You see his hand there?
Yeah.
No, Miss Bones? Do you have some economy there?
No, I mean, that looks like it's a cleaver. I can't quite tell.
I think it's cleaver, Banhar, Daily Cast, Gamble.
Oh, I missed the gamble. Yeah, the gamble does let you, I think, actually take the Wage Workers down, and it's worth doing.
So click for 4 there. Again, you're going to lose some of these cards forehand. We're going to check the other servers.
Yep.
Looks like a Tranquility home grid. That is 4 to trash. It is a lot.
Wow, okay. Yeah, going for it. It's going to be, like, this is the one way the sports tries to win, is kind of grind the runner out economically. Chris would really love to find a Miss Bones here. But it is very difficult to judge. Like, if he goes and trashes this Maryland, which is actually a consideration here because Eric is on such a low credit total, and this Maryland isn't res, so that's just money that's kind of going out of this deck. But then he doesn't get to go and confront the Wage Workers, most likely. Though it's not impossible. Like, he has enough to do both. It just starts putting him in a very precarious position for Eric drawing well on the bounce back.
Imagine he wants to try and get the Daily Cast down at the end of this turn. So mind you, Maryland, it's not res, so it's not going to be shuffled back. It's still 3 credits, and it's not a tempo positive econ card. It will be in a turn at least. So we'll see here, Chris has continued to touch cards, so Hoshiko will remain digital. Now this ice, I don't know if Whiteblade is able to res it. It's just going to be 4 credits for Wage Workers.
Yep.
Chris can now just get down the Daily Cast left. Or we don't have enough clicks in the turn, excuse me. So we are going to stay flipped. We've touched cards. We're reading both sides of this. What's the subtype? Digital. Oh man, protagonist? Is it the protagonist subtype?
I think protagonist. Yeah. Yeah.
So we're back now. That board state is just ice. We're going to start red level clearance again, a bit of a modal card, whether you want to just get the card draw.
Just gas here, I think. And that's a fantastic draw. It looks like you're pretty happy to play Rashida behind a Gatekeeper here, click for some credits, and just kind of make some motions. But yeah, Banhar is going to pose an issue for Eric here. There's not good ways to kind of make a lot of progress.
Gatekeeper on the outermost. Again, you have to res 2 ice to beat Banhar, and resing a 6 strength, you never want to do that if it's just going to get Banhard here. But we do have a Rashid in the remote. There is the Maryland checking down, so losing a credit to draw a card. Banhar's going to go on the remote server. We'll see if Chris weaves in and out. We saw Whiteblade's hand. I think he's holding a Vitruvius and a Project Echoes, so there's 5 points in hand. That's the hard thing with Sportsmetal. The more you interact, the more they do push the subs forward. It is like that natural buoyancy that makes it such a compelling identity.
Yeah.
Now we have a couple targets we can afford here. Miss Bones is a
that's a
great start. Both
Bones.
players howling. Looking for the Bones straight off the top. Installed for free. That's 12 credits. There's no way that remote server, I reckon, won't be challenged. And of course, we're going to get that Maryland down as well.
Yeah.
Steel Skin as well. Draw 2.
Yeah, I mean, that is exactly what you want to find in this matchup. It's the Strike Fund Banhar is probably like Bones and Banhar are the cards you need to win this matchup as Hosh, and so now it's just about finding the win. I will also want to shout out, Chris has been making a masterful show of it with Legworks today.
Oh, it's been so good.
It's been like absolutely crushing every time. I'm like, why did we stop playing Legwork?
Raindrops?
Raindrops. Credit from Bones. Get 3 real credits off the Raindrops, and I'm guessing we're going to go and get the Maryland next.
Down to 3 credits. Yeah, you can still also get the daily cast down. It ducks that lost credit from Hoshiko, so it's even a bit nicer there. It's going to be 3 credits already. Again, we've spent 4 off Miss Bones. I think he forgot the Raindrops credits, or?
No, he grabbed them.
So why is he on 5?
Why is he on 5?
There's the daily casts.
He didn't have that many of it. I saw him take the 3. I think he was just on.
Yeah, maybe he clicked for credits. And so now we have the daily cast with that spin down dice. So that is not credits on the daily cast, that's charges. So each charge is 2 credits. If you want to do that, it's a common shortcut. Whiteblade now, again, needs to get the money up. In terms of economy in this deck, it's like most of your agendas, like there's no hedge fund. Greasing the palm is like the nice, cheap econ play.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably like at some point, Eric just needs to install a Hyperloop extension.
Force the issue.
And that's probably good. Like, that might be enough to get him back in the game, but Chris is in a very good position here with Eric. You know, once Eric gets to 6 credits, he can sometimes threaten to keep the remote here. But right now, he can probably, it's going to be quite difficult.
Second price, ripping 4. We're losing a Mystic, a Moshing, I believe a Fermenter, but it's going to be the Mystic Miami coming down. So that is just a credit a turn. Again, there's a lot of events in the deck, 23 events. Now, not all of them cost something, but that's just going to be very good for momentum, especially with a lot of agendas. Every time you steal, you get that extra credit for that turn. And, well, for the future turns as well, we're charging.
Yep, that looks like it's a Hyperloop, or no, Mega Pre. What is that actually called?
Both players are really laughing here. Going for the 2 credits. I just still love it. Like, obviously, these are friends and teammates, but even at the top tables, you always see these sort of moments where people are clearly enjoying the game and the states they find themselves in. Mystic getting the credit. Whiteblade went for the Sportsmetal 2.
Yep.
Now, this is not a Stargate list. We saw Rongydoge was on the Stargate, which is fantastic to Sports, fantastic to Thule, but Chris is only on, like, the, let's say, honest multi-axis of twinning. I have air quotes. You can't see it off camera.
Yeah. The honest axis of twinning and legwork again.
Yeah, the legwork.
Right. And so it's like, yeah, I think Chris wins off of the legwork here some percentage of the time already.
Yep.
With the Ikoa in hand. So, like, but Eric getting the 6 is a very important number here. Now we can actually protect things behind it with this Tranquility home grid in it. And so we might actually go on to an actual game.
Very importantly, Miss Bones is only installed card, so that Tranquility off the top is going to survive the mandatory draw. It's an okay draw. You can still challenge your remote server. On 7 credits, actually, Whiteblade can threaten to res 2 ice. If the innermost is a drafter, that's somewhat annoying. Miss Bones can fix that. If the innermost is just an ablative, we're not a threat, but it is a hard end the run. And if you see the breaker situation, Chris only has access to a buzz on hand, which is obviously not good for a gatekeeper on this turn. But on the following turns, it might be a consideration. So we're going to pivot onto HQ to get some Banhar pressure. You do think there's agendas in hand. We've only seen 2 with no filtering, and we're on turn 5, turn 6, maybe even a bit further.
Yeah, I think it's quite difficult to track. But yeah, no, it's, you know, this is an interesting position. You're kind of ahead as Chris, and the important thing here to figure out is how do you, like, switch gears a little bit to keep the pressure on without, like, with this remote now actually being a real remote, which it hasn't been for the last couple turns. So
there's Ikoas in here, mind you. Finding the Biotic Labor. That is a 4-credit econ. A card as old as Netrunner is. 4 clicks to gain 2. 4 credits, excuse me, to gain 2 clicks. Now again, Audacity is a scary way. They can fast advance and low thresholds.
We're going
just
again.
back.
Looks like,
again, sensing. There has to be points in here.
Makes a lot of sense of just saying, I'm not going to make progress on the remote. We're seeing that Biotic again.
The same Biotic, probably, not necessarily. The list does have 2. Top of the deck, another Tranquility. Deja Vu into Deja Vu.
Yeah. A bummer turn for Chris here. Definitely wanted to get a little bit more accomplished, I think. But it's a reasonable way to have applied pressure.
Looks like we're considering a Cleaver that has been in hand for a while, so that does deal with the ablatives.
It does. I feel like I'd be more worried about like gatekeepers and stuff. Like the list is on, it's let me look
It's
at
just
it.
Drafter, Ablative, and Gatekeeper.
Yeah, okay, it's 3 of each, so it's just a roll of the dice.
Vitruvia scored
Off
again
the
for 3
table.
off the table on top of what we think is a Tranquility again.
I think it pretty much has to be
Because
because
1 Managram's in the bin.
yeah, 1 Managarm's in the bin. I guess it could be a Mavirus just being bluffed, but
Either way, definitely it's not going to impact that run itself. So
Yeah.
Whiteblade again getting the 2 credits back, just starting to get the points. We're at 2-2. Now we didn't exactly mention this, the Mega Pre-Qualifier, while it is a 3-1, now that it's entered up player score area, all the other Mega Pre's for only the Corporation are 3-2 agendas. So this deck still has 5 3-2 agendas in it, which is the idea that you want to score out 4 agendas to win the game generally, and most of those will be, of course, fast advanced. Marking Banhar. Chris keeps a really clean board state. That purple token, mind you, is the Banhar server. So if Whiteblade wants to res here, shuffling up the hand, we do know there's still a Project Equal, and they're a big 5-3, which will bring Chris to game point. Card 4, show me that Biotic Labor.
oh my goodness, just magnetic attraction to that biotic labor.
The whole workforce is robots. Now we're running R&D, just touching as many cards as we can, staying afloat on axes. Off the top, we can't see. Oh, the
Luminal is such
Luminal.
a big thing. Like I have lots of conversations about like, I like what Luminal does to the game. I like having these high swing impact agendas, and then someone scores it in sports, and I go, okay, maybe this card is a little bit over too.
With the audacity on turn 1 and rebuild their entire hand, it's wild. Rashida getting trashed too. We're now up on game point. The 3-pointers, there are 2 in the deck, 2 Iquas. Seeing a Biotic classic.
Yeah.
I think Whiteblade might have seen it, but he's going to mandatory draw it, so that seems
so it's
okay.
not a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no decisions left for him to make, so it really should not be an issue. And then Mystic is going to eat a card from Chris.
Whiteblade was joking how much he doesn't feel like rolling dice during this tournament. We did see him roll a lot of dice against Arissana, but just chucking a handful of RPG tokens. Let's go. I think he drew.
Yeah, he just drew again because he had done the mandatory draw. So they're going to do a quick shuffle. This is because the deck list is, or each R&D is unordered and unseen by other player. It's totally kosher to just shuffle the whole deck and keep the game going.
If you accidentally draw?
Before the card enters your hand.
Oh, okay. If he hasn't
Yes.
seen it. Okay.
I mean, no, even if he has seen it, as
Yeah.
long as the card's still separable, you can put the card back and shuffle, because he should know cards in his list.
Yeah,
in
yeah.
this case, Chris hadn't seen it. Chris had seen the card that he had already
Yeah, sure.
mandatorily drawn.
Interesting. I thought you were just forced to draw for first click then.
That's the other option.
Yeah, yeah.
It sort of depends
I've
on the
seen both.
situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, we've installed in their remote server as a Tranquility home grid. We get 2 credits.
If the card was like irreplaceably in the hand,
Yes.
it probably would be. And like as you say, I'm like, oh, maybe it actually should just always be you have to click to draw, because you could go, oh, oops, I didn't want. Like you can kind of do a
Just
pseudo
scry the
filter.
whole- yeah, exactly.
But like the other thing is it's supposed to be a warning for
Yeah.
Eric to do this. So that's why I'm like, okay, yeah, I guess if you really want to try and cheat and scry twice, you can do it. But then you start
It's
getting game losses.
Really funny, because this is one of the most competitive events I've been to all year, but it's technically a casual level event, which is, again, it's not a quality of the skill, like it's not a play level thing, it's just the rules enforcement, because this is technically a casual grassroots event.
Yeah.
Looking at the hand there, we have Steel Skins, we have Strike Funds, so you definitely want to connect if you can and force a Banhar res. And I'm thinking with 3 ice here in their mode server, we're going to see a res. Ablative now has the threat text, so you're allowed to install a non-agenda from Archives or HQ into a different server.
Into a different server. I'm guessing. Ooh, there.
That's not right.
That's not right.
So we'll see if the managram goes. I think we're reading
okay,
it.
that we're
Yeah.
doing a reader.
Chris calling him on it. Gets it. Yeah, all right.
Wage
the
workers.
academic.
Wage workers makes sense.
Wage workers now face down on that table.
Yeah.
We're going to do 1 net damage, hitting the Banhar, missing the other 2 trash from hand targets.
Yep. And now we're gonna. I think Chris is trying to decide to continue, because both the Drafter Fire and the Gatekeeper Fire are pretty rough here.
Yeah.
It's a lot of forward tempo for the sports, but at the same time, Eric is only on 5 credits, which does mean that resing one of those is going to put him in a pretty critical total. But no, Chris decides to jack out, trash the wage workers with most of what's left on Miss Bones. So she has 2 credits remaining. Chris has 2 clicks remaining, excuse me, and 2 credits.
Is Mystic going to draw blood again?
Almost
Cannot
certainly.
save her, yeah.
No. Chris
Maybe we
loves
do.
throwing cards away to Mystic.
Draw 3. It fires Strike Fund, right? Like she can eat Strike
it
Fund?
fires Strike Funds and
Very
Steel
cool.
Skins. Yeah.
So down to 3 credits.
So
Do you
we
want to play the
we
Strike
might-
Fund?
Yeah, I think
you
it's probably
can.
just play the Strike Fund here.
Make your Anarch sure gamble. Click for 4 credits off the Strike Fund. Again, maybe that
Yeah.
would happen for free. You get less money, but Here, getting that money up again. The breaker suite, you're right. Dealing with the gatekeeper's hard, and it's about the ice positioning.
That is an incorrect.
We
flip.
touched cards,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep, we touched the wage workers. It was just very fast, so easy to miss. Looks like everyone's having fun. There's some chatting with the crowd kind of around there. We see an Audacity draw. That's a huge card for the deck.
What's in their remote server? Credit advance? Is that the Ikoa? Is he trying to Ikoa
I think
Audacity?
that
next
looks
turn?
like an Ikoa, yeah.
Saying like, hey, you have Banhar, but you can't deal with the ice. If he scores the
Yeah,
Ikoa,
yeah.
he's on game point.
Yeah, if this is like Gatekeeper, or even Drafter Gatekeeper,
That's hard to deal with.
Then it's very difficult for Chris to go and get the Ikoa here, and suddenly Eric is up, 5-4 in a very commanding position with only one Ikoa left in the deck, and that's a big fork for Chris. And I thought Chris was quite ahead in the early turns, but Eric has managed to pull around off of those 2 ice on the remote, and it's Chris is now a little bit under the crunch, but we could be a legwork away from exciting things happening. So,
Speaking of a legwork away, we're targeting HQ.
yeah.
We'll see the pressures there. I'm not sure actually if Whiteblade has agendas in there. If we're looking at the hand, we have none of those run events. We don't even have events in general, so you just might trade some cards in hand, but Whiteblade needs to keep those credits up, right? We
Yeah.
need to at least threaten 6 credits to make that remote server ice. 2 ice at least a problem?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I suspect we're going to see, a
moshing.
moshing.
Fantastic.
Here. Yeah. I'm guessing we're going to keep the twinning because we've got twinning and Mystic, and so we're just going to get rid of, obviously, extra cleavers. I suspect we're going to lose some breakers here, too. But it's, Chris has to gamble on, okay, which breaker do I not need? And he's going to discard the Buzzsaw. I think that makes the most sense because Gatekeeper, you're not breaking with the Buzzsaw anyways. You might break a Drafter with an Echelon if you're really forced to. And then
Drawing 3, gaining 3.
drawing 3, gaining 3.
Might not have recognized that last card that was drawn up. That is a Pinel threading in hand in the rightmost under the thumb. Otherwise, we have an Ice Carver and another Price. Now, Price getting a Maw might be a bit too little too late. Not exactly what you're looking for here, but you definitely want a way to crack that remote server. Twinning is coming down, mind you. Another catch end, the full set of arts.
Yep, and then we're going to play probably a Strike Fund to get the Mystic Charge on the twinning.
Or there's the Price, yeah.
Yeah, with the Price.
Looking for a free daily cast, free fermenter, free
Free
bones. No labor rights option there. So you have some
Yeah,
choices here. Miss Bones, you still have 2 credits left over. So I don't think you go for the fermenter at all. So it's either the daily cast or the bones. We're going for the cast.
Go for the cast, get some real liquid credits. I think that makes some sense with the, we want to get this Echelon on the board at some point, and we're hoping to get, useful things. I think Chris's hand is mostly dead, so I would not be surprised to see him draw, but putting the Echelon down just so that he can start applying some pressure.
Shiko didn't touch cards. Back to her corporeal form. Oh, he drew the second Audacity.
Yeah, but I don't think he's drawn a Spin Doctor yet, so to some extent, I think he can make the decision to just score the Ikoa and make forward movement.
Yeah, Chris's play is really cool here, taking a turn off, because he understands if Whiteblade does Audacity at this Ikoa, which is what it looks like, he's going to be stuck in top deck mode. He's going to end his turn with maybe 2 unknown cards in hand, which you can sweep with the twinning, and then if you can go to lock R&D, which sometimes is tricky with Sportsmetal, you're actually just hoping that you draw good. You're going to lose the Biotic, so there's a chance here, Whiteblade doesn't have enough credits to Biotic and score at an Ikoa, so if he's going to go for the Audacity here, he's actually in a kind of at the whim, of luck. Credit advance slow roll.
Oh my goodness, we're going for the slowest Ikoa.
I think it's going to take 3 more turns if I've done the math correct. You just add 1 a turn.
All right, so Chris, I think that's a very nice play for Eric. It's basically going to threaten the win, so Chris has to sweep HQ and try and lock R&D all in one go. And there's I think he is unusually for a lot of Hoshiko lists, positioned to potentially have that as a line.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be an easy path, and I think Eric's done a really nice job of identifying what his out is in this board state. If Chris can draw into a sure gamble and a buzzsaw somehow, I think he'd be good, but that Maw is too little too late, I think, to really have a big impact in this board state.
I find it fascinating. Chris's list is not on Paladin Plemo. So that Maw is incredibly expensive unless you can find it on the price. And we don't have the time to get it down. Obviously, you could hit a Biotic, you could hit an Audacity, you could actually slow down some of the combo pieces, but that's definitely not the play for the next couple turns. Drawing Ash and Epilogue, the second most expensive card in the deck.
Yep, though it does only play for 2 here, and it might not be unreasonable to just try and draw 5.
I need a different hand, not more cards, just different cards.
Yeah. But I think the chop to HQ makes some sense. Gotta keep Eric honest.
I think it's clean, but I would understand. I think we've seen it's clean. Maybe it's not. We know 2 Audacity's Biotic. He just keeps rolling 4 and hitting Biotic. Yeah. Just pick another number. He just keeps rolling 4 and hitting that same Biotic. Oh, yeah, he's twinning. Yeah, he has to roll that back. You heard an audible whoa, whoa, whoa. It's easy to fix. It's easy to fix.
Yeah.
So now we're going to see, I think it's 2 cards here. Not sure how many twinning counters we had. I don't think we played an event.
Yeah.
Now, Miss Bones, another way to charge the twinning if you get to it. Again, it's only installed cards, another card accessed. 2.
Feels like a magic trick, but
things start to make more sense. That's very funny.
That's very, very funny. All right, and then we're gonna Ashen. Yeah,
Send it.
Just
Charge
say,
the twinning. Get a new hand. Rip 5. Okay, this is always fun. What is the 5 rips that would be the most important?
To me, like legwork, probably a sure gamble. Raindrop. Like I think you just want money and gas. You want to get in and get going. Drawing a buzzsaw would obviously be fantastic. Here.
Losing 2 buzzsaws is interesting. What do you lose off the Ashen, right?
Oh,
what's the problem?
I think losing even 1 buzzsaw is pretty bad because it means you're probably not drawing the other one in time here. So I think it's that would probably honestly the rest and losing the legwork I actually think would be a big loss for Chris here.
Yeah, for sure.
It is probably his big out at this point, assuming that this is going to be an Ikoa score.
I'm excited to see how Whiteblade scores it, whether it's Biotic is very expensive, whether it's Audacity, and then you can draw and put what's in your hand in the remote server. That's maybe how you get to game.
I don't think he needs to, though. We know he has Audacity and Biotics in hand.
Yeah.
So he can even do something like Biotic, draw a card, install Advance.
Yeah, but then he can't res the ice.
And Audacity. But so this is click 4 from Chris.
Yeah.
So Eric can just score here. He can
just score, gain 2.
And either take 2 or draw 2. I guess draw 2 is probably correct.
You're right. Now the install in the remote server, he can't get it. He did draw into 1 of Elevagal Bifurcation. Not the most important score for him, but you're right. Any install in that remote server basically pays off the Audacity. You're always good to pay the Audacity.
Yeah.
Scoring on agenda is only 1 credit, but he needs to find a 3-2. He needs to hold it. Chris can easily think that this is the last turn he has now that Whiteblade's on game point. Hoshiko. Paying 1 to draw a card at the start of the turn. We do have Banhar, so you can definitely get a run here. And twinning is going to be on 3 charges or 2 charges for 3 cards this
assuming
turn.
Assuming that Mystic can get spent. And it looks like we
have options.
Yeah, we'll probably even just immediately click a Raindrops. Looks actually quite nice here. Put the credit over.
Moving the credit over, flipping it as well. We have the charges. Whiteblade can maybe afford to res here, but I think there's only one agenda.
I think it's better to not because he there is actually the line of Biotic labor to draw a card. Or well, what you do is you draw a card first, and then you
see the Biotic to get back.
Yeah,
Biotic Audacity. Yeah, very true. So we're gonna roll see a Biotic labor for sure. There's no way you're not.
Yeah,
we're seeing 3 cards.
We're gonna see another Biotic labor here.
Okay. Greasing. Another good way to get those expensive Biotic scores if you need to go that way. But we know there's an Audacity in here. Elevagao is a steal.
Wow.
That is now going to be a draw potentially if Chris wants to go back. There's new cards in there. We're going to get a Mystic charge. We're now on game point. What are we on? 5? 6? 5. I count 5.
Yeah.
5 to 5.
5 to 5. This is a close one.
Mystic getting the charge here. Now Chris understands there's new cards in HQ.
But he's got, that was click 1, I have to imagine, and just not being tracked. I could see playing a Steel Skin here and then hoping to find the
legwork. Yeah. Again, that's the thing with like Ashen, like it lowers your deck even more, so you're even more consistent on the redraws.
Yeah.
There you go, Steel Skin.
That looks like what we're doing for click 2. We'll see.
See if we see some blue. Pinhole, though, is not the blue. Banhar.
No, and I don't think the first card was either. Yeah,
just the gamble.
Like a gamble.
So you can still go for singles. You can lock the top of the deck. You can run HQ.
I mean, that's the it's you have to decide. Did I steal the only points in hand?
Yeah.
Did Eric draw 2 off of there? If he didn't, then me running is maybe bad.
Gatekeeper's rough.
Yeah.
Because Whiteblade can score off on 0 credits, even again resing. So we'll see we're charging it. Let's see if Whiteblade wants to res here. We saw 1 Gatekeeper hit the table earlier. I think it's either on 2nd on the remote server, if not 1st. It's a drafter.
Okay, I think
break for 5.
I'm a little surprised at that res. That tells me that probably Eric has it in hand, but feels like it's safe. Because it's only 5 for Chris to break.
There's still a lot of 1-pointers.
Yep.
But we're going to see a single card. Both players laughing here.
Yeah, they're just having a good time. And that stays.
Oh, we didn't see it, but it's definitely not an agenda, not a trashable. There's a lot of trashables you wouldn't trash there because they're not great draws. Again, Whiteblade just needs to draw 3-2 to win the game.
Yeah, or even any of the couple of 3-1s he still has.
Daily Cast not poking HQ here down on 1 credit. If Whiteblade drew it with a Sportsmetal, As long as he has one of the 3-2, and there's still Vitruvius's, he has a chance out here. Or the Megapries even. Drawing it was a Gatekeeper off the top. Does he have it? No fast advance stopping, no clot. He has enough money to score out with Audacity.
I think Chris I actually think Chris not running there is a pretty good call. As I was saying, like, oh, the drafter says Eric has it. I actually think when I stop and think for a second, it was a pretty clear sign that he doesn't have it, I think. Because if you have it, you don't really care.
Yeah.
This slow line to play, if Eric had it, he would be windmill slamming it, shaking hands and having a good time. Instead, we're doing some thinking.
Install then, draw, gaining 2 credits. Playing the greasing, just getting a card on the table, gaining 2 credits again.
Installing the ice, netting out plus. Actually, ooh, that's not.
Because you gain 2, play 1?
Is it gain 2 first? Oh, it is gain first, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I was like, oh, goodness, that would be an unfortunate one.
With the judges watching from across the room, yeah, exactly. 2 daily cast mind, you're getting 4 credits at the start.
Yeah, that's not quite enough for Chris to play the sure gamble in his hand that I think would be good.
I think he has the Mystic. He can do it.
Oh, you're right. He does have the Mystic.
And I think he does want to get that twinning charge. Again, it's mostly Mystic right now, so you want to play an event for sure.
Yep, I think the reason I like gamble here is because that gets you up to actually break the drafter pretty comfortably again. It does look like that's what Chris is looking for. I think the pinhole threading is the other consideration because you know that's not an agenda. Yeah. Otherwise, it would be scored. So paying out the 5, taking the 9, putting a counter on the twinning.
So where, again, R&D is marked with the Banhar. Yeah. There's a bunch of ice on R&D. Well, only Gatekeepers are sorry on HQ you can't break, so it looks like Chris might just go look for a 2 on the top of the deck, hoping to find one of those very nice 2-pointers.
Yeah, there's still 2 Vitruviuses in the list.
And 1 Ikawa 2 for Chris would take him to game point. Now, he is respecting the click and 2 credits. Of course he is, as much as there's only 1 of left. Chris looking at the hand there. Again, breakers and pinhole don't really matter. If you think it's a Rashida, I think the 2 are out of the game. We're running archives.
First. To see if it's a spin doctor. Yeah, which I think makes a lot of sense.
Bunch of face downs. It looks like none of them were agendas. We saw Biotic Labor getting thrown out. That makes sense. We know there's 2 in hand. You definitely don't need more than 1. Not a lot. Not easy to afford more than 1.
Yeah. Yeah, we could see it, chat's calling out a Buzzsaw install. I think it doesn't make that much sense. You're paying, to make it cheaper to break the drafter. You're paying 4 to then only pay 2, to save 3 credits. And so it will pay off multiple runs, but I think there's a reasonable shout that this game is going to be too short for that.
Yeah. Gatekeeper 6 strength, it doesn't matter when Banhar's just going to take 2 net damage. Yeah. Now for the rest of the game, it doesn't care. Just give me your first 2 cards.
The pinhole hits I think is pretty big in case that is the Rashida in the remote.
Now down to 1 credit. You can still run the remote server if you want to. They're not going to be able. It's not going to be able to res, but yeah, a lot of things to do. We'll see 2 cards here. Whiteblade looking upwards, hoping to hold. Can't tell. Not steal, not trash. Not steal, not trash is staying. Whiteblade down to 1 credit. Can't res any more ice.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to hope that this isn't a Rashida, and that looks like what Chris is going to go and do.
Break for 1. The other ice, of course, cannot be res. The cheapest in the deck is 2. What are we touching first? It's a Maryland. Miss Bones, you can trash it. It'll be most of your money now. Whiteblade can't even res the card.
Okay, gonna trash it.
Yes. Now, still in 1 credit, Whiteblade can score out any 3-1 or 3-2 from hand with Audacity. You only need 1 credit for that play.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. He didn't trash the Maryland. He trashed the Tranquility.
Exactly.
Which makes a lot more sense.
But he can still score out if he has the Audacity in a 3-2.
Well, but Chris knows he doesn't have a 3-2, and so it's just going to be locking R&D for the rest of the game, right? And so
He drew 1. He broke lock. There's a chance. Because last turn he installed Drew.
I guess he did, but
it's a rare chance.
I mean, at this point, Chris knows. So, and Chris had to play for that majority line.
Exactly,
Right.
So now ice on R&D is res. You can still get through that. There's not a lot of ice in the deck. I think it's only 9 ice, so we're seeing most of it on the table. Now, you can make the Gatekeeper relevant by getting an ice in front of it, but you have to be able to res it, let alone install it. Yeah. So just clicking 3. Again, we know there's a Maryland remote server. Chris getting the daily cast money, going to continue to draw cards with the Hoshiko. We're going to be seeing 2 cards a turn again, as long as you're drawing into those events.
Okay, and we see the legwork in Chris's hand. I don't think this is a good turn to play it particularly, but maybe the 3, because you know that it would have had to have been in Eric's hand. I guess Chris hasn't seen the Audacity.
No, he hasn't, but he's seen Biotic, which, again, we don't have the money to really do anything with. The question is whether he just needs to play it because he needs to play an event. It's not great.
I don't think it's that important, realistically.
Checking the bin again, he hasn't seen any Audacities in there either.
Yeah.
Running R&D is expensive. It is 4 credits unless you get a breaker down, and that's still much. So it looks like we might be sending it.
Sending it?
1 credit legwork. If Whiteblade reses, you are just going to get that ban hard. And now, very much, Whiteblade knows that you can't run R&D.
Yeah.
Unless you get the buzzsaw down, which you do not have the money to do. Again, legwork, that's the original 10-year-old version from Honor and Profit. One of my favorite deluxe expansions back in the day. We're going to see 4 cards here, using the twinning, all but 1 survive. Let's touch some cards, starting with the Audacity. Chris now knows that. He's probably expecting to see that. That is the card that stays in hand usually.
Yeah. We see a drafter, I think, and we know there's 2 biotics, so it's a very slim chance of there being an agenda here, I think.
I think he binned
Maryland,
1 biotic.
We now, oh, okay, maybe he did.
Number 4 will be a biotic. It always has 2 Audacities.
Yeah. So we had seen 2 Audacities.
So the last card we're guessing is
a
the biotic?
Yeah.
I think we have a full read.
And so Chris probably has that information. He's generally quite good about tracking these things.
Nobody's note-taking at this event. What's going on?
Just
be better?
Just be better. Just know things. Yeah.
I would take notes. I think notes are fine. Gatekeeper on the outermost, mind you, requiring a buzzsaw. If you do get it down, you only break it for 1, and we do have a buzzsaw on hand. The problem is we don't have a lot of credits. The top of the deck is unknown, or are we still in twinning lock? I think we're still in twinning lock.
Yeah, because last turn was just click for 3. See the
Going back,
Audacity again.
they're free. I think Chris might be looking for the unknown card in there. I don't know if he is tracking the biotic.
Or maybe maybe there's 2 biotics in this card pile.
Yeah, maybe there is. Maybe he checked. Again, I'm not sure what the 5th card is. Our guess is the Biotic Labor. Looking at the hand there, too.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't think Chris has a lot of other particularly valuable things there.
Trickster Taka, getting that credit a turn. You will be running every turn. Resing, you might as well the Maryland. Doesn't cost you anything.
Yeah.
You get the money back. Top decking a Bast Shiraboga. That is an important card. That does give you other outs. Now, you are going to pay to trash that. Chris doesn't have Miss Bones, so there's the ice. Now you need the Buzzsaw. As long as you can res the outermost. This is... Sportsmetal games don't often go this long. It's like a very linear graph of length of time versus chance of winning for the corporation, but Whiteblade is actually in a good spot, just waiting to draw the right agenda.
Yep, so Chris now has to make some tough choices. The Audacity does keep things kind of going here. Like he can res any of his 3-cost ice without any concern, and the Ablative Barrier is kind of rough. Chris goes to 0 credits, installing a Buzzsaw.
I think that was credit Buzzsaw.
Oh, that makes more sense. Yeah.
But I don't know if the click tracks are on board with that. But that Buzzsaw does come down for 4. So now running the remote server. The problem too is like you probably need to break that drafter. A Manic can show up in R&D. That is not great for you, let alone of course all the other win conditions that can hit the table. Checking the text there again. 2 subroutines, 3 strength is really important.
Letting a drafter fire seems really difficult to justify at this point, but maybe Chris can make the call. We see a Raindrops in hand. I
see 2 cards.
I wonder if you like Raindrops Archives and then C2 off of R&D here.
Yeah.
That to me feels like
3 credits. Still not enough, and you have 4 with Taka, so you still can't break fully the both the ice because I think it costs. Oh no! Now we're at turbine strength. It's just not matched. Chris hasn't ticked that up. That should be a 3 strength echelon. Excuse me.
Yeah.
I just said turbine. I meant to say echelon.
Yeah, I think that to me seems like the line, and it's tricky. I think it is probably Chris's best line is to find his way in. He is now realizing that echelon is strength 3. I think that's a huge thing to realize in the matchup.
We're just chopping it. We're letting the drafter fire.
We're gonna let one of the subroutines on the drafter fire. I think.
Adding a card back to hand is fine.
I think the reason being I think A, there's no card that Eric can add back to his hand that wins the game. And then 2, Chris needs 2 cards in hand to eat 2 subs on this ice.
Yes.
And Raindrops on Archives would put him at 1 card in hand, which would be insufficient.
Now this could be last click of Blade if a Whiteblade has it. That's a very powerful line, but it looks like that might not be the ice there.
I don't think anything Eric installs this click. Oh, he would have to. That would have to be the last card in the HQ.
Touching there, drafter breaking now fully because the outermost was not res. So we're seeing 2 cards here. We charge with the Trickster Taka. This could easily be the game. We can't see the Vacheron, but all the other ones. That top deck is of a virus. You can trash that, but Chris might want to let Whiteblade draw that.
Leave that. Yeah, that's it.
You have to reveal it though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trashing it. Seeing 1 deeper. Revealing it.
And it stays. Hoshiko stays flipped, and we go over to Eric's turn. Eric needs to find a way to break R&D lock. The Maryland campaign actually is going to be really impactful if we get 2 more turns here.
It's decreasing the palm off the top. Is there a chance that you can do something while drawing? Okay, there's a Rashida.
I mean, yeah, it's tricky. I wonder if you can just greasing a Rashida onto the table here, but it's like
That didn't look like an agenda,
another
was
draw.
that?
I could not tell what it is, and then greasing a card on.
Looks like a Rashida. Mind you, there's 5 minutes left in the round. I'm pretty sure we're going to get a real ending, like a scored at points ending on
Yeah,
either
I'd be a
side.
little
It's hard to
surprised
tell.
if we don't,
But now the density, like this deck has 12 agendas. We've only seen 6 out. R&D has 6 agendas and what looks to be like 15 cards. It's a huge density of agendas in there. And the question is, how much economy does Chris have? We might go for the labor rates. You're definitely hoping to hit a strike fund here to push yourself forward.
We did get Chris hits the steel skin. I think that's a huge hit for him here. He did not declare his ban hard trigger, which I think is a little unfortunate, but
Going to shuffle back in some cheap events that are going to be positive. 2 copies of raindrops, 1 legwork.
Yeah. I think that makes a lot of sense. The legwork, I think, is like, I don't think Eric drew an agenda unless it was the 1 card we didn't see.
Yeah.
But like, Chris has no way of knowing that, and the click 1 draw. I don't think Eric had enough to kind of go for. Okay, they're just doing the ban hard. Or
I bet
it's
he has to
being
miss it.
missed.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I'm not sure you could do that.
Yeah, and I think that's pretty fair.
Yeah, I think
for
that's
this
fair. You can't draw
relatively
cards.
competitive cut.
Oh, look at him. Okay,
Oh,
he's like, okay, you can have it if you
he's
really
giving them
want
a
it.
hard time.
Very funny. Drawing up again, finding that your gamble that's almost playable. We're 1 credit short, so we're just going to go for moshing, throwing out those cards, looking for some pressure cards here. We have 1 click left to run. Again, you just need to get your money up there. You're going to get 3 cards, 3 credits back. We're finding a buzzsaw. We're finding, I think it was a strike fund in there.
Shoot.
And a mystic?
Yeah, a mystic. And
We're
we're
running.
just chopping. We're just chopping.
Outermost, you can res if you want to do some damage, and then the rest of the server is only going to cost Taka dollars and 2 more. No res here. There's so many agendas in R&D. You can't steal Iqua, but all the others are game.
Breaking everything, and using Taka to gain a counter. Eric is thinking it's a spin doctor.
Draw 2. That was an agenda. It looked like a Mega Pre.
That did look like a Mega Pre.
If Whiteblade can survive this run, he has the fast events in hand, so he's just shuffling back as
he's
many
just shoving
non-agendas, but the deck is still pretty loaded. He did take an agenda out, so I think there's 5 in there. The deck can't be that tall.
Yeah, but he is safe from an Iqua here because he's just running last click.
So there's only 4 agendas, of which there's still, I think, 2 Vitruvias. Top looks like a greasing. Nothing. Whiteblade should have it. Top deck, he has the audacity, just putting on the table, has the Mega Pre. Well played to both players. What a game. The full 40 minutes with Sportsmetal just holding off with the mid-ice is just keeping that
Eric
aggression.
doing a masterclass of clawing that game back. Just like, it looked like he was down and out, but found a way to get to, once he got those 6 creds and 2 ice on the remote, Chris really had to slow down to find a different gear. And Chris, I think, got a good number of singles, but just they didn't quite line up for him.
No, digging for it. So, touched a lot of cards. You'd expect to get enough points there, but again, well played to both players. AnalyzeChris was the top of Swiss after a huge competitive day. So having a great run here. Also at the top cut, finishing in 3rd place. Now that means Whiteblade again, and one of the NANPC large organizers, is going to be playing against a Santa, who's also undefeated. This is a West Coast finals entirely. They're both far from home.
They're running it back against us for last year's Continentals at Cascadia, where it was me and Ian in the finals. So
East and West just trading places. This is absolutely fantastic. We're about to hit again. This is the finals of day 2. Boston NANPC, they're coming up. We might have time. Let's see if we might get an interview between rounds if we can, but otherwise we're not too far away from the finals. Again, huge shout out. I'm joined by Yasengrin. Sengrin, you've been doing judging. You've been doing a lot of OP stuff, both for NANPC and, of course, for Null Signal Games. Absolutely appreciate it. It takes an absolute army to make an event like this as smooth as it is. So huge thank you. Also, support with the stream stuff too is phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, like this has been really a team effort. So I huge shout outs to Not Again, who did most of the logistical behind the scene organizing of venues, sign up, date, promotion. Like Not Again crushed it for this event.
Yes.
And huge shout outs to Kato and Eric Canister for setting up the stream, and you for being on call all day for 2 days. I really appreciate it.
It's been a lot of fun. So glad you can join us again. We'll be back maybe with an interview. Otherwise, we're going to be hitting up the finals, so don't go anywhere. You're watching Boston NANPC. This is day 2. We're about to crown a finalist from a very competitive field. We'll be right back in just a bit. welcome back to Boston NANPC Day 2. We're just about to hit the finals. We just watched a fantastic game from the lower finals. I'm joined by third place here at Boston NANPC. It's AnalyzeChris. How's it going?
Hey, going great.
You've had a fantastic weekend. Mind you, top of Swiss yesterday from 40 incredible players, and now, of course, such a great run. That game was wild. It looked like it was kind of, you had a control, you had lock, you were trashing everything, you had missed bones, you were getting the accesses, you had that Banhar, and then suddenly it became 3 ace servers, and by suddenly I mean it took 40 minutes, but it was such a wild game, touched a lot of cards. How do you feel about that matchup? Have you practiced it? Because obviously there's a snare bears on snare bears.
Yeah, so these are both the decks I was playing, so I'm very used to both of them. And you know, usually when it comes to a big tournament, I want to bring a deck that beats the decks that I bring. So yeah, we got a lot of testing on this matchup itself, and the legwork was one of those cards that I brought to be better against sports, to have a little more equity.
Yeah.
And I think I played really well, and I think that game showcased one of the weaknesses of Hosh, and there aren't that many. But you know, if you want to rush out against them, all you need is a couple ice on the most important server, and then Banghar is not like the biggest deal.
You have to find the breaker while also presenting all the other issues that Hosh needs to deal with. It does slow down a bit.
Yeah, knowing that was almost certainly, I should have asked him, almost certainly a gatekeeper.
I think it was.
Okay,
great.
Yeah. I couldn't risk just completely face planting it. In hindsight, maybe I should have when the Equa was there, because it was such an obvious Equa play.
Yeah. The slowest Equa,
it
was really fun to watch.
I was very satisfied with my play. I'm really happy with the lines. I had like multiple multi-axis on RD.
Yeah.
Cleared out HQ with the legwork. So
I think the legwork has been such a fun card. That card is now, again, 10 years old, which is always wild to say out loud. But we saw fantastic plays where that was well. I think that's also one of your more common labor rights targets.
Yep.
Like, the later the game goes, the better it can get if you're controlling the remote server. So that's absolutely really cool to hear. Now, in terms of snare bears, how do you prepare for an event like this? Is it really organized? Is it everyone on their own? What's the team mentality look like?
Well, we get excited for certain events, and Boston was really exciting because most of us are based on the East Coast, and there were 9 of us here today, so that was awesome.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're just jamming games online. We jammed Hosh completely openly, just because everyone's on Hosh. There's really you could bring any Hosh deck and have a great time. But yeah, the sports was a collaboration on snare bears, trying to figure out how we can take advantage of the ban list. No Lu anymore. People really think Hosh is #1, and there's not a lot of ways to stop fast advance, so we bring in the Maw. And yeah, so we just we work together on it and jam it out. And you know, we love sports since New York CO 2020.
It's like the same list. The list is like 4 years
It's
old.
almost the same list. I don't think
the same list.
we almost had a corporate hospitality, and we're like, do we need a new card? I don't know.
Yeah, that's fine. You're on Sansan too. We didn't get to see your sports on stream. Is that the call? I don't know
No,
if you
it's
feel too hot
garbage.
about it.
No, it's bad. It's bad.
Why is it bad?
Well, everyone here is teched for assets.
Yes.
Everyone has bones.
It goes down
that was
cheap.
no big secret.
Yeah.
And so we were looking for. We had literally 3 influence we needed to spend. Ian and Eric just left it
They
with
didn't.
God.
Yeah.
We tried a bunch of other things like Malapert. Wasn't really great. I think in hindsight it should be Sun Commandment or
cool.
Yeah, some other way of getting draw and fast advance, or even something like Sprint's not influence, but I don't know, DBS, something to
Something?
you lose when you get the Equas when you don't want them.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. No, that's totally true. It's been really fun. We've also saw I know Rongydoge is on or Stargate.
Yeah.
Is that was consideration? Because that's the way to beat. I think Thule. That's obviously very good into sports. Is that something that you would maybe change going forward, or I don't know how you feel about the multi-axis? Because legwork is the thing that you're doing, and that multi-axis connects.
Yeah, Stargate's really awkward with the MU situation because you have the turbine,
and then you need to get them all down, which is not that easy. You're also not on Paladin Puemo, which is kind of noteworthy. What's with
No, the price is such a broken card that you're installing ideally half your rig with it. You're not installing that much else aside from the Maw. And it's really slow. You need it the early game, and you're so taxed for slots that you want something that will give you late game money, which is Taka. And Mystic is just all the time good. 3 companions is good enough to charge 20.
Super cool. Yeah, you got Miss Bones too sometimes on the side, but
I'll forget that during a game for sure.
You're really good on triggers. Also, so stoked that you're using your strength markers on the ice. I
am
want to see that
JNet
more.
pilled. It's true. I just need too much online play. I got to see what my breakers are at.
I respect that a lot. Again, AnalyzeChris, a fantastic whole entire weekend. Again, top of Swiss. Thanks for joining us. We're about to hit the finals. Boston NANPC Day 2. We'll be back in just a bit. Welcome back to Boston NANPC. We're about to dive into the finals. This is Sunday. We started yesterday with 40 players. We're down to just 2, and it's been quite the journey for these. My name is Andre, mind you, from the Metropolitan Grid. I'm here on Neon Static. Huge shout out to Eric Hyden for setting all this stuff up. He can't be with us today, but we're glad to carry that torch. And once again, I'm joined by Henry. Henry, how's it going?
It's going well. Here a little while ago, and ready to be back in the hot seat to watch
Glad
the final
to have you
matchup.
back. Yes. So for those who don't know, we have 2 West Coast players. On the left, we have Whiteblade. That's Eric Keelback, who's playing Sportsmetal. Sports is a big thing from the Snare Bears today. We just saw a very exciting match, holding on to the Sportsmetal with a pretty rough start. On the other side, Santa from Seattle is an American player playing good stuff. Hoshiko. I don't think there's anything too surprising about this deck. We're looking at Turbine. We're looking at the breakers you expect, of course. Banhar, DJ Fenders, we haven't seen too much today.
This is going to be very similar to the previous matchup. No Ashen in Santa's deck, I believe.
Now, noteworthy, Santa does have that dot next to his name. He has gone undefeated in the top cut so far. If he doesn't win this match, it goes to game 2. We reset the bracket, and he has to play his Thule deck. Now, we'll talk about that if and when we talk about that. That deck hasn't lost a game all weekend.
I lost 1 game in Swiss.
You did?
1 game. Whiteblade was the one who knocked me out in the cut.
Okay.
It was,
so he might know. He might have that magic
he may know
touch.
how to do it. He just needs to rip 7 points on turn 2 again, and he'll be fine.
We'll see if we can repeat that sort of plays. But Miss Bones coming down again, 3 cards on the table. Wage Workers was one of them, if I'm not mistaken. That's gone. That's 12 credits worth of trashables. Just about all the decks of the top cuts are playing 2 copies of Miss Bones. I think maybe Whiteblade is. Yeah, I think he is as well. So we'll see which ones of these you want to check. Cards you need to bring down. We're looking at cards like Bast Chiraboga, Wage Workers, of course, Rashida if you can. If you just take a Maryland, that's some amount of money.
Tranquility, honestly, really important to take down too. That's so much money over the course of the game.
Spin Doctor going to be res. We saw Whiteblade drew into a Project Ikoa. That's a 3-pointer in hand. Not a card that you're looking to score out. It's a bit of a brick with some defensive text. Now we did see Whiteblade just score it out really slowly in the last matchup. Santa continuing to chop down server by server. That's a Bass 4 to trash.
Very happy to see that.
That's a Biotic Labor. You stick to the table. We're going to see all of them.
Another Wage Workers.
So
that was
the
a
table.
very effective Bones.
That was turn 1, I think. Was that just Miss Bones run?
Turn ones, and there's $2 left on it.
10 credits a use is definitely the sort of start. Now, this sort of fast advanced Sportsmetal deck, I think we just heard from AnalyzeChris, one of the good ways it does is it actually forces breakers out. You have to find your breakers. There's no tutor abilities. You have to install them. You have to call what this is. The end of the runs, mind you, in the deck are just Gatekeeper and Ablative Barrier. But you don't have access to those breakers right away, and specifically, you don't have Banhar already pre-installed on the table.
Right, and the value proposition on both are so high for Sportsmetal.
Yeah. Now, Santa does have an access to a single Boomerang. That might be his only way to cheat through this. It's only a 1-of here. But we'll see if Whiteblade with a single advancement, what are we looking at? Like Vitruvius with a counter is pretty powerful, but there's no 4-2s naturally in the deck. That's going to be an agenda that, I don't know if you Audacity have the Ikoa, not your favorite early score.
No, I don't think so.
We'll see what he gets now. Hoshiko's touching cards, so they're going to be trade a card for a credit at the start of turn.
If you think Santa can get in on the next turn, maybe you push a Luminal if you're holding it, because that is a huge tempo push forward.
Deciding here again what to do. These, very importantly, the finals are not timed. Now, a lot of times for Sportsmetal, that won't be too big of a deal. We just saw a Sportsmetal game go nearly 40 minutes. So the players here are going to be a bit more pensive. Not that they classically aren't, but they're allowed to take the time. They can feel comfortable making the best decisions with whatever time they need. Click 1 looks like it was to draw here. HQ, we've drawn a bit after the Spin Doctor. No exactly filtering in terms of agendas. And the deck is on 12 agendas, so those accesses can add up as much as Sportsmetal pushes yourself forward.
That is a huge moshing.
What is it, gain 7,
Draw 3? I think something like that, yeah.
With the strike funds, mind you, they fire when trash from hand or from the top of the deck. So 7 credits, 3 more cards. That's exactly what Santa needs, as long as he can find his breakers. These 2 players have played a fair bit, mind you. They just live across the border, the Canadian-American border, so they're constantly coming either to Seattle or up to Vancouver.
And both metas have COs near constantly.
Yes, yeah. The
very,
West Coast
very competitive region.
Has a lot of really strong tournament play and a lot of really strong tournament players. There's the Echelon. Now it's going to deal with the Drafter. It's pretty expensive, coming in at 1 strength until its friends do arrive. We're just raindropsing, saying if it's a Gatekeeper, it's a Gatekeeper. If it's the Drafter, I can deal with it worst case.
I like this play.
Whiteblade deciding to res here. Ablative Barrier or Gatekeeper. If you don't res, it's an advanceable card. It's a Vacheron with no clicks. He's pushing that out. That means either that's what he has, or he's going to push it out right now because the jig is up. Double advance Audacity. Looks like it is the play.
Wow.
Scoring that 5-3, getting it out of circulation is huge too. Let's see if he draws 2 or gains 2. His games so far have actually been like revolving around scoring an early Ikoa.
It is really wild how much of an impact the first Ikawa score in HB decks always has on the pace of the game.
Doesn't feel good.
It doesn't feel good, but if you get it scored, then your path to victory looks a lot cleaner.
Yes. Yes. Now, there's only one more Ikawa, mind you, in the deck, so Santa doesn't have to respect that as much as when 6 of the 20 points are Ikawas. Now, you check the bin again, Audacity forces you to discard your hand. If you want to check that, you can see those 3 cards. Now, would Whiteblade throw out something like a Hyperloop extension? Most definitely. You do want to feed those. Mega Pre-Qualifier, also the sort of 1-pointers that, on top of the Sportsmetal ability, are definitely good tempo swings for the corporation. See what Santa wants to do here. Again, multi-act is in the deck. This is not a Stargate deck. This is just twinning. We're not even looking at legwork, which is, again, the AnalyzeChris special. So unless you can find a companion or use those Missed Bones credits, which you could use one at a time. Let's see the cards drawn again. That was at the end of the turn. Rashida going to trash that for 1. Can't use Missed Bones. Is not an installed card. Whiteblade keeping that single card in hand. We're coming back. We're seeing it's that's the second Ikawa. 3 to both. We're spending the 2 clicks and 2 credits. Whiteblade drawing up. I think he has the 1 copy of Ella Vigao Bifurcation now in his hand. 3 to 3. All the Ikawas are out.
And
now we're installing a
Banner.
Huge install now. That remote server not looking as secure. I think he drew into Vitruvius. It kind of looked like off the top there. Now he needs to figure out, he needs to build a 2-ice remote server where the innermost isn't in the run, and he needs to be able to res both of those cards. This deck doesn't have a hedge fund. It's greasing the
needs
palm.
to draw a lot of cards to do that and risk drawing more agendas, which it looks like he just did.
Does he have the Luminal in hand?
Spin Doctor helps, though.
Yeah. I don't know if he has clicks to get it down. I think he might have done draw, 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 so he's holding a Spin Doctor. I'm not sure if he has a click left. It looks like Hoshiko is starting, trading a card for a credit. Obviously, banning the server. That will matter for sure. So see if we can check archives here. Looks like Whiteblade's just organizing his board state. Definitely both of these players are quite focused. This is the finals, but they're still having a nice time to laugh.
You really like to see that.
Yeah, it's good. The energy's always so fun. Santa looking at his hand. He does keep his cards close to his chest. It's hard to read what is in his hand. Just taking credit. Looks like we might have a sure gamble. We want to get to that 5.
There it is.
Up to 9 credits. Looking for the twinning, looking for a companion. Otherwise, good singles. There are points in hand. I think there's 3 points in hand across a 2 and a 1. There might even be worse than there. Pretty good odds. At least the 40. Roll 6. Come again 1. Mega Pre. Okay. That might be the agenda I saw. So at least Whiteblade there is not going to go for the card draw into an open HQ. Now that Mega Pre that's scored, we're at 4 points. You're not on game point again. We know what both Ikawas are, but we're definitely going back here. For the rest of the game now, those are 3-2 agendas, exclusively the corporation, finding a drafter. A card you don't want to break currently with the Echelon, but very importantly, the Spin Doctor stayed in hand.
And we see a second Spin Doctor draw, I believe.
So Whiteblade deciding again, of course, planning the turn, whether you want to just open and go with the Spin Doctor, res the drafter on HQ, or whether you want to use this to get rid of agendas in hand. On 7 credits, you can Biotic out. If you have the Biotic, the deck is on 2. It's pretty expensive. Ella Vigao also will let you de-res a card. Maybe that's a thing you can do with the Spin Doctor if it's not challenged. Yeah, that would be
at this point, though,
play.
starting to lock R&D is looking pretty attractive for Santa in this position.
We need to find a twinning here. Also, you do need to constantly work and worry about finding your breakers, because that's what happened in the last game. Suddenly, Whiteblade had a 2-ice server, and then you're like, oh, I actually do need my killer,
right?
Or my decoder. I do need my fractor.
With the Echelon down, face checking is not as bad. Gatekeeper obviously still bad, but
you want to get that resed at least for the next.
Now we
couple
are on
turns.
threat 4, so Ablative has relevant game text beyond just the end of the run.
Install. We're expecting a spin. That is going to be res here. Draw 2. The ability to put cards back in the deck. Break R&D lock. Almost drawing a 3rd card there, I think. In the remote server, there's the ice in front, and
you
on
have
6
to
credits,
wonder if that's the second Spin Doctor potentially.
Could be, yeah. Tranquility on the table would also be quite a nice start. That's a powerful way to score out agendas on even more tempo positive terms. Santa staying digital for as much as the game as possible. As long as you have the economy, that's free card draw. Well, okay, free in quotes.
Yeah, and we saw that in the last game.
Yeah. It's just the click compression again. Hoshiko, the most popular identity, Sportsmetal, was the thing that Snarebridge brought to deal with Hoshiko. We're checking archives. 3 face downs. I don't know if there's agendas in there. This is mostly the Audacity damage. We see a Biotic Labor, very importantly.
And another Gatekeeper.
So now you can get a bit of a better read. And even if you face check the remote server, you can force maybe 6 credits worth of res dice, and there's not too much you can do about that.
Right, because both have to get res to deal with his Banhar.
Importantly, we're on threat 3. Technically,
Threat 4.
Threat 4. A Bladed Barrier, the only threat card I think in the list. So if you do run that too late in the turn, you can get back a Rashida, Spin Doctor, and you even get Ice back on the table. So we'll see how Santa respects that. Whiteblade enjoying his Coke.
Both players very, very collected and calm given the circumstances.
Yeah, Santa, mind you, this actually can be a big deal. He's been sitting around for a couple hours now. Sometimes that's not what you want if you want to keep your head in the game and you keep that blood running. Whiteblade also just came off of a very tense game, so sometimes, you know, it's hard to tell whether that's a boon or whether that's a deficit.
In the same matchup as well.
Yeah.
So almost a practice run
exactly,
for this
yeah,
exact finals.
I can do this. Can I do it again? Santa putting down there.
A finality.
What, there's a finality?
Oh no!
Taking a corner Sing 4. I think there's an eruption of laughter around the table, just sending it here. This could end the game. There are 2 pointers again. Of course, 1 pointers are going to go for that RPG roll, hitting him his bones off core. Whiteblade was laughing about it. I don't want to roll dice for this game. I'm just going to start touching things, but now he's having fun. This is 4 cards. Maker's Eye +1. Second and first, staying third. Again, Miss Bones can interact. Looks like we're trashing for one. Looks like a Rashida. Fourth.
Hitting nothing.
Holding. And now it's Spin Doctor. If Whiteblade wants to break lock, he can, but he knows he's safe on R&D for the next 3 turns.
Which is huge to build back up his board.
Losing Miss Bones too. Very interesting. There's a lot of trashables here, but Whiteblade, we do need the top 3. Just going back for the information, again, I've seen nobody no-take at this tournament, which I find noteworthy. Like, you can't do that.
I honestly find that trying to write it down takes me out of the flow of the game.
Yeah?
And
It pulls you out too much?
Yeah, it's just distracting. And I might just be bad at taking notes.
It is a skill. Not a lot of people do it. And it's an ability that you have access to that the rules do support. So 1 core damage in. See, now Santa wants to just pivot HQ because now, barring the Spin Doctor shuffle, he does have a lock on the game.
Which gives him time to draw into Maw.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is really what you want to see at this point and start hitting the fast advance pieces.
Price, daily cast for free if you want. Pinel's going to go in the bin. Another daily cast and a strike fund. That's going to get you 2 credits.
That's a pretty great price as far as I'm concerned.
So we'll get one of the daily cast down. So huge economic play. Pay 1, gain 10.
Over the course of a few turns, but pay 1, gain 2 right away.
Yeah.
Sure, I'd love to gain $1 to install a daily casts.
Definitely. Just clicking to draw there. Back to Whiteblade. We don't know what's in the remote server. It wasn't challenged.
I think that might be the other Spin Doctor, although we can't see Whiteblade's hand.
Yeah, it could be. It definitely
but
could be.
Tranquility is also a great call out.
Triple advance. He had it.
It was the
Luminal. It
Luminal.
was the Luminal. Whiteblade now on game point 5.
Oh my goodness.
To 4. The top of R&D is locked. So the question is, do you have time to contest the Spin Doctor to lock R&D again? Because with Audacity, we did see Abiotic discarded. That could mean that he either doesn't have the money or another option. Gaining 2 off Sportsmetal.
$7 now. So Biotic does it.
There's many ways out here. Again, Whiteblade can reset the bracket going back to the grand finals. Santa drawing a card off of Hoshiko. Whiteblade taking a sip of his Coke. Santa understanding here, knows the top cards of R&D. He knows the next 2. Lock. Mind you, Whiteblade did not draw.
If you're Whiteblade and Santa runs the Spin Doctor, do you shuffle?
I don't think you do. It forces out the Miss Bones, but you know the top of R&D is good. Now, that might tell you something of what Whiteblade has in the hand, but we know he has another Spin Doctor. That's probably what's in the remote server even, so you don't get that one shuffled and then you break lock on the second. Marking there with the Banhar again. Banhar hasn't been put to work for a couple turns, but now it's 7 credits. You have to remember, with Audacity, you can score at a 3-2 or a 3-1 from hand for a single credit. One of the most important FFG Wayland cards currently in the standard format.
And if Whiteblade gets to 6, that's the Elevagao for 0 credits.
That's true. You can score the Elevagao. You can do 2 1-pointers. There are still Hyperloops and a single Elevagao, which I think we know is in hand.
And with presumably 2 Spin Doctors on the table, you might do that if you draw into it.
Yeah. You can see a lot of cards at instant speed with 2 Spin Doctors. One of them you can de-res. Santa making consideration here. Whiteblade can res 2 of these ice. Now, if one of them is a draft or the innermost, you can still pay. Otherwise, you're taking net damage on the way in.
And crucially can res both and have $1 for Audacity plays.
Exactly, just $1.
That's all you need.
Now, as well, if you want to feed a 1-pointer, you can get money if you have to play in hand. But we can't tell if Whiteblade has agendas in hand.
Yeah, we cannot see his hand, so...
Santa agonizing over this first click. Daffley understanding the stakes. Click 1 draw here. In terms of the multi-axis, it's just the 1 copy of Finality. Otherwise, it's going to be DJ Fenris to somehow forcing that back seems difficult, or finding exactly that twinning.
You never take that offer. That's an offer you
Anything
can
else
refuse.
Finality, yeah. No, you're good. You just have it. On 4 points. R&D again is still known. Let's see if the Spin Doctor is challenged to see if you'll force the shuffle, because I think you're right. I can't tell what Whiteblade will do with it. Just clicking through. Well, thinking, excuse me, pondering the clicks. It is an untimed finals. The room has gotten to the point
remarkably
where it's quiet. And that's because the side event has wrapped up. So I don't know how loud we can be. So we might have to go a bit ASMR here, which I'm totally fine with. But if we sound like we're whispering, it's because we are. Santa thinking this through. Again, the deck looks like about 25 cards left. Banner on there. Whiteblade understands the top of R&D is locked. It's whether you can joust out that Spin Doctor.
Now, if you're Santa right now, you also are worried that this just is another
could just be
in the remote.
Could be a 3-2. If that's the case, again, even if you have Audacity, you're scoring it on the table. It's technically safer there than in HQ. Click to draw again. We didn't see what he has, but he has 7 cards, maybe even 8 cards after the host.
If Santa is keeping track, though, he'll know that I believe no new cards have entered since the dig he saw. So
he knows the cards in hand.
Whiteblade had 2 agendas hanging out in hand. This probably isn't one.
I think he's also seen 2 gatekeepers. So he's a bit of a read, maybe more what the table can be. A Blade of Berry is also very interesting. You don't want to run that last click because then the Rashida can break lock. You can have some really disastrous spirals if Whiteblade is just missing. You shuffle Spin Doctor and then you're suddenly drawing 4 fresh cards. Santa with 2 clicks left here. Only 1 breaker. The one that breaks the drafter is still important. It's also still 5 credits if you need to come to that. Again, with the core damage, he actually technically I think only can have 6 cards in hand at this point. Or 7 if he draws twice, which he did. Just looking at the bin here again. If Whiteblade can just score out.
For.
I think like the win conditions.
Probably.
Like Bass is out. How many biotics are out?
I think we've seen 1 biotic hit the bin.
Yeah. 1 was discarded to Audacity. 1 Audacity, mind you, is out, but Spin Doctor can bring that back.
But still, I mean, looking at the list, that's another Audacity, another biotic.
3rd click, we're running their remote server out or drafter. You don't break that. That's going to be 2 net damage. That's worth 5 credits for sure. I don't know what Santa could have in hand.
You're really hoping it's a steel skin.
Needs to find more options here. Shuffling the hand up. As long as you're shuffling, Whiteblade might just rip from hand. Let's see if he throws 5 D6s. Just touching. 1st damage, Maw.
That's unfortunate.
2nd damage, the sure gamble.
You probably don't have time to install that Maw, but you'd love to have had it installed.
Next, we'll see this ice in a Blade of Berry. At least Santa has an ability. He has a click left to deal with it. It is the Blade of... So what Whiteblade's going to pull onto the table?
Well, Santa has the click left, so
very importantly,
$2 on the bone. So really can deal with more or less anything that's brought out.
I think we missed that, but all cards were faced up. It looks like it wasn't Rashida. Might just be a Wage Workers find the most expensive thing.
I believe
Bass?
You reveal and install.
Yeah, we just didn't see it, but Santa definitely knows what that is.
If it's Bass, you have to deal with it.
Do you reveal if it's face down? No, you don't reveal it. But they were all face up.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, shout out to Kato. Absolutely.
You're right.
Throwing up all the cards right when anybody would want them.
Although that in and of itself, if you are keeping track of... So you know it's not the Bass then.
Yeah.
And you know there's only 1 Bass, so you know it can't be a Bass.
Well, I think there's a Bass in the bin, right?
Only 1 in the list.
But I think it's an Archives. That could be the Archives Bass.
I thought we saw that trashed face up. Because Charlie ran and trashed it turn 1 with the bones.
I just don't know what Whiteblade took. Like, he might have done it because it happened off screen, right? But Santa will definitely know. So the question is whether you run that, whatever it is, Rashida you have to deal with. If it's a Bass, you probably have to deal with. Not this turn. Whiteblade doesn't have the credits unless inside this remote server is Rashida. That'd be the worst case scenario. But this does end the run. Santa has only 1 click left. Figuring out if you're throwing the Spin Doctor, that doesn't do much. Figuring out if you're getting an HQ access, that doesn't do much. Drawing a card. Hoshiko will flip back if I'm not mistaken. We haven't touched a card. Spin Doctor. Whiteblade is breaking lock. Putting Audacity in. Again, it's up to 2 cards, so just the Audacity. He knows what he needs. And let's see if that remote server is, because he can't even score at a 3-2 anymore. He needs an Audacity top deck to be able to score the remote server. It's holding a 3-1, a 3 difficulty agenda. We do know he has an Elevic out too somewhere. Huge shuffle here. We'll see the offered cut. Both players are definitely laughing. Love how they're having a great time. You see the crowd too enjoying it. Definitely putting on a show.
Taking the offer of the cut. Very deliberate.
So we'll see if anything's red start turn. It looks like it's no Rashida on the table. Peeking at the card here. Does he have it red level?
He has it.
He has it. He needed to click for credit. Whiteblade taking it back to the finals. using the modal top deck red level to clicklessly gain 1 credit to do advance, advance, advance. All that ice res just putting him there. We are going to have a bracket reset. Santa's going to have to show us how Thule is done because Santa hasn't lost a game so far. Whiteblade, you said had a chance against you earlier, but still going to be such a hard matchup. Zahya getting those axes on
Whiteblade
Sentinels.
and I are 1-1, so we'll need to have a tiebreaker match at some
Testing
point.
is not proven enough just yet. But we are going to a grand finals, mind you, a fantastic way to finish this event. Both West Coast players coming quite the distance here. Maybe on to the grand finals in just a moment. We're going to be taking, I believe, a 5-minute break for both these players, maybe to stretch their legs, and Santa needs to show us how it's done. We're going to probably come in a bit early so we can explain a bit the deck.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm excited to have you on the cast because it's weird
such
deck,
a fun deck.
and I know you've been working on it. I know you've been tuning it out there, and it's something that a lot of viewers might not be familiar with.
Strange lines, strange ways it forces the runner to make decisions that are impossible in the moment.
Yes, a lot of cards to read too for some players. So we're going to see how that works again. Well, don't go anywhere. This is just the grand finals in NANPC Boston Day 2. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. See you then. welcome back to Boston NANPC. This is day 2 of the grand finals after an exciting bracket reset. We have 2 players from the West Coast coming great distance to grab this title, to grab the leader points. My name is Andre from the Metropolitan Grid. Excited to be here on Neon Static again. Eric could not join us for this weekend day, but huge props for all the setup. Joined again by Henry. How's it going?
It's going well. I'm excited to see this duel on screen.
This is going to be a pretty fun matchup.
Tag tracking and the core damage tracking.
Yeah, let's go. We're
going
to need this. So we have a lot to explain. We've seen Whiteblade. We've seen this Thule deck for a lot of viewers at home. We're going to have to do quite an effort to explain this Thule deck. This is something that we've heard described as Barf Thule, generally specifically the throwing
Charlie
up emoji.
insists on calling it Barf Thule.
Yes.
That is the name.
Can you explain? Because, Henry, we're stoked to have you here because you know how this deck works. I think you were working to build this, to tune it.
Yes, so this is a deck that wants to, above all, tax runner clicks. And unlike other asset decks, has an advantage in that, not that they don't tax clicks, but this deck in particular does not really care about runner credit totals. And it asks you the question, can you find the false leads and other agendas, the orbitals, and the ICO projects, crucially, before I manage to score out enough of those such that if you interact with me again, I'm in a lock state where I can just false lead, leave you tagged, and then flatline you.
Yes, we've seen the double false lead. It's really rough to deal with. There's not a lot of click gain in the format, but the idea is that as long as you can lose 2 clicks, you're losing your whole turn if you lose 2 and lose 2.
Yeah, and so it plays a little bit of shell game with things like Mr. Hendrick and the Hyperloop extension to disincentivize kind of wantonly checking remotes, but at the same time, playing things like Rashida's, Gaslights, things that you want to find that you don't want the corporation to pop and be able to find things, and tech cards like Malia to blank Hannah or other Class Act, for instance, to prevent card draw. And as of this iteration, the B1001, where if we can land the big oppo, then all of a sudden you can't even run and find things on the turn that you get tagged.
On the few clicks you have, yes, still not very useful. We're off again. Santa taking the mulligan there. We also know Whiteblade playing Zahya can be very aggressive. You played him earlier in the cut, and he just saw 7 points, took all the core damage.
I'll
as
take
fast
tags,
as
I'll
possible.
take core. I just want to see agendas.
Speaking about core damage, how much core damage can you take in this matchup? I think 1 is almost safe.
1 is risky, though, because as soon as you're at 1, remember, Hypoxia does not remove a tag.
Yeah.
So if you manage to stack up another turn with Hypoxia end of the line, barring any steel skin, which, of course, in this criminal deck we do not have, then that is another way to flatline the runner.
The room just got so quiet. Whiteblade with a bit of sass, dropping a Miss Bones. I have your number. Let's see what we check on the table. I was talking to Santa a bit during the lunch break. He said he wants to figure out how the opponent plays. Hendrick
It's
to
Mr. Hendrick.
start. Whiteblade's going to have to read this again. Running this in click 2. Not the best, but next to the best you can have. It's either a core damage or your whole turn.
Now, Whiteblade does trash it, which opens him up to Riot
Yeah,
he is trashing Riot Suppression and Oppo, both online now.
Taking
the core damage. So this may be the 10-minute. Before this we were saying this is either going to be a 10-minute game or a 1-hour game. We may be looking at 10 minutes here.
He might
one way or another.
just send it. I was talking to Santa, and he said he wants to figure out how the opponent is running. If they're not checking, you actually leave cards on the table that are important, agendas, and just say, that's a false lead. I don't have to score it now. We're getting core damage tracking, mind you. You're like, oh, yeah, I could put that there. So we're now down to 4 hand size. As soon as you hit 2 core damage,
oh, my goodness.
Now, this is a click to dodge another core damage. Whiteblade trying to figure out what to do here. Again, as soon as you're on 2 core damage, the game could be over. As soon as Santa starts on, what does he need, 6 credits? Distribute into end of line?
Well, distribute is agenda steal.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah.
So he's safe for the moment, but could be stacking up a lot of tags.
Did he take a 2nd core? He just drew there? Or does Santa not pay? Santa didn't pay.
Because only on 3 credits, you don't necessarily want to pay.
Yeah. Mind you, the economy of this deck, this is not a hedge fund deck. Like, we're looking at 20 assets. We have 12 operations, but they're all tags and tag punishment.
There is
Riot
this.
suppression.
We may see click and then oppo.
A bit of a reader here. So now, after you've trashed a card on your last turn, the reprisals from the Katara cycle, either you are going to take a core damage or you're just going to have a 1-click turn. We're taking core damage. So we've now set up a 3 hand size. Whiteblade has no hand size tech. So any turn in which you steal an agenda, if you can get distributed tracing, gives a tag guaranteed, and that is going to be an end of line after that. So again, it comes down to finding those cards. Very important. The end of lines are only a 1 of in the deck. So a Gaslight hitting the table.
You have to find it with that. And that's why this deck is challenging to play into the Maw matchup, because one thing you can do there is you can hide a Gaslight on the table and not draw it, or even leave it in archives with a Spin Doctor on the table. But again, players then have to be careful about runners who are going and checking remotes.
Economic denial is also going to be a bit difficult. This deck, the Zahya deck, is not on diversion of funds. So if Santa just clicks for credits, there's not much Whiteblade can do about it. Still has to steal 7 points. 3 of them or sorry, 2 of them being only Aqua Project, which is more and more core damage, but as long as Whiteblade doesn't float tags, as long as Santa can't afford an Oppo, you can be pretty aggressive for the next couple turns. I think we haven't mentioned, mind you, Santa's deck only has 2 pieces of ice.
2, and they're very important pieces of ice. There's
Oppo.
There's there are 2 using the tag tracker. Yeah, so this actually, Santa and my list differ here. I think Santa's is correct, playing the Gatekeeper and the Jaguarundi. Jaguarundi is very nice in the Swiss, where at least I like to have that one installed for the tax. But in cut play, you have to guess which it is.
We're floating tags here.
There's
Losing
the
sure
Wake
gamble. The
Implant.
Wake Implant's coming down. He's sending it. The problem is if he runs out of credits, he actually starts to start taking core damage when he hits agendas.
Right.
And he actually could technically flatline himself if he steals 2 agendas, finds 2 agendas.
You see the distributed in hand.
We're reading. Now, Santa doesn't have the money there, but that is not you're going to need it. It looks like Whiteblade's floating tags. But if you ever send it R&D and see too many agendas and don't have the clicks and credits, like, you will flatline yourself to lethal core.
Next time, I would not be surprised to see Run HQ, Run R&D.
Yeah, as long as you have it, you need both clicks and
C4.
credits. Santa, we know that he has tags and tag delivery in hand. Not very useful here. Whiteblade is definitely not clearing the tags. I think he's just going to try and see if he can close it. Mind you, Zahya getting a credit. If you run R&D, you do gain 3 credits. That might be what you need to clear the tags, but all these agendas is very important for Thule, mind you. The Thule tax is not an additional cost, so you can't choose not to pay it. If you find a project Ikawa, that is an additional cost. So if you don't steal that, you don't have to do the double Thule tax, which it has the same tax.
That's why Hyperloop is so punishing, because it's also 3 credits for the
Huge
corp.
swing. I love that we have both of the trackers out. I totally forget those exist. Mind you, System Gateway Specials. It's easy to track on stream. I'm glad that we have those available.
Some kind of discussion happening. We can't really hear from over here, but
I'm glad all the stakes that again, people are still just having fun.
I'm kind of glad to see Whiteblade sending it too. It's very exciting.
If anyone's going to send it, Whiteblade's going to send it playing Zahya, that's for sure. Santa?
I'm wondering if you just click for credits here.
You probably do.
With the bones down, you expect Whiteblade is going to check what you install.
Yeah. Now you can do credit, trash bones.
You can.
That might be an option. It's obviously slow. Your board state stays the same, but that means you can start barfing, as the deck calls it, and starting putting things out on the table and seeing what you can deal with.
Yeah, one other thing we thought about in testing very briefly is 1 Retribution, just because it's the 1 influence pick.
Oh, cool.
And for something like Moth, there's the Hypoxia.
Hypoxia?
And that is a minus a click and another core.
Yeah. Doesn't remove the tag, mind you, unlike some of the other lethal tag punishment. We're now at 3 core, 2 hand size, and only a 3-click turn.
And this is important, actually, because it limits the number of agendas that Whiteblade can see without dying.
Oh, he could flatline to core damage on R&D. It'd be wild. Losing another sure gamble. Sending it HQ again. We're going to keep this eye credits if we're running R&D, but he can't touch that many agendas. Seeing the hand here, we know distributed, we know
See
Oppo.
again.
No surprises. Deciding whether he wants to use Zahya.
2 unknown in hand. This game could end on 0-0.
It easily could. It definitely could. Credit. Getting off Zahya.
Already took the Zahya for this turn.
Yes, so I
maybe
don't know
you
if
want
we're
to
swinging.
save that for R&D.
Yeah, I don't know if he can run R&D with that many clicks.
Finds an orbital.
2
Is this
points.
last click? No, this is not last click.
Spends a click and 2 credits, so safe on 1 card in hand. Now, if Santa top decks the end of line, credit end of line is the game. Or he can just start grinding out Hypoxias. It's 1 end of line in the whole deck. We haven't touched R&D. Santa can just draw. Ikawas are going to be dead in the hand. Hyperloops are advantageous. Again, Whiteblade just need to make sure to keep the core damage in check.
Finding that 1 of Wake Implant so early is so important for Whiteblade here.
Whiteblade used to have
drawing mandatory.
He used to have 2 wakes in the deck, and then he cut it down to like 1
Yeah.
and 2 Docklands, which is like
Just draw it.
just draw it. Drawing up Hermes again. What board state are
Clicking
you
for
bouncing?
3 for Santa makes sense. Or 2
Yeah.
credits. Looked like 2 credits and a card draw.
I think that's right. We're running R&D. Let's see how many we see again. He can only pay 1 of these. Now he has 2 in hand, so he can take 2 core damage. Mind you, your flatline when your hand size goes negative. If he finds 3 agendas here, he'll still survive. First card, no steal, no trash. Deeper we go. 3rd card, 4th card even. We're gonna have to
Reading
read
a
that
card.
one. Gain 4 credits with Zahya. Zahya holding on. And now Whiteblade has good information on where the end of line is or
And
isn't.
can clear 2 tags and maybe buy another few turns to
Yeah.
clear HQ and set up for another big dig.
Yeah, clearing tags is actually an option he needs to consider. But he might just continue to keep the aggression up, saying, I'm just going to touch as many cards and keep you out.
Sees it distribute again.
That's another Wake Implant charge. Going to continue to drop again. He only has 2 hand size, so he can't keep too many hands. It's just discarding a Hermes. Again, what's it going to bounce? It could keep the board in
Hermes
check.
really isn't doing what board?
Well, yeah, sure. If Santa just starts barfing, like then he has to pre-res on Central. Like, yeah, no, I hear you.
Well, so little known fact is barf is not that the corp barfs out assets. It's that playing against it
Really?
makes you want to barf.
Okay. I think I've heard both explanations and they both make a lot of sense. Santa drawing again, lock. We saw 4 cards on R&D, mandatory draw into click to draw. So Whiteblade knows the next 2 cards on the top of the deck. Santa has exactly enough credits. Now, if he wants to consistently find the end of the line, he needs to stick a Gaslight. Obviously, with Miss Bones, that's not going to make that much sense.
Do we think Whiteblade's going to check if things go on the table?
I think he is with Miss Bones for sure.
And if Santa thinks that, do you put down another Hendrick?
If you have the last triplet, yeah, if you draw it. But then you have to pay for yeah, it's hard.
A Hyperloop honestly gets you.
1 ice on HQ. Again, the deck has 2. This is either
That
a
is-
Gatekeeper or a Jaguar.
Either way, it's bad for
Either way,
Whiteblade.
very bad for you. There's ice in here?
I think at this point, I'd much rather the Jag.
Yes.
Because you keep running through that.
Well, you take core damage.
Right. You take more tags, but the continual, like, Whiteblade cannot keep taking core damage over and over.
We're not a threat 4, so if you do find your breaker, and mind you, 3-string of the Jaguar Rundy lines up fantastically if Whiteblade does somehow produce and afford the Carmen. This is a 3 to 4 credit break depending on how the tag situation's looking. Santa looking at the hand here, whether we have to discard or not, but ice hitting the table is really important. We have a reader there, Whiteblade, trying to figure out the text on that cat.
And at 4 credits, Santa could res both.
Figuring out how bad this face check is. Again, getting the information would be good. Gatekeeper drawing 3 will technically break lock. Santa discarding a card there, figuring out what he doesn't need. That's a hard question, right? Like, do you discard the Oppo? Do you discard the Distribute Tracing? The question is, do you think Whiteblade's going to peel those tags off?
Even so, I think at this point, sitting across here, I would probably hang on to the Distributed.
Yeah, that's the one way that even if you find the end of line later, you're almost guaranteed because there's no free lunch.
Right.
There's no tag tech. Besides Baya, we have a Baya and an inside job. I think Whiteblade's deciding again. The game gets in some ways harder, but sometimes easier when you only have 2 cards in the hand.
Yeah.
Limit your options. The illusion of choice. Are we just sending it? It's the Jag.
We are hitting the Jag.
Another tag, another core damage. So we're 4 core in. Whiteblade's going to be a 1 card in hand. Still going to touch a card here. I think we know almost all the cards on HQ. There might be one that's evaded, losing the inside job, keeping the Baya bands. 3rd counter here.
Biobands may be important to draw up to hand size
Click compression while you're
for
multi-accessing.
multi-tax. Exactly.
That's an MCA austerity policy. For those not familiar, that's from a World Champs deck. That is an expensive asset. Well, it's 3 to trash. With Miss Bones, that's okay. But it takes clicks away from the runner. 2nd Miss Bones drawn into hand.
Now, interesting, sometimes you don't actually want to click this. If you have 2 false lead scores,
Yeah,
then
you don't
clicking
want to
this
make the
means you
loss.
can no
Yeah.
longer steal the turn. So you have to be careful with it.
Whiteblade drawing up, throwing a Miss Bones, throwing out the Baya bands.
1 in hand. So we don't know what that card is, I don't
No,
think.
but it's
Unless
obviously
another Baya, but
the most important card. Santa still on R&D lock. I believe now the next card on R&D might be unknown. I think Santa did do 2 mandatory draws, 1 actual draw. Maybe the next card's known. Excuse my tracking. Santa definitely, again, this is not a timed finals, so we can really puzzle this out, but it's really wild when your game plan is core damage into eggs and the runner says, okay, and then still you're like, wait, I need to close the game out. And like, obviously, the game can be closed out quite quickly, but it's almost entirely dependent on drawing hypoxias, which do remove themselves from the game. You can't just like spin doctor them back and grind the game out. So it's just that one of end the line. Gaslights are not going to stick. Santa now knowing with 1 more ice, you could ice up both central servers. I do not think Whiteblade can afford to go through that Jaguar Rundy 1 more time and die to hypoxia.
no, absolutely not.
Looking at, again, a full 6 card hand size.
And with Carmen as your killer, you're really
Jaguar's
just at this point
bad.
you're not
No.
drawing into that, installing it, and then paying 4 to break through it.
I think it's boomerang or bust, right?
Yeah.
And then you're still getting deeper and deeper on tags. Oh, no, we're not. We're not, because we're not threaded out. Install. Could be easily the MCA. We're just going to check that click 1. Again, it is a Maryland. We're going to take down our credits off Miss Bones.
Interesting trashing it there because you open yourself up to riot suppression.
Yeah.
And Charlie can res it, but it's still credit neutral.
Single axis, I think it's an unknown card. Looks like a Hendrick. We're actually not a single axis. Deeper we go. 3 cards.
Stealing another orbital.
It's huge. Now with Ikoa, it's actually game point. This could be it. Does he have a click and a credit left? If that's an Iqua, there's 2 left in the deck, it
I
seems.
believe he does.
1,
it's
2,
run,
3. We have one more. Steal false lead. He's on game point. He's going to make the click and 2 credits. Gain 4 back from Zahya. The top of the deck is entirely known. Whiteblade's on game point. There are still 2-pointers. There's still 3-pointers. Still a lot of 1-pointers.
Credit, end of the line does it.
Yeah.
If he has it here. Or just credit.
Doesn't have it here. There's an eruption of laughter. We can't tell exactly what's happening, but Santa definitely not loving to lose those points like that.
I'll say this is not really a line win testing we expected people to take. Very reliant on finding wake implant early.
Yes.
But seeing it like maybe working out for Whiteblade here.
Oh, for sure. Just sending it.
Now, at this point, there are 2 more 2-point agendas in the list, the Luminal and the Orbital, and 2 more 3-point agendas that you need at least a click and $2 to steal.
Yeah, this might be strange. A lot of folks might expect ontological dependence to be like, oh, you can score that up. There's none in this list.
So, actually, I want to shout out, Charlie worked with London, who I believe is a player in the Pittsburgh meta, refining this, and I believe it was originally London's idea to bring in the Orbitals instead of the ontologicals.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember when I first saw that, I was pretty surprised. But again, the text on that obviously matters for these board state forks you can set up on the table that care about tags and lower hand size. But Santa here, the next cards on R&D entirely known, so Whiteblade knows that Santa does not have access to the kill combo. He does not have that end of the line. The game would have been over by now.
Yeah, chat is asking, there are indeed 3 hypoxias in this list.
And we know how quickly those are coming up. Santa taking his time here to figure out how to get out here. Now, from this point on, it's going to be really hard to charge the wake implant. So it's whether Whiteblade just waits until the top of R&D is unknown. So there's a chance that Santa will draw until R&D lock is like almost broken, and then the following turn draw 3.
Right, yeah.
Like you have a couple lines, but you have to sprint for them, not actually play sprint, but draw a lot.
So you have some time to click up for credits too, because again,
No diversion.
No diversion. 3 tags that Whiteblade has to deal with if he wants to get out of
And he can.
end of the line range.
He actually
can now.
can consider doing it.
It's probably the right thing to do now, because at this point you just touch one of the 2-pointers.
I don't know if he will. Double install. Still with the Miss Bones. We lost the second Miss Bones. Was discarded end of turn. So one of those is probably the MC Austerity. Santa just trying to keep Whiteblade busy. It was a Baya he kept. So
Probably
we're going to
clearing
run
a
that.
tag here.
It could be draw 2, get 4 to trash. If I'm trying to
See a
boomerang, that's a good draw.
That's huge.
Not a lot of ice in the deck, so the boomerang goes a bit further. Class X is also an interesting card too. If you do well time that, you can dodge and end the line.
If one of those is a Malia, though, you cannot.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, you res it right at the right window. We're seeing in hand a Paladin, Puemo, and a Boomerang. So it's either do you want to install or get 4 credits. Installing on the Jaguar, it's not like Santa
you
can
need to pay
overinstall.
another click to get through that, because now we are at threat 5.
Oh, true, yeah.
Jaguar
You
only
lose a
has
click.
extra game text.
Wait, do you just take a tag or lose a click?
You must spend a click or take a tag. Correct.
You
so
just
you
take
could
tags,
just take
right?
another tag.
Yeah.
I guess at this point, it doesn't look like Whiteblade is planning on
Yeah.
clearing these tags anytime soon.
Yeah. Just We're taking a bit of a drink break here, both players. Trying to figure out where you want to put that Boomerang. Again, if you do pre-install it, Santa knows. It's not like Santa can over-install that ice with other ice. It's a Boomerang, the NSGO P kit. Do like that art.
Now we'll see if there's a Spin Doctor on the table. If there is, you know you're drawing into safeguards. Just
This is
checking the
R&D.
top of R&D.
Is that
I
a
think that's
Managarn?
Hendrick, it maybe? No, it's a Maryland.
Maryland, okay.
Going back R&D potentially?
Are these known cards? We haven't used... I don't think we've used Zahya just yet. We're going HQ. We're going to take another tag there. We're going to Boomerang shuffle that back into the deck. Now, I think Whiteblade knows most of these cards. This is more so, I'd guess, for the Wake Implant charge. So you can break that sort of R&D lock C2, gain 2. Getting that tag there again, the threat tax, either lose a click. We still have a click and 2 credits, mind you, if there are 1-pointers in there, and not checking the table with the Miss Bones. There's
Season
MCA. So what's
MCA.
on the table? Those are the cards that I think Whiteblade probably saw on the top of R&D, so he has an idea of what these cards are.
And
More
if
than
one
we
of them
do.
was a Gaslight, you have to get rid
You
of
have
that.
to get rid of it. If that's a Gaslight, you lose the game. So going back for 2 cards, top of the deck, that's,
That's
a Gaslight.
Gaslight, you have to get rid of that.
You can wait for it to be drawn, so you use Miss Bones. Second card.
Nothing. So now we might see what Charlie has. Rashida is huge.
No, Rashida hitting the table and surviving. That was in hand,
So
I
that's
imagine,
2
for a
new
bit.
cards that you see here.
Yes. So now Hypoxia is a draw, but end of the line just ends the game. Draw for Whiteblade.
I mean, if you draw into a Spin Doctor too, you have ability to dig here as well.
Yeah.
We could see potentially up to 3 draws.
Yes. Yeah, spin into spin. You could even just send it.
Or even double Hypoxia does it here.
Yeah. Santa deciding here what to do. Boomerang, he decided, he forgot to shuffle it back in, unfortunately.
Yeah. I think that was a decline.
Yeah. You do, of course, we know the Gaslight in hand.
That's a you may on the Boomerang as well,
Yeah,
so if
it's
it's
not
not
forced.
mandatory.
Santa here obviously doesn't have it. Whether he has a Spin Doctor and wants to go fishing for it again. It's a 49 card deck. There's probably about 35, maybe 30 cards left.
Spreading out some... Charlie likes to sort his credits. You'll see when he plays.
Yeah.
Possibly
tell?
just for the psychic damage.
Sure.
Just to guess what you're rising. But he does. You'll watch him play and you'll see little sets of credits set aside and you wonder what they're for.
Is he just doing the math? I think I do that when I want to see what my totals are. So looking at the hand again, a lot of options. There are a couple cards that eluded lock, but Whiteblade knows there's a Gaslight on the table, and if that survives a turn, Whiteblade is going to die. End of the line will be pulled from the deck.
If you are Santa here, do you trash this Bones and install the Gaslight?
I think you need 2 Gaslights. Because with 2 Gaslights, Whiteblade can't check the table and trash both of
Just
them.
about time.
Yeah, it buys time. You can trash Bones, pull 1 Gaslight, and then Whiteblade might get that. But I think your best case is like trash Bones, install 2 Gaslights, and see
If
like
you have it,
yeah,
absolutely,
if you have it, you
absolutely.
have it. We still don't know what the innermost is. We obviously know that's not a Gaslight. We know the MCA is in hand.
At this point, MCA is not really doing much because
No.
the tempo hit for Sand is kind of equivalent to Whiteblade here.
The thing with MCA is you can maybe like work onto that power turn where you click it and then like draw 4.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, that's the best you have with it because you're not trying to score out. Can you score out an orbital with fast advance? Actually, you have a
You
chance
can.
too. Yeah,
right.
that's
So
a line.
orbital is that's why the orbital is in there.
Yeah.
It's another kill piece.
Because this deck has no other fast advance tricks besides the MCA austerity. So Santa giving it a thought, a lot of options in hand after Rashida.
One other thing you'd love to see here is the B1001 because Eric is at 5 tags.
Yeah, yeah. But how many times can you run? Do you just like slough off the tags until you're safe again?
And at 2 credits. Well,
Yeah.
the Bone's there, right? But
Oh, we do,
we
get
do see
a
the
good rid.
hand.
We do see distributed,
Gaslight,
2 distributed
Oppo.
MCA. Obviously, no end the line in there.
Yeah, rare glimpse at Santa's hand.
Yeah,
I
we need
believe-
even more
I
cameras.
can't tell. Looks like there's maybe an agenda in there as well.
He's thinking it through again. Whiteblade also pondering it through. Not that he has too many options with 1 card in hand, but R&D is now totally fresh. Wake Implant, we have no charges. We did cash them out next turn. Now you can also go for the turn where like you take the lethal core damage running, not the lethal, but you take the 5th core damage and just see 2 on R&D and hope.
Yeah, you could just install as Santa here. It looks like there's maybe enough installables, so maybe you
Yeah.
just install.
Put 3. I think Whiteblade will still just check all of them. He understands that Gaslight is the way that he loses this game.
I have to wonder what that unresed card is. Is that a
Could be second
Maryland that we haven't
MCA.
seen?
I think Santa says like, okay, I don't think he has to res a Maryland for the rest of the game.
Right.
So there's a lot of things you can put on the table that are just worth more for misinformation than the value they give you. So I do think MCA you don't res. I think Maryland you don't res. It could even be like it's hard to put a hyperloop on the table, but I could see Santa doing that. The
Yeah.
problem is it takes him to gain point off R&D. That's a problem on any 1-pointer. But there's a lot of cards in the deck. Like there's a lot of assets. Wage Workers he doesn't need here. He could do Wage Workers draw.
Wage workers would be
Yeah.
interesting. Probably not very useful here. Looks like a Hendrick
Hendrick.
then.
In terms of the upgrades, it's just Hendrix.
So put the Gaslight on the Hendrick probably.
Oh, cool. So now you don't know where it is. I think you're expecting to run that server on your 3rd click. Wait, Whiteblade's just going...
Steal
Good
seek,
game!
call up
Whiteblade
right off
finds
the
it,
top.
having to click 2 credits. Iku off the top. Whiteblade taking
That's
it,
the
just
way you
getting
do it.
4 core damage in. 5 tags with the Gaslight on the table. I'm
No
just
fear.
running central servers. What a game. What a wild game. The Gaslight's definitely on the table. Santa spending so much time to figure out the best board state. Whiteblade says I'll run R&D. And
What, it wasn't
Gaslight's
even in
not
there?
there.
It's
It's a Hyperloop, which is such a hard run because you're going to take a core damage unless
Yeah.
you hit in the right order. Whoa, well played. Finally, Santa losing a Thule list, going all weekend undefeated, but Whiteblade again, just touching those cards. with
Coming
the
through
Zahya
the lower
special.
bracket.
Yes.
He's played so many games today.
Wow. West Coast taking the East Coast big in-person NANPC. Again, there's so many more NANPC events. I have no doubt it's not the last we're going to see these 2 players having
Oh, yeah,
phenomenal
no doubt.
finishes this day. The room is erupted, mind you. It got loud again, which is
Yeah,
quite
and
exciting.
NPC Seattle in August.
I'm not sure the
believe.
dates. There's also OTG in the midpoint at San Francisco.
Yeah.
On the East Coast, there's, what is it, Philly or is it Pittsburgh?
I think it's Philly.
I'm running Montreal at the end of August. Hope to see y'all there. That'll be quite exciting. But what a finals with the run back
What
there.
a wild finish.
Exciting to see Santa with all the tags and the core damage, just not finding the one-of card in the deck.
It almost played out like a Sportsmetal game where you just
Just
kind
send
of
it.
put all your gas on the table, just send it, and hope the other person doesn't draw into what they need.
One copy of Waken Plan doing a lot of work. What an
Major
absolute
work.
finals, NANPC Boston. We are going to try and get an interview with Whiteblade, mind you. I think he has a lot to say about today, obviously a lot to say about NANPC as a whole, which, mind you, this is the first year of this event. There's a lot of folks working behind the scenes to get these grassroots tournaments, to get more organized play, more reasons for folks to travel, to not only meet people, but have an excuse to see other parts of the country, other parts of the continent, and just jam some good Netrunner games. So I've had an absolutely fantastic time. This is, again...
It was such a great weekend.
Yeah, the weekend's wrapping up, and a lot of folks travel distance. You've traveled a distance. Obviously, Santa's traveled a distance.
Oh, yeah.
The weekend's been a huge success.
Yeah, absolutely. Come to NANPC events if you can.
Yes, if you can. There's going to be a lot more in the near future. We're going to throw it a break. I'm hoping that we're going to get an interview. If not, we'll still come on and sign off. There's a lot of thank yous to get. Thanks so much for joining us. Looks like we lost... Oh, that's fine.
Sunless stream.
So I think we might have lost the camera, but we don't need that one.
Andre, thanks for having me.
Thanks so much.
It was a pleasure to chat
any
through
shout-outs?
Well, shout out just obviously Santa,
Yeah.
my testing teammate. We had a lot of fun putting this list together, thinking of some of the last minute swaps. Funny story, we didn't check that B1001 was no influence before we put it in. We had a little bit of a scare earlier when I realized we may have an illegal deck. Fortunately, it's fine, but you never know with those neutral assets. Organizers of NANPC, Andre obviously streaming this whole weekend, the Neon Static crew, all the usual suspects.
Yeah, there's a lot of it. Takes a village to make something like this run smoothly, and it's been a fantastic weekend. Thanks again, Henry, for joining us. Absolute
Thank
pleasure. We'll be back in just a bit, just to wrap up NANPC Boston. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Boston NANPC Day 2. We just experienced a wild grand finals after a bracket reset, and what a game to end the day on. I'm joined by Santa coming in from the West Coast. Congratulations on such a fantastic run, yet with those decks. That deck, I'm expecting you and your metamates, your friends were just waiting for that Nykeride ban, for that Lu ban to come down, because this deck is definitely a force to be reckoned with. How are you feeling about its performance? You've only lost one game all weekend with this Thule.
Yes, exactly. I just lost that final game. That was the only game that I lost on Thule over this weekend, and it has been something that I've had in the back of my mind since Worlds, and I ended up playing it through Chronos servers initially.
Was that a mistake?
Yeah, so I do wish that I had brought it as my Worlds list. However, in playtesting against Man in the Moon, basically, I had played it into like Maw, Stargate, Hoshiko, and found that it actually performed well into that, surprisingly. You would think that like Maw hitting things out of HQ would be an issue, and also like Stargate being able to hit those operations as well. Like you would feel like would be an issue. But we found within testing that it actually was able to pretty well and reliably actually deal with that. And then what ended up making me not bring it as my worlds list, and it became just my Chrono Servers list, was that I ended up tuning it up against Man on the Moon for one testing game as Sable. And he ended up beating it very handily by saving a class act and kind of used that as a way to
Dodge
prevent
lethal.
Exactly,
Yeah.
dodge lethal. And so from there, I ended up bringing it as my Chrono Servers deck, and I ended up going like 4-1 with it there. I just lost to Rotom Appliance on like 419, and then I was really debating it for the Worlds one, but I was like, this still has it. I don't know if it's proven itself enough yet.
Yeah.
And so I just played like Big Deal Outfit, what I was doing before. But I kept playing it, and I played it in a lot of like local tournaments and a couple other ones that I went to, and it kept performing really well. And I was going to keep playing it, and then Lou like rose
Became
up.
a thing. Yes,
Exactly.
quite the thing.
Yep. And so since CBI, I've had it in my back pocket that I'm like, if Lou ever gets touched, this is immediately like my snap pick.
Yes.
So yeah.
So let's talk about the finals, because that's wild.
Mm-hmm.
We were expecting one of two things. Either we're going to have maybe a 10-minute match, because that match happened before between, I think, Henry and a Whiteblade, where he just took the tags, he took the core damage. That's what we saw. But it wasn't the fastest close off, because he couldn't find the points. Obviously, you couldn't find the end of line or stick the gaslights. What were you expecting?
Yeah, so I will say that pretty much the one card that I was actually concerned about within Eric Whiteblade's deck was the Wake Implant.
Yes.
That was pretty much the only card in the list that I was like really concerned about. The Class X were like a concern, but it really would be a totally different game if he played for those lines. Like obviously he went for the core damage and tags and was fine with that happening. So within that style of play, which I've seen some people approach the deck from, I'm pretty much only concerned about like a large amount of multi-axis that you can hit with. And that's the Wake Implant, right? Like that's the only thing that he really had as a one-of card that you can get all of that multi-access. And so seeing it come down like after
like turn 2,
after,
turn 1.
yeah,
I know.
and we had hit like 2 core already. Seeing that one come down definitely hurt. And from that point, it was just a kind of like see who accesses the right agendas or draws the cards first. So
Yes. We were talking about all the lines, right? Like, can you click to draw? Can you break R&D lock? Obviously, it's Gaslight and the line. We saw the Hypoxia just kind of working him down. That last play, you were in the tank for about, 5-10 minutes. Obviously, it's an untimed finals. And then it's all about the Gaslight, which in his hand. You set up that server, which was like the one Hyperloop extension on top of the Hendrick, and then the Gaslight in the second server to try to figure out what happened. And then it obviously is just the Aqua on the top of the deck, which it is what it is. It's a big agenda. It is defensive text. Absolutely fantastic. For folks who are going to either try this or hate this on Jinteki.net casual, what are your advice? Because I don't think the first play of this Thule deck is that easy. There's a lot of hard lines to figure out how to spend your threat cards.
Yeah, so I think like the basic kind of rundown of the deck, the like base level of it is you want to try and get them to 2 core, and then you want to either have false lead scored, or you want to have MCA out, or you want to have, those are kind of the main options, but basically you want to set it up so they're at 2 core, you can hit them with tags, make them go below 4 clicks, and then they're going to have to float a tag into end line. So that's the basic gist of the deck. That's like first approach it from kind of that angle. The most important cards to kind of like get out early are Rashida is like where the deck makes a turning point. If you pop a Rashida, it's usually like pretty amazing for the list. And then also Hyperloops to slow down the runner like early are really big too, because that tempos you forward and they end up like taking that loss as well. And yeah, then like as you play it more, it's one of the lists that how I describe it to people is a spider web of like play lines, because there's about 5 different ways that I see people run into the list. Some people will never trash anything. Like that's just something that happens. Never turn on the riot suppression, never trash anything. And from like that point, you usually want to try and like set up MCA forks and eventually make this like position where you are going to die as the runner if you don't take the MCA. That's where the like orbitals, and mostly the orbitals are like there to help with that position when the runner just doesn't want to interact. And that was something that throughout this weekend, I ended up playing to the line of orbital on at least 4 occasions, I think.
Yeah.
So that was like really interesting. And that actually ended up not being something that I ended up coming up with initially. I was initially talking to London and an odd radish from the Pittsburgh meta when they were like prepping for Fight Night. and I was like, this is
cool.
a really cool idea. And I tried a couple games on it, and I was like, can this fit in? Because the Ontos, which is the other option, allows you to fast advance out and like kind of close some positions where you've cored them, but you're not quite able to kill them.
And then you force interaction because the points are going up. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I've found that the orbitals just allow you to create even more forks, and it's really powerful.
Yeah, exciting. Yeah. The sort of B1001, the what's called the orbital, is a really, really cool development in the deck.
Yep.
On that note, again, congratulations once again for such a fantastic run over the weekend. We're going to be just right back with another interview, but it's been a fantastic weekend. Thanks again, eh?
Sounds good. Yeah, this was wonderful. It's a great weekend.
Welcome back. We're joined by Eric Whiteblade Keelback, taking this event after a fantastic day, a lower bracket run back, just undefeated for a couple games in a row. NANPC organizer as well. Congrats, man. How you feeling?
Yeah, it's maybe a bad look to win.
I was saying, it's like, if you win your own event, is it a weird thing?
I feel like it's not weird because I didn't do any NANPC Vancouver. I didn't win. I just top 8'd, and I was happy with that. And I think for this one, I came as a player.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
Like I was happy to play. I just had like probably the most fun I've had in Netrunner in a while. Just like I enjoyed my decks, even like because sometimes I feel like you lose and you're like Netrunner sucks. Like why am I even playing this game? And then but like even when I was losing, I was like Zahya's so sick. Sports is so sick. These decks, I love these decks so much. And then to be able to like take it all the way to the end, was really cool. Because it's like you play the decks you love and you're like I'm gonna go 3-3 like 4-4 and Swiss and like that's fine. Yeah. But like I fought hard because by round 4 I was 2-2.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I gotta win 4 in a row, and we climbed out and ended 6-2, and then I lost round 1 to Charlie in
that's the run back there
in the cut. And
was it the same match setup?
It was Hosh versus Sports.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, I gotta fight my way out. And I'm just like, I didn't have any expectations. I was like, every game I was like, okay, I'm gonna show up and play some Netrunner and like have a good time and play to my outs. And by the end, I'm like sitting in grand finals drinking a Coke, and I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Rolling like handfuls of dice for some reason. That's actually really fun. I've heard that from you. I think it's absolutely fantastic that these decks are fun. It's what I want to play, and it's been working out. Was this like meta consideration at all? Or?
So I think that like in the lead up to this event, I didn't have a ton of. I had like some time. I actually grinded a lot of JNet, and I lost like every game I played on JNet.
Really?
I was like, I'm washed. I'm bad.
Yeah, Canadian player.
Canadian player washed. Yeah. I'm like. I was just like losing to like Cloud Snake ganked and stuff like that. And
I heard you be salty about that earlier
like,
today.
And I'm just like, I don't know what to do. And my testing team was like, we were like, okay, we think Sports is good. I was like, I want to play Operation Sports, even if it's like not the best. I'm just like, I want to jam this out. I think it's sick as hell.
Yeah.
The Zahya, so I was supposed to play Hosh. Okay. I have a Hosh deck sleeved in my bag.
Really?
Yeah. I have a whole Hosh deck sleeved. And then the night before, the Swiss, I'm playing at 2 a.m. in Toby, TF34's basement. He's playing PD. And I lose 3 times in a row, and I'm like, this is the worst deck in Netrunner history. I am like, this sucks so much. I also just don't enjoy playing the Hosh that much.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't think it's very fun. Like, I think it's very good. It's just, like, not very fun for me.
Yeah.
And so I was like, I guess I'm just going to, like, go play Zahya. And I cut 2 of the career fairs for Miss Bones. I put a second Docklands pass in, only 1 wake in play.
You cut a wake.
I cut a wake.
And like,
Wake was great.
We can't talk about how important Wake was in that matchup. That one wake.
Wake was, I beat Henry in like the 2nd round or the 3rd round of the cut by installing a wake implant and winning on turn 2.
Yep. Yeah, we heard that. Yeah. We had Henry on. He's like, there's one way that this game's going to go. Either it's going to be 10 minutes or it's going to be 45 minutes. There's no other option.
And I was just like, okay, I think that's how you win in this matchup. Like I was like, I know I'm a dog in the matchup for sure, but I really believe in like finding your outs and finding like, okay, how am I actually gonna win this game? And I was like, I have my outs. It's Wake Implant. My opening hand was like Sure Gamble, Mistbones, Wake Implant, and I was like, I think 80% of players that play the Sure Gamble.
Sure.
And I was like, I don't think this matchup's about credits. I think it's about clicks.
Yeah, it is. It is.
And I didn't play the Sure Gamble, and I think it was correct. There's Mistbones run. I gambled hard because I was like, I need to get lucky, and so I took 2 core damage early. And both of the times I took the core damage, I had the Wake Implant in my hand.
Yeah. We talked to Sandy. It's like every time you survive core dance, and then it still comes down on the table.
It's a 1-4, 1-4, and I was just like, I'm unfavored. I need to find the out. I need to find the tool, and it was that. And I just don't. I really love the decks. I feel like they're kind of not very. They're like standard.
Sure.
You know, I think it's crazy that Criminal won the event. Honestly, like
There was there was still was it the only you were the only there's
no,
two
because
criminal
there's
top guys.
Ken. Someone was on Ken.
Yeah, Nykeride was.
Nykeride, yeah.
Yeah.
And so, I just feel like I played tight. I feel like the other thing I discovered, so like I didn't play a game of paper sports before the tournament,
Sure.
and I realized halfway through that because this deck plays 8 eyes, you can just pivot to being a bad HP mid-range deck.
You scored in the remote server for the whole
Top cut,
last game, yeah.
Because like I think it's like there's this really high level, like at the so on the lower level the sports matchup is like I either see it or I don't, blah blah blah, audacity, blah. This is like what Jenny Casual thinks. In reality, at the like highest level of play, it's a really about expectations and being able to be like, people expected me to fast advance. People like, so they're discarding breakers, they're like not prioritizing the breakers, stuff like that. And instead it's like, I was like, okay, I'm going to subvert that trope. I mean, I talked to Charlie about the first Grand Finals game. He's like, I don't think it's Ikawa. Like, I don't think you push Ikawa here. And I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, the only way I win is
to get the early
It's the only thing I can do to like, actually win the game.
Yeah. Super wild. Hey, I know we need to shut this place down because the store needs to close. Do you have any shout outs? Firstly, you need to talk a bit about NANPC. What's in the future?
Yeah, so, this is NANPC Boston. Thank you all for watching the stream. It's like a big thank you. I want to thank you to the stream people. Andre, you're crushing it on stream.
Thank you.
People, like, I got tons of good feedback on the stream.
Cheers.
It's really good. So NANPC Twin Cities, June 8th to 9th. 9th to 10th?
I'm not sure.
I think it's June.
I think it's soon, yeah.
And then we have NANPC Philadelphia in July, NANPC San Francisco in July. We're qualifying for circuit points. We're giving out prizes. It's like regionals. It's just regionals.
It's just regionals. That came up, like, people were like, this feels like old regionals, which is like, I feel everyone who's played for a long time wants to get back.
Yeah, so like, come and play a regional. I guess is what I'm saying. Like,
cool.
Come and play a regional.
Yeah.
It was just like, I think for me, it's just nice. It was being in a room of people who I really love and feeling supported and seeing like new faces that were just excited about the game. I think everyone was happy to like. I didn't see anyone like tilt out of their mind really. Well, except for Ian, but that's his specialty. But like, I think. And UK regionals are in July.
Yeah, they're starting the announcements of those.
I'm excited. I'm excited for UK regionals. I'm excited for the Italian Continentals.
That's very soon.
I think the Italians are crushing it.
Ridiculous.
And so I just think that like there's an appetite for. I'm in the middle of nowhere in Massachusetts right now, and I'm having the time of my life.
Yeah. That's all it takes. You just need the good people, and then the game's pretty good too, I reckon. Thanks again, man. NANPC's been a huge success. Obviously, this has been a lot of work behind the scenes and I don't mean exactly this event, but like just in general, everything to make it work and have all these people work together. So huge thank you on that. Kato, again, we got to get some thank yous. I think there's a thank you thing on screen that we can pop up. This might be Neon Static made, Eric Hyden, putting so much work into this and money to get this again. Huge. You can find Neon Static on Patreon if you want to support the channel. It's absolutely appreciated. This sort of stuff just takes time and it takes money, it takes effort. So this helps a heck of a lot. We have a list of names here again. Not again for organizing this event. There's also upcoming, I believe, what is it?
East Coast
Nationals is here in this store.
In July, and the store's great, by the way.
Yeah, the store's really great. The store's been fantastic. Shout out to Battleground Games, mind you, for hosting. Kato streaming production the whole week, and Kato's been just absolutely killing it. It's been fantastic.
Kato is someone I met at Sovereign Subways in November, and they were like in the like stream mecca suit, like doing the stream setup. They were great, and then I was like, who's this? And then they were like, this is like the person who's like saving streaming on the East Coast. I was like, this is sick. So Dokato is incredible. They're so nice. They are just like crushing he's just they're just crushing.
Yeah. Otherwise, shout out to Jeff again for judging commentary. Erica and Lucille for helping with the card overlay. Also, Not Yeti from across the ocean with the stuff that was built, that was used, our world for the UK scene is using. Eric K, that's you for NANPC organization.
And Battleground Games.
Battleground Games for sure.
The store's been incredible. Stats are incredible.
Yeah,
venue.
they've been really
You'll see lots of
kind.
pictures. I'll interview myself for the article, wrap-up article.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. Again, a huge shout out to the Neon Static Patrons for supporting this sort of content. Again, this would not exist without your support. So if you want to find out, there should be a link in the description. Sorry that Eric Hyden can't be with us. We're going to just shut this down. But once again, thanks so much. If you want to subscribe to the channel, like the video, that helps a lot. My name's been Andre. Huge shout out for, again, all the people that joined me on the mic. It's been a long weekend, but I would do it again in a heartbeat.
Okay. Have a good
Thanks
night.
so much for watching.
Bye.
Take care.